I exist all of a sudden. Holy moly. Thank you, Holiday Girl 1224 for North Star Satellite. This part right here, the part that really gets me is if all my fairy tale dreams and plans came true, and I don't know about you, but I don't think I ever was home. Interesting the way that this idea kind of just trails off here. But then returns to the lack of a center point rather than a center point itself. Doesn't come back home because there was no home to come back to. I feel that. This will be mostly a request stream if anybody has any requests. Shout out Sarah Louise, who put me onto this project in the first place, North Star Satellite. And of course, we promoted it together here in our new Sunday Redial show
Sunday Redial, where I recommend all the most interesting independent art that it's possible nobody has shown you yet. This is my treasured friend, the enchanted ferret Akari, and my name, just like my show, is Sunday Redial. My voice is given to me by a nice girl called Kamugi, who animates a web series called Genki and Sienna, and I was brought to life through artwork by a cool guy named Z-Cypher, who both have commissions open right now. Link to both of their works can be found in the About page below, as well as in text on screen, which will also be the case for each artist that I tell you about in this weekly video series. For instance, my voice actress Kamugi contributed this segment to the Animation Project. The trailer for which can be found on Newground, and her segment is hosted on the Genki and Sienna channel, both of which are linked below. The writer of this video, Trixie the Golden Witch, also has a new Let's Play channel with her apprentice and Golden Butterfly moderator, Gigadoll, called Slime Doll, which features channel artwork from fellow Golden Butterfly moderator Lisa, whose Blue Sky is linked below. In their first series, which releases monthly...
Speaking of Nisa's art...
Dragon Quest 1 as first were made on the Super Nintendo. They're 90-minute interviews.
Okay, hold on. Nisa drew Sunday Redial. And this is the most... I feel like this is the most, like, awesome, like, dark interpretation of Sunday Redial as, like it, oh, this, the vibe of this is almost like this, some kind of, I don't know, demonic succubus that, like, feeds off of art and is, like, like, cutely trying to ask for the art, but, like, needs the art. Like, I can't live without that art. You need to give me that art. A sense of, oh yeah, there's a new Scooter Pitch podcast. This is usually what I use for my interstitial in between me having requests to talk
Welcome
about.
to the Scooter Pitch podcast. There are no winners, no prizes, but if you're lucky, you'll get
Oh, I'm so happy we've got the Golden Butterflies logo on screen twice now. This is now we're reaching real marketing levels right here. This is where, I don't know if you've ever looked at, hold on, let me show you something to give perspective on the level of marketing you need to be at if you really want people to pay attention to you. There's this show called The Breakfast Club. No, come on.
Wake that ass up.
Wake that ass up. And when you look at the show, the words The Breakfast Club are just everywhere. Look at that. It's right here, it's up here, it's up here. It's on the microphone itself multiple times. Like, it's fucking... And because it's on the microphone, when you watch clips from this show, like, even if it's edited to be like a TikTok, you will always get that logo in there. Like, even if it's an artist talking, because they angle the microphone in such a way that it's, like, on the artist, you know? So whoever's talking, like, there's no way you can crop it that it doesn't... This is not even where they're interviewing anybody, but... Look, there's two different monitors that just have the fucking title of the show back there. It's everywhere. And that's what we're trying to achieve here with the Golden Butterfly. My mic sounds like one of your noise projects. Oh no. I think I just blew a literal cat hair out of the microphone. Corona.
Fixie, fix your microphone. It sounds like the ocean. People have been spamming the chat for the last 3 minutes.
I just blew on it. Does it sound any better?
I don't know. I'm on the toilet. Ask the chat.
Oh, they are saying it sounds good now. I fixed it. I literally unplugged the XLR cord, blew on it, and a cat hair came out of it, and then I plugged it back in. So I think that was the problem.
Well, as long as it sounds better, I'm gonna shower and I'll be back, okay?
Okay. Have a good shower. I'm disconnecting you. All right.
Robbed. This is the show where my YouTube members submit their creative works to get roasted. And if anyone in the audience wants to steal the idea or make some tasteful fan art, we'll feature it on the next episode. We encourage theft because your ideas are not special. If you're interested in having your original work roasted in the next episode, become a YouTube member and you'll get a spot. It's only $2. No promises it'll stay that low forever, and you'll find the submission form under the membership tab. Meanwhile, if you want to steal any of the submitted pitches, at me on Blue Sky or Substack and I'll feature you on the next episode. Just so we're clear, you do not have to pay for us to show off your fan art at Thievery, but showing off your original ideas, you gotta pay up for that. And we have recently sweetened the deal for members. You can now submit it.
Landon said, "Can I call in? Ooh woo, also see you soon, Trixie. Maybe later, but for now, somebody needs to request
Unmade elevator pitch and anything you've made recently. That's right, your membership now gives you access to 2 submission forms. I am really excited about this new segment and showing off what our YouTube members have done with their elevator pitches. Now that we've passed the 3-episode test, the show's found its groove, I'm feeling great about the show format. How you feeling, Kabuki, the animator of Genki and Sienna, voice actress for Sunday Redial?
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction.
Okay, when my mic was shitty, could you actually understand anything I was saying? Also, I don't remember anything I was saying. Like, I feel like if there was anything important I said, I forgot it.
I feel great about this show, especially with this new opportunity we have.
I haven't live streamed in like a week and a half, and I've already forgotten how it works entirely.
For our members, and the fact that we have lots of wonderful fan art to feature. So many kind people have drawn art for me and art for you, and I'm so excited to talk about them.
Yes, we've had a lot of fan art. Very excited. How about you go first? Because you got a lot of fan art that is very cool. I'm really excited to share it.
I need the underscores. There we go. Hey, you've become search engine optimized since the last time I searched your channel. Let's watch both trailers. Ominous. Hey, wait, I recognize that school uniform. Wait, I know Neko Arc. Hold on. Something's happening in this. We must investigate further. Marcy and Rhyme both have a way of making like the most mentally I'm there content imaginable. Like stuff that I watch it and I feel like transposed into it because I feel like I understand exactly the consequences under which it's being made, and I'm like, yeah, I would have loved to have been doing that, you know. I hope people feel that way when they watch my content too, especially like the outdoorsy stuff. But this just, like, I mean, the thumbnail alone just screams like a fun time. Like, this is a fun time to be had right here. I guess this is probably the same exact trailer on the Alex's Androgynous channel, but that's fine. We'll watch it here too. Why not, you know? Give it the extra likes and views and attention. This is the actual artist of the song. I think that's how this works. Yeah, I really like the song too, so. Also this, I mean, hold on. This is the internet I grew up on right here. This is the most like 2007 image imaginable. This is like if you literally Google anime, you'll get like, you know, one of these cat girls. The shitty Photoshop onto like a generic bunch of like, you know, gradients and like, you know, art, a design school student's, you know, like graduate thesis or whatever back here, and and a bunch of like just random ass glitter that animates and all the Neko art. Those low bass drops at the end there too are sick. Stupid fucking dumbass bug. There needs to be some kind of thesis written about like trans girls and ultra kill. I mean, it probably is not that different from my Why Trans Girls Love Toho video, but it's not the same aesthetic, so there must be something else there. Yeah, I love the trailer. It's really, really good. Well, I've watched it 4 times now, and that's just the trailer, so like twice on stream, twice off stream at this point, and I've enjoyed it every time. So I look forward to when the actual video comes out as well. Okay, I forgot I fucking had the Taperclip podcast open, and I somehow didn't think to like open a new tab.
To share it.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds great. I'm going to talk about several people who have drawn fan art for Genki and Sienna, and for me as a person, Kamugi, just kind of representing the connections that I have online, the different projects I'm making. As a start, we have the wonderful Z Cypher.
I've like already got that melody stuck in my head. They're like, ooh, 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 from that song.
Z Cypher on YouTube and on Blue Sky has created wonderful artwork of Genki and Sienna. Genki and Sienna is my new indie animated series, which is very inspired by anime and by...
Z Cypher is really good at like, you're really good at capturing other people's art styles into yours. Like I can tell you were trying to make it look like how Komu draws them, more than like how you would just innately try to draw those characters. In the same way that you've been doing, Z Cypher's been doing a series of like precure drawings in the style of oh fuck, what's his goddamn fucking name? Hajime Ueda. Yes, that's the one. Really sick artist. If y'all don't know, the Bakemonogatari ED artist, I'm sure that's probably what Ueda is best known for. Anyway.
Different kinds of cute mascot characters I see in anime. It's about a trans girl who starts working at a recording studio, which is entirely run by, surprise, surprise, secretly run by Anthrotalk.
Oh, you learned to do that in animation school. That makes sense. I always forget that animation is literally just the art of like drawing someone else's thing over and over and over again.
Mascots. She meets Genki, a Tanuki mascot, and the two of them strike up a very close bond and friendship. We explored her life as a trans girl, discovering herself, and the main voice is Giga Donk on
Estrogen is a performance-enhancing drug is hilarious.
YouTube. And Trixie the Golden Witch also is appearing as a voice. And that is relevant because all of these people, such as Z Cypher and Trixie and Gigadonk, are all people I met through Trixie's wonderful Discord.
I read in the chat, Is Mars Still Burning, said the song spoke to me, I had to make something for it. And I instinctively went to try to press the number 100 because in Discord, I try to react to like every single text that somebody sends, but I usually don't have anything to say, so I just try to send like an emoji, and usually it's just the number 100, which I consider to be the Mavis stamp of approval. Mavis is one of my fundamental personality alters who's very numbers driven and doesn't really talk, like doesn't really use words, you know. And so, but she really likes showing approval. So every time that Mavis approves of something, I just give it to 100, and I be doing that all day long on the Discord. And so instinctively, I tried to go 100 that post, and then I was like, this is YouTube chat. I have to speak out loud, or else nobody knows that I even read their thing. Which is kind of, I'm a little annoyed by that. I like that Discord gives me options to not like use words when I respond. I've come to value that quite greatly over time, because it was something that did not occur to me growing up. I was never like, I mean, I used a lot of SMS. I shouldn't say that. I used a ton of SMS faces as a kid, like the XD and a lot of lulls and raffles and that kind of stuff, and I still do use a lot of that, but I had never gotten into like emoji until a little later. And then when I unlocked the power of emoji, I was like, this is so much better of a way to be able to respond by just like putting a little face there that says like, yep, I saw this and here's how I feel about it, in like the most generically obvious way possible, you know. And if you know me, you know what I mean by it. Like, you know, it's something that could be misread by the wrong person, but if you know who I am, then contextually you'll know what I mean by the goddamn emoji, you know. Got a lot of emojis going on in chats. Good old XD from Max Potion. Love to see it. The little cat face, I do that one a lot from Taperclip. Taperclip, you're the first, I think, like ascended Chaos Chow in the chat. I think you're the first person who's been a member for 2 months and therefore gets the Chaos Chow icon fucking lifted. Me Boss says welcome back twice. Has the little, the Genki face. Funny kangaroo with the I'm being kind of a shit smiley, I assume is what that one's supposed to mean. O face. Whoa, that's cool. Yeah, hell yeah. Speaking of, I've been meaning to plug my member. I was going to do this earlier in the stream, but now that you've reminded me about memberships, I do members only videos now because I realized at some point, a lot of my content gets ripped off anyways. Like all the stuff I say eventually gets normalized. Like I'll say some shit, and then the best points I made will end up in someone else's video, then someone else's video, and then eventually everybody's saying it, and I'm never getting credit for it, you know, because, like, I just put it out there for free. And I like that. I like to disseminate thought and information, but I also want to be careful about what I let just be everybody's without me getting anything back, you know? Because some people are going to not only steal my shit and use it to profit themselves, which means that, like, while they're... So when people start making money off of saying the same thing I'm saying, they also have the opportunity to reach more people than I do because they can reinvest that money back into it. So, you know, if somebody just takes my ideas and makes a more processed version that is easier to make money off of, I'm totally fucked. You know, I have no way to do, you know, to compete with that, basically. And I think I have created way too much competition for myself, like by giving away my ideas for free for so long. And so on some level, I feel a need to like protect my ideas and also protect myself because I need to make money through this job. Like I've been poor for like more than 5 years, and my content, regardlessly how few people it might reach, those people are very insistent on how deeply it reaches them, you know? So it's like, if my content is really that good for the soul, there's lots of people who are going to give themselves excuses not to pay for it, you know? They're going to be like, as much as I love this content, I just, that's just not how I spend my money, you know, or whatever, like, mental framework they have that prevents them from thinking that, like, something that literally changed their lives for the better is somehow not worth their money. And a lot of people think that way, and so I'm like, fuck it, cut them off. If you don't think this life-changing advice content is worth your money, then you don't get to watch it. Now, I still give some of this game away for free because it's important to me. You know, I made this fucking Death to Imposter Syndrome video. This is 30 minutes of raw game for free. You know, the people who hang out in my Discord got to experience a 8-hour analysis video of them. A few of them, you know, were like, this is life-changing shit, and I'm going to be supporting you forever. And I'm like, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. So, you know, if you want to get in on the mental revolution of your own brain, you know, there's also members only shorts that for some reason don't see. Oh, here they are. There they are. There's the shorts. Posts and shit. They're good videos. My next one is going to be do not join the U.S. military. I recorded that actually before any of these, but I didn't want to make it the first one because it just felt like a little bit like of a weird topic to be like my first, like, you know, for sale members thing. But I keep bringing it up and people seem really interested in it. So that's going to be the next one. I post probably like tonight because it's already been 2 weeks since this long ass Thunderbolts review, and I got to keep the members fed. Got to keep y'all fed the same way you keep me fed. I'm currently up to, I don't know how many members. It's like $200 worth of members. Wait, I guess I can just look this up on stream. There's nothing in my studio that I can't show you. I do this all the time. I keep I'm like trying to remember what do I and don't I show on stream. Wow, I've made $1,000 in the last month apparently. That's really cool. That's super nice. And it's escalating. Oh, my views are escalating, but it's mostly because How to Recognize a Terrible Anime is like trending again. It's at 50. This video got 50,000 views this month, and it's gotten a corresponding large number of comments. But anyway, I don't make it like that much money off of that. What happened here? Why did I make so much on Saturday, May 31st? Did somebody send me like a huge super chat this day or something? I don't remember what was going on May 31st. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, May almost caught up to March. Well, this is nice because this means that in like a week I'm actually going to stop being poor for like a little bit. This will be like, oh wow, I have some spending money again for like at least a week. But okay, memberships, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, so I've made estimated revenue is 175 in memberships. But what's cool about that is all these people signed up in the last month, which means that ostensibly this is now my recurring monthly, much like Patreon. I just make this monthly now is the idea. So if I can get this up to $900, which is what my me and Bird's half of the rent is at home, I'm going to stop worrying about money. That's why I'm pushing membership so hard, is if I could get this number to 900, I'm not going to be worried about money on a personal level anymore for the short term. Obviously, I would like to make as much money as humanly possible, but...
Discord server called the Golden Butterflies. And on that note, the Golden Butterflies have now been doing...
The military video is a filler episode? No, not at all. It's more like... How do I put it? It was kind of what it was. I decided I was going to start making members only videos because I kept recording vlogs that I thought, this is really good, but I'm not going to make any money off of it. Like it's a video that's going to get 2,000 views and every comment is going to be like, wow, this is a great video. But 2,000 views is like $2, you know? And so just it was like, well, okay, I could release this and make $2 off of it, and then nobody remembers it in, you know, except for like the people who watched it will remember it, but nobody else is going to be like, oh, let me check back on that. I forgot about that military video I didn't watch, you know, like, whereas if it was just for members only, it's just going to be people who are paying me going and binging all the members only content who, you know, who love every single one of them and are willing to pay to fucking watch me do good content, you know, like that's the kind of people I'd like to appeal to, people who want to pay to watch me do good content. You know, it's not that I don't want to appeal to people who are too, like, some people can't afford it and would pay for it if they could. That's a different story. Those people, I want to help them make the money to be able to do that, you know? Because me too, I'm also somebody who, like, I'm spending very sparingly on art right now. Like, I'm only a patron of a couple or a member of, like, a couple channels, you know? So there's only a few artists I'm really even giving anything to, and other than publicity, you know? And even then, it's very limited publicity. It's not like I'm famous, you know. If anything, I'm more infamous. So my publicity is a double-edged sword on some level, but you all understand. Is it possible to gift memberships like on Twitch? Yes. But I don't know how to do it to one person specifically. I know you can gift, like, randomized memberships. I don't know if you can gift to a specific chat member. I hope you can, because then I would start encouraging everybody to start buying each other memberships, particularly anybody who can't afford it. Sarah, if you want the members only stuff, just contact me in private, because I'll give it to you personally, just because you're my friend. I also give it free to the moderators, my Discord moderators, even though some of them are members anyways. So, but I just didn't want any of them to not see any of it, because it's kind of important, you know. They are literally, like, training videos on how to be a person I would, like, want to be around, I guess. Like, you know, all my content, in a way, is like, hey, here's how to engage with me on a level that I will appreciate. But it's gotten easier to have those conversations more directly in the Discord, so I'm, like, less attached. I don't need to make content for everybody in order to figure out who is going to accept what I have to say, because I have, like, a whole culture of people who emphasis on the cult part of that. No, I'm joking. Gary always was talking about being worried that I was, like, going to become a cult, but it seems like he assuaged that concern. Pika Pika 2000, welcome to Sponsor Good. Hell yes. Hell yes. Now you can watch all the shorts, and you'll see the posts. The long videos are for people on the higher tier, but the shorts I give to the $3 tier as well. And while they are short, they are 3 minutes. I really be stretching that time limit on the shorts because I'm, like, trying to pack in a whole idea into a few minutes. But those shorts are quite good, I think. Glad to have you.
Doing a show together called Sunday Redial, where we, using a cute little mascot character designed by Z Cypher, kind of talk about each other's projects and support them. So the first episode of Sunday Redial is out, and if you want to learn more about Genki and Sienna and more about Z Cypher and more about all these talented artists, you can watch that show. And on the note of Sunday Redial,
real quick, Taper Clip in chat said, that hurts every time I hear about your ideas getting stolen. When I say your ideas aren't special on Scooter Pitch, I mean I want to stop anyone getting the one-itis with their dream shonen manga they'll never make. For sure, and I think it's a healthy mentality on some level to be like, well, you know, everything's been done before, but at the same time, there are people who will not think to do it until they see you do it, you know? And, like, I listen to a lot of music and podcasts and videos, and I just hear echoes of things that I said or did that I'm like, I don't know if that's necessarily because of me, because it could just be parallel thought. You know, like, on some level, if you and I watched the same movie and we had the same thoughts about that movie, and then we both put them into songs and the songs are kind of similar, that makes sense that would happen, you know? But sometimes it's like, it's almost specifically the thing I said or did, and I'm like, well, okay, it's possible you didn't know that I originated that, but I definitely originated that, you know? And it's not even that I think I could have profited off of it specifically because I wouldn't have known how. It's that somebody who already has, like, a machine that they're running that makes profit and they're just feeding ideas into it is... Like, think about AI, like, the most literal example, like, and the biggest threat to all of us as artists is people are literally taking our art and feeding it into an AI so that they can supplant us, you know? Like, the idea is, oh, you won't need to hire an artist because we stole their work and taught a machine how to do it. So, you know, that's the risk we're at if we don't hide our work to some extent at this point, is like the billionaires are finding they're always evolving the tendrilization of how they get into your pockets.
And positively moving forward in this direction. And also a special shout out to Kino, who does not have a online social media presence as far as I'm aware, but has given his permission for this to be used in the episode. So Kino has given their permission for this to be used in the episode, and it is a photo of Tirami as well that Kino also drew for me. So yeah, that's everyone I wanted to shout out.
Kika said, giving your ideas away for free is what spawned me, for real, for real. And that's true, and it is, I'm proud of having done it to this point. Another part of it is like, because my ideas are already out there, like there's a level on which I'm kind of just repeating myself at this point, right? Like, if you already understand my worldview, I guess I'm explaining it better over time. How do I put this? Because I do think my new content is better than my old content, but I also think it's harder for people who are like younger or more impressionable to understand, you know? Like at the time that because I was young and I was learning things that were like new to me and seemed like revelations to me, they also seemed like revelations to people younger than me, but not necessarily to people older than me, you know? And now I've gotten to a point where that's still somewhat true, but like the older you get, the more you kind of specialize into certain areas, right? Like, there's only so much truism about the world, like broadly, that you really need to understand to function in adult society. So like at some point you kind of max out the level of like wokeness you need, and then it becomes like, okay, well, what do I do? You know, like, how do I fit into this grand paradigm? Like, now that I'm one of the awoken individual adults in society, what do I do with that, you know? And like, people who are watching you and watching how you act are always going to take notes on either what they should do or what they shouldn't do. And I think that like young people especially tend to look towards like the obvious success, right? Like something that is blaringly saying like, this is cool and you want to be like this. And then as you grow up, you realize how many things you don't want to be like, you know, and you sort of single in on, no, I actually want to be specifically like this, you know? And that's when you end up in the really small niche communities like this one. And like, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't think my content really appeals to younger people anymore. And at this point, like, the people who are like looking for inspiration from someone like me, I just kind of assume are older, and therefore either in a position to financially support me on some level, or like if they are in a position that they could but they don't have to, are more likely to steal my stuff than, like, you know, I'm fine if a younger person steals my stuff in the course of trying to find their identity. That doesn't bother me, because they're not going to be able to do it as well as I do anyways, you know, unless they're just way better and then they deserve it. But like, if an older person or someone my age is just like, oh, my stuff sucks, but her stuff's great, I'm just going to do what she does because, you know, it's available to me to understand it and do it, then that's like more disappointing, you know? So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't mind that I gave so much away before, but I'm not trying to like attract that younger audience that, you know, those people are still watching my older videos, you know, like that. I'm sure that 50,000 views on that big anime face video is still like on the younger side of my audience, compared to stuff like this, you know, but like it's more like that video is basically about how to fit in with your anime club, you know, like how to have the conversation. I dropped this show in less than 3 episodes. That's all that video is about, is like how to tell your friends, I actually hated this anime so much I couldn't make it through the first episode. So that's why I think that appeals to younger people than something like, here's how to live every aspect of your life. Let me micromanage your existence as a creator, you know, which is like the level we're kind of getting to in the Discord. Is like, I'm literally like producing careers, and that's like, that's kind of, you have to be pretty confident in your art to let somebody else even get that close to having their hands on it, you know. And there are some people in the Discord who don't. Like, that is specifically why they're not more, like, active about posting their art, is that, like, they don't feel like they're ready to have it be interfaced with on that level, you know? I hope I'm making sense. I feel like I just went on a rant in a bunch of random directions, but I feel like my mind got sparked. Golden Butthole Free with $2 says, if you do let me call in, how do I do that? Okay, well, no, you don't get to call in if you can't even figure out how to do it, Landon.
He could use Discord, but
I would think if he understood how, but he said, if you do let me call in, how do I do that? I don't want to have to instruct.
Hey guys, it's me, Landon. I'm watching the show Fire Force, and I've just got to say, I'm not gonna drop it harder than my balls when I was 13, because this is a really bad Landon voice. Landon does not.
Yeah, Landon doesn't
like
sound like that.
Sorry, let me try and do an earnest Landon.
Text me Discord link. You wouldn't need a link. That's not how it works. Oh.
Hey guys, it's me, Landon. I'm watching the show Fire Force right now. That's not.
You gotta give him more of a Midwest accent. I dropped this show harder than my balls when I was 12. Like, yeah. Y'all ever seen Fire Force? I'm doing like
y'all.
a Hank Hill.
Have y'all ever seen Fire Force?
You're right, Sarah. I didn't eat enough ass first. I gotta eat ass.
They're not using propane. They're not using charcoal. These kids are spawning flames from their bodies. They're gonna put me out of business. This is not a good Hank Hill, but it's fun to do. I have also never seen King of the Hill, so I've seen clips, but
you should watch it. It's good. Good
Bobby, you aren't a third generation, are you?
ASC presents member for a month. Sponsor good says eating ass and eating ass accessories. Hell yeah! And you got the Chaos Chow. You're the second Chaos Chow. Second person to have the.
Why, Sarah Louise, I would love to watch King of the Hill with you. But currently, I'm in the middle of watching Fire Force. I literally just started.
What is this voice you're turning into? Hold on. You're starting to turn into another character's voice, but it's not Hank Hill. I don't know who. Keep going. I need to.
I don't know who I'm turning into. Fire Force is good. I just finished the second episode. It's fun.
I watched 2 episodes that quick. I guess I am 44 minutes into the stream.
I've realized in talking to people about Fire Force at work, I've been spoiling it for everyone because I'm saying, "Oh, it's set in the same universe as Soul Eater."
Oh, is that a spoiler?
Yeah.
Well,
because the end.
Now you've spoiled it for everyone here as well.
I was about to do it worse. I'll do it worse. The ending of Fire Force.
I was about to do it worse. I'll do it worse. Wait, Fire Force is over?
Well, the manga is, yeah.
I didn't know that.
I'm fairly certain that the ending of Fire Force resets the universe to become the universe of Soul Eater.
Oh, okay. Well, that's, like, chaos. I mean, that's just, like, I guess I'd have to see in context, is that, like, justified, or is it just like, all right, and then plot twist, it's Soul Eater all along.
Real quick, young Clipper, you will really like this show. I don't know if you saw Chainsaw Man, which you would also really like, but if you did, it's like Chainsaw Man with a bunch of fire fucking powers.
I can see that comparison, because they're like demon hunting cops.
Yeah, and the main character is a slightly less depressing Denji.
Well, I'll tell you, so where Fire Force goes after a few episodes is that their team ends up becoming, like, basically
the team.
Well, not that they're the what's the job that Harvey Dent had in fucking Batman?
Sorry, district attorney?
Yeah, but like, no, when it's whoever investigates, the like inward investigator, like when you investigate the other departments.
Internal affairs.
That's
also,
it. They become the internal affairs
pause.
team. So
Makima is my type. Is that bad? Yes, very. That's the point
that
of
is
the
kind
show.
of the point of the show, is that it's not a good thing to follow someone like that. But yeah, the basically like volume 3 or so, I think they become like the internal affairs crew. So
I really like the name Taperclip. I'm sure I've seen them before.
Yes,
but I'm just registering it now.
They are a taper.
Well, sure, but it's called Taperclip, like a paper clip.
Oh my god, that hadn't occurred to me. I'm a fool. That never.
It just occurred to me too.
Oh my god.
Landon, you were in the Discord. You got kicked out of it. Also, that's not how Discord works.
Yeah, you can just call somebody on Discord. You don't have to be in a Discord. Brr. Oh, Isabel Incorporated with $22 says, please watch Glass Reflection Kill La Kill. Holy hell.
Riley's lying to me. Riley's saying he's currently watching Hell on Wheels. He's stringing me up. He's pulling my leg.
No,
he's
he might be watching
taking me out to the shed.
It's possible.
Nah.
Maybe he's in real cowboy hours.
I've been down this road before. Where Riley goes, oh, I've seen all of Hell on Wheels, and then I bring up something from the 4th season. I'm totally messing around. Please finish the fucking show. I'm gonna have to rewatch it because it's been a long time since I've seen all of Hell on Wheels.
Yeah, we recently rewatched the second to last episode.
I watched a lot of the last season recently.
Yeah. It's fucking good.
It is great.
I
Hell
really
on
gotta
Wheels
pee.
is awesome.
Will you stand here and just talk to the chat for a minute while
I'll
I
sit
pee?
here and talk to the chat.
Yeah.
I'll just watch Fire Force and talk to the chat.
Don't do that because the stream will get taken down.
No, I mean on my phone.
Oh.
Landon was... Oh my god. TV's Adam Bush. That's not... No. Who's Adam Bush? Oh, fuck. Indie. From My Music. Yeah, no, I know Indie very well. I don't know if you guys saw the Fine Bros production of My Music. It's a weird thing to know this guy from. But he was also in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But I've only ever seen him in My Music, which I liked quite a bit. I think there were 2 or 3 seasons. It's cute, it's fun. I don't know that it holds up. I think I watched the first season of it with B recently. God, I'm trying to remember what Metal's bit was. But anyway, yeah, it basically, My Music was a Fine Bros show where it was a a music production company, music social media company. It's kind of hard to pin down what they actually did. And the employees were all named after genres of music. So Adam Bush was indie, and he was the CEO, I believe, and he was indie music. There was, she was Idol, maybe? I don't remember if she was called Idol or Pop. I think it was Idol, and she was just pop music, basically. I think she was played by, God, I don't remember her last name, but there's a very famous YouTuber by the name of Grace, I think. And that's who played her. Then Metal, who his first name's Jared, the actor. I don't remember what his last name is, but he was really fun. There's dubstep and techno, I think. And dubstep only talks in beatboxing. It's fun. But yeah, Landon's really trying to call in. I don't think you should let him.
I'm not going to. I told him that. I'm not.
Oh, also,
first of all, I've already been paid for a request. And second of all, you can't even figure out how to make it fucking work. That's not good radio.
Hey, gang, real quick. I've seen a lot of stuff about Death Becomes Her recently. I've never heard of it. I know it's a movie, and I know it's a Broadway play. What do we think of Death Becomes Her? Bye.
Then you have to figure that shit out before there is a live stream. Okay. We're going to watch fucking Glass Reflections Kill La Kill video. I'm getting paid to make fun of my peers again. Oh boy. 11 years ago, Who's calling me? Krona. No! How are you?
I'm epic.
You are epic.
And I heard that we were reacting to Glass Reflections Kill the Kill video, and I started rushing really fucking hard to get here before you started it.
Excellent. I wasn't sure if this would be something you would absolutely not want to have to sit through, or absolutely be dying to sit through with me.
I'm sure it'll be very funny.
I'm screen sharing on Discord for you. Okay. Are you all ready?
I'm ready. Get hype, get hype, get hype, get hype.
Oh, I guess I
hype.
should ask the chat, does Krona sound good and all? Do I need to do anything? Gigadonk, I mean, god damn it. I had to get used to being live. Gigacroc? Are you a crocodile?
That's Croc, that's short for Chronocock.
Oh, I see. Chronocopia. You have a chronocopia of good ideas.
I think everyone should buy a pair of Chrono Crocs. That's abbreviated to Crocs, of course.
Those are they're literally, you're talking about the Soul Eater Krona Crocs, which do exist and are real.
I've seen them. Yeah. I want a pair. I gotta get the Crocs, and I gotta get the baby jeggings.
The what? Excuse me? The baby jeggings?
Okay, I have to educate you. This will only take like 10 seconds. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, it's really funny how Landon is like, how do I call in? And then you just like did it because you know how. Which is why you were invited to do so before the show, because you know how. And
I am a god. I sent to DMs.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, let me just check. Hold on. Make sure I debate. Oh, what is this? Is a whole ass. All right, let's check this out. A whole meme. The baby jeggings. What do we got here? The fucking stock photos.
Oh, Master Yosho. So you've ordered the baby jeans.
Oh
Hello?
goodness. Wait, what the hell? You made me leave the call with Krona.
But can you hear me?
Yes. Why am I in a call with you now, though?
You're on stream?
Yes, I have to put you and Krona into the same call, or else this doesn't.
I'll
work.
do that then. I'm just trying to prove literally how easy it is to call you on Discord.
Did you hang up on me?
I'm sorry, Bird called me, and he was trying to just prove, I guess, how easy it is to call in. But in doing so, what he also proved is that you cannot simply just make it into a group call that easily. I have to do a whole thing for that. That's why also we will not. Everyone needs to have a better understanding of how it works before they try to do it. Okay. Anyways,
I wanted to inform you that I did find a pair of the baby jeggings. I've had that page bookmarked for years. I just keep forgetting to buy them. They're extremely important. I do plan to buy them. I should do that now, actually. I should do that right now.
I see Ellen in chat. The temptation to call Trixie right now is very high. If you actually want to be added to the call, I can probably figure that out. But again, I'm just trying to clarify for especially Landon why this is. I'm having a bit of a Dick Masterson moment right now because he has had to freak out on people for this as well. Like, if you're doing a show, the last thing you want to have to do on the show is figure out how to do the show. That's just the worst radio. No one wants to watch you fucking explain to someone how to do something that they probably know how to do. Who is calling me now? Butthole Weeb. No, I just explained how this is not. It's not. I have to make it a thing. He figured out what he should have figured out before you called in. Now Bird has figured out how to call both of us, I guess.
Meow.
I did it.
Bird figured it out.
Holy shit.
Brilliant.
Look at. Oh my god, I understand Discord and I hardly ever fucking use it.
I didn't even know you could have done that, what you just did, but that was impressive.
Put 2 people into a call? What are you talking
Well, like,
about?
I was already in a different call, so, like, you know.
I just put you both into a call. I called it.
Brilliant. Literally brilliant.
Hang on, I have to send a request real quick to the stream. I have to request like $50 so you don't let Landon in the call.
Landon would have to figure out how to call.
He figured out how to call just me, but not how to do the special.
Oh, he
trick.
called you?
He did right before you did, but he tried
That's
to
funny.
call just me the same way you did, which the same thing we had just gone over.
I don't even know Landon's Discord, so even if I wanted to, I have no power to add him.
That's crazy.
I'm just gonna turn this into like an auction type deal where like I keep bidding higher and higher. Like I'm going to send $100 to Trixie to not let Landon in. And then Landon's gonna send $100 and 1 penny to get in, and then I will raise my bid to $200, and then he'll go $200 and 1 penny, and I'll just keep escalating till you have all of Landon's money.
I think she might already.
Okay, Bird, are you planning to hang out and watch this Glass Reflection Kill La Kill review?
I'm around.
Have you seen You've seen Kill La Kill, right?
Yeah, all of it. It's good. I like sexy times.
Kill la Kill was my favorite anime for a long time. I haven't watched it in a while though.
It's really good.
Wait,
All
someone said hi, Bird. It's Max, as in Kimball? It looks like who it would be.
Max, not Max Potion, right? Because Max Potion's in chat.
Max Potion.
It is Max Potion.
That's not not your friend Kimball, no. That's Max Potion.
Oh, okay.
Is a newer member of our community who is very cool, and we all love him.
I see.
He's a fan.
There's not a lot of people who go like, "Hey, Bird, it's me," without like me knowing who they are.
Hiya, Bird. It's me, Steve. Have you seen Blue, my puppy?
No.
Yeah, everybody probably underestimates how little you actually read of the Discord that isn't specifically your name. How did Blue get in the call? What happened? Did I miss a beat?
I made a spicy Blue's Clues reference, and I summoned forth the dog.
Landon, stop trying to call me. That's not how it works. You son of a bitch. I will end you.
Son of a bitch. I'm in.
I'll end him again.
Okay, we have to watch.
Was I the one who...
We have to watch this Glass Reflection anime review, Kill La Kill. I'm starting this. I'm sure I'm gonna pause it a lot. I hope everybody can hear. Oh my god, he's calling me again. Landon, I'm going to literally fucking block you on Discord because you will not stop calling me, and I'm trying to... I'll unblock you later, but you're blocked for now because you keep calling me, and I fucking just told you to stop.
It's funny because this is exactly what my friend Haley did the first time we streamed together.
Some people are goofballs. I understand. I'm trying to do a professional stream where I have to make more than just the $22 I've already been paid to watch this video that keeps getting pushed off because of hijinks of Landon trying to call me. You know what I mean? So, like, there's only so much before it starts to become, like, now you're... fucking Blue.
If somebody sends request monies, Blue will find a clue. So get smashing that money button over in the corner.
Wait, does Blue make, like, a different sound when she finds a clue?
She goes...
Oh, okay, but otherwise, I'm the Blue that's in the voice call is talking like Blue, right?
Yeah.
Blue. Okay.
As my
Cool.
memory serves, that is correct. Yes.
All right.
Okay, let's watch this now. Yeah, Kill La Kill. I'm gonna pause that just to make sure that it's not going to cause any copyright issues, because I don't trust everyone else's editing.
First thing that popped into my mind was the fucking lead edit of this song. Smoking weed every day.
Oh god, he's slow clapped for the intro. That's already annoying.
Today, Kill La Kill. If you like watching a show of this magnitude, I only have one question.
If you like watching a show of this magnitude,
What
is the magnitude?
for you? Explosions?
A nostalgia critic ass delivery.
If you like shows of this magnitude, I have a question for you. Explosions?
I have a question for you.
Is that
Does
sorry?
the waffle bacon at
sorry,
midnight?
Is that quote from like a Borderlands?
It sounds
Not
like
yours, Krona, but
I can't even, like, what does that fucking even mean? What is the magnitude? Like, he didn't is the magnitude of the show explosions? Is that what he's communicating? Like, this show feels like explosions?
I can intuitively get what he means, because Kill la Kill is a very, like, loud, ostentatious show. Lots of, like, in your face, like fuck you, this is what the show's about, like, you know. That's what he means by
magnitude.
Phrasing.
Sorry,
so strange.
Krona, have you seen Spaceballs?
A long time ago, yeah.
Did you know they're making another one?
My partner told me that just last night.
Awesome. I love your partner, and I've never met.
No, I know. You guys would be very good friends. We're gonna get you two together soon.
Hell yeah! Is there going to be like cuddling involved?
He's not as chatty as you, but I'm sure we can arrange that.
Okay. Do you think maybe I could string up a hammock in a couple of trees? You know, set up a real nice romantic setting.
Yeah, in our living room. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. You have trees in your living room? What the fuck?
Listen, it's hot as shit outside. I will bring the trees indoors if I have to. I don't want to be out there.
What happens when the trees get too big?
I eat them. My big fat belly.
What kind of trees you? What?
I am mentally ill. Let's continue the video.
I'm still trying to, like, work through how I would have phrased this to make it make sense. Like, hey, do you like explosions? Or, like, you know...
Sorry, what was the original quote?
He said, if you like shows of this magnitude, then I have a question for you. Explosions? And I'm like...
What does
like,
that mean?
how I would say this is, like, I would have probably opened the video just, Kill la Kill feels like an explosion happening localized inside your chest as you get pumped and you fucking run into, you know, like, if you're gonna be dorky, like
an 8.0 magnitude explosion of cum.
Yes, exactly. All right.
Now, let's start with the obvious, okay? Many people like to compare today's show to that.
All right, I'm gonna pop off
Gone.
for a bit,
Now,
but stay on this call and I can join back.
Okie dokie.
Second, I thought he
Why
meant
is
pop
that?
off, as in
Besides,
I'm going to fucking destroy this video. Pop off for a bit.
Ellen said, I can't get
Last
over why
reflections.
he's dressed like an Utena character. Is that who he's supposed to be? I always thought... To me, it always gave, like, Char Aznable, but it's not. I don't know what it is. Like, I assume this is a specific cosplay.
Would you prefer that he cosplay as Satsuki Kiryuin?
Right as I left, I checked in the chat one last time, and someone said I'm gonna give 5 big booms for that, and I just needed to be a part of it. So, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heard your brother died. Let's get 5 big booms.
That is a classic clip. Yeah, I don't know either an Utena character or a random bellhop for the nearest hotel. He wears this outfit in literally every video and, like, every appearance he's ever made. Like, this is his character design, is, like, the blonde hair in a ponytail, the red jacket, the tie underneath.
Was he broke? You not afford more cosplays?
I think he just really wants to have, like, a recognizable character, and so this is what he chose. And he's been doing it since, like, 2009 or some shit. Like, he's been around for a really long time.
Yeah, I agree with Ellen Horai in the chat.
video's
If
from
he had dressed
2014.
in a skimpy schoolgirl outfit, that would be much better. Yeah, no, I'm gonna make my own Kill la Kill video with blackjack and hookers. I'm gonna buy my own kamui, and I'm going to look hot as fuck. It's gonna be perfect.
I'll give him one thing. He made this video before I had even seen Kill la Kill, so, you know, that's my level of legit. I was too deep into Brony when Kill la Kill came out. Also, he has Shiki from Kata no Kyokai right behind his head, and the Major. So, like, and Lane. So I have to take a step back here for a second, and before I, like, roast this guy too hard, These are three of the women I identify with the most in anime, like, at all. Like, the Major is literally my hero. She is my desktop background, this shitty fucking pixelated Major. She's my favorite character to have as my desktop background. Shiki is literally me, the dissociative queen. Lane, also dissociative queen. Yuki Nagato, also dissociative queen. I think maybe something's being signaled here through all of this, but, you know, I'm just saying, these are great characters. So not knocking his overall taste based on whatever he says. Elaine, it's so good to see you.
Elaine, I missed
the
you.
obvious
Meow,
fact
meow, meow,
of
meow, 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 meow.
who made it. My theory, if you recall my review of Gurren Lagann about a year or so ago, is that Lagann is so unique that we need...
I hate when people say login. It's not
Login.
It's not a fucking account on a computer. You don't log into Gurren.
I'm gonna Gurren
Gurren
Lagann.
Lagann.
Infinity.net.
Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Gonna fucking Gurren Lagann to furaffinity.net. Let's go.
Toppa. I feel like I said Toppa. Toppa. Tengen Toppa.
Tengen Toppa. Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, that was really good.
to come up with our own word.
Dunk Breaker.
Yeah. Kimi ga shita. I got the whole animation in my head now. Let's go.
Kill la
Hot
Kill
blooded.
is the same way, except instead of having to come up with a completely new word from scratch, we can just use the same one. Stufective. It's
I'm sorry.
Stupefective. Stupefyingly effective?
stupid,
Oh.
yet effective.
I would have preferred stupefyingly effective, but sure. I guess.
Literally.
This face, though, is actually really great. This would be a great emote. If anybody wants to screen cap this for an emote, just saying, this would be great.
I got you. Once I
Lagann
keep it
blazed its
paused.
own trail, and mine is
Oh shit, I already fucking hit play. God damn
dang.
it. It's okay, somebody will
well
get it.
created its own genre for being so unique. Because of this, it's not surprising that Kill la Kill gets compared to it, because it's basically following the same path. Both have colorful explosions, a nonsensical plot, and female characters who barely wear any clothing. Yada yada yada. But I do have to wonder if it actually is it's
Ha,
stupefective
Sarah got it.
like its predecessor. Now it is indeed, well, stupid. If you think
Very
the series has anything intellectual besides the sheer amount of brain power required to come up with a plot
yeah.
like this in the first place, you're going to be sore.
Yeah, shout out to Lane. I had to pause on a shot where Lane is more visible in the background.
Really disappointed. But is it effective? Well, that's something we're going to try to figure out before the verdict. Ladies, gentlemen, and others, my name is Arcada, and welcome to Glass Reflection.
I also appreciate, I'm just going to say, that these are all official posters, because particularly back then at the time, there were, like, a lot of big YouTubers who had just a bunch of, like, what are very clearly, like, fake fucking, like, fan-made posters of, like, hot anime chicks all around the background, and I don't know. At least this has the air of, like, I care about the, you know, the people who made the thing getting my money. Not that they really do, but, you know, it's the sentiment that counts.
I am slightly perturbed by this shot composition. I don't love the way the posters are arranged. It's not very pleasing to my eyeballs.
It would be
but
nice
the posters
if,
themselves are pretty rad.
It would be nice if he was in between so that you could see both Major and Shiki, and then like also if you know it's angled so you could see a little, like maybe her eyes would be nice. But whatever.
Today, Studio Triggers.
I'm sure this is just literally how his posters are laid out in his room. It's, you know.
Also, I've seen those exact images so many times because those are like the cover arts on my DVDs.
Yeah, for sure. They are literally like volume 1 DVD covers of each show.
Kill la Kill.
Yeah.
Let's jam. Welcome to the world
That
of Kill la
guitar
Kill.
riff
Saka,
reminded me of those old Nostalgia Critic videos
and making sense
where he used to
does
have a
not
song
matter.
that
Yes,
would
making
go like,
sense is
"I'm a
like a Venus
motherfucking
flytrap."
T-Rex." It was like
Wait,
that
what?
kind of energy.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he used it a few times. Like, I don't remember the context. I remember. Oh yeah, no, it was in his Lord of the Rings video where he was talking about how Legolas is so overpowered, and he played the clip of Legolas killing that giant elephant thing and sliding down its trunk like a snowboard. And then he like played that song in the background, going, "I'm a motherfucking T-Rex," and I found it very cringeworthy. Continue.
Yeah, no, Nostalgia Critic was definitely, even in 2014, like, still, in terms of internet reviewer, like, it was pretty much still, like, AVGN Nostalgia Critic, and I feel like this was around when like the Plinkett reviews would have had like a shitload of views, but I don't feel like they were in the same, like they didn't appeal to the same people somehow, because they're not, well, I don't know. Eventually they must have, but I feel like somehow I did not hear about those videos until much later, even though I think categorically they're kind of in the same, you know, like space of the internet, but like everyone was copying one of those three, so it's like, you know, even I, to an extent, like the videos I made that got popular are Mr. Plinkett knockoffs, so like I just think it was inevitable you're gonna see the lifeblood of one of those in these old older
balloons for
YouTube
teeth.
videos.
You just make it up on the spot as you go. We start off in the totalitarian-run school of Hanoji Academy,
Bye,
where
Pika
Kyurin
Pika.
Satsuki rules.
Oh, got a birthday hangout to go to. Oh, well, that's cool. That's not a bad reason to be leaving. Have fun.
With an iron fist. Her rule is reinforced by sets of clothing she had created, known as...
Oh yeah, shout out Brody. I don't think I shouted you out yet. But hello. I love you.
Hi, Brody. I'm gonna pet you.
Brody said I didn't hit like until now. Yes, always remember to hit the like button because it helps with the algorithm. And I'm trying not to be a total bully about it, but there's a lot of streamers I follow who literally, when you click on their stream, like a poll will come up that's like, did you click like yet? And then it's like, oh, I got you. The option's like, I got you, or already way ahead of you, you know, like...
Goku uniforms, which she
I
gives to the
forgot.
students she finds worthy. These uniforms give the wearer superpower.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give Brody mod privileges in chat.
Yeah, give her the power to kill. We are women who kill.
Yeah.
Or strength that is far greater than what they have on their own. But to stop any kind of uprising from occurring, she makes sure that her most loyal
This
subjects
is what the
have
show
the most
is
powerful
about.
uniforms.
But, however,
I wish there was more but however going on. This is very like and then. There's a classic South Park quote, right, about how they say you can't do and then storytelling. It has to be however but, like, you know, like it's always got to be that something is blocking the path, because otherwise it's just going, you know, like.
Yeah.
Enter our main character and transfer
Hello?
student, Matori.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back.
I have a question, Lee.
Yeah.
Why do I know Kenjiro Suda?
I don't remember. Let me look it up.
He's a character called Joker in Fire Force, who is very quickly becoming my favorite. Granted, it's only the third episode, but
Voice actor, you mean, right?
yeah. Well, he's also my
I'm the
favorite character.
Joker.
His voice is very, very familiar, and I really can't tell why.
All right, let me go through. Let's see. He's in. You haven't seen Kodocha or Rurouni Kenshin or Metabots in Japanese, Beck, or he's in Naruto.
I'm also looking.
Shinemon in Naruto. Fuck. What have you actually? K Project Mikoto Suo.
Who's Kishibe in Chainsaw Man?
I don't remember. Who is Mikoto Suo in K?
That's why the Red King.
Yes, Red King. It's him.
Okay, that makes sense.
He's
Okay,
also one of
Chainsaw
the-
Man.
It's one of the main free boys.
Kishibe is the guy who kills Power and Denji over and over again.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that guy rules.
Yeah.
He's
There's
also
something else though.
someone called Atomic Samurai and One Punch Man. I don't think I got that far, or I don't remember.
I've
Or wait, I do
heard
remember.
of
Now.
Atomic Samurai.
I don't remember what he does. I assume he's like an atomic bomb or something. Well, if you're in chat and you know this guy, shout out your favorite character. He apparently played a guy just named Lizard in African Salaryman, so shout out Lizard. This guy's literally you. Alright, let's continue this video.
Ryuko.
Oh,
Ryuko
he fucking
is fresh
voices
from the trail of
Nanami.
her father's murder, which has
Oh, well,
In Jujutsu Kaisen.
that would definitely be the reason you recognize the voice, because that is
Well,
like
it's
super
him and
recognizable.
Mikoto Suo.
Yeah.
I think.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, now I know what the voice you're talking about. I know why this is recognizable.
It's the same voice.
Yeah.
This led her to the academy.
Anyway, yeah, I
Satsuki.
recognized
But
the
Satsuki,
voice. I
after
looked
doing
at the guy and I was like, I don't know who this guy is, and B usually does. Anyway, bye-bye.
everything
I'll be back later.
right admitted
Love you.
to
Meow.
murdering Ryoko's dad, ignoring the fact that we, the viewer, see a flashback of a female figure that looks identical to Satsuki fleeing from the crime scene, so it, couldn't possibly be anybody else. Pause for effect.
She forces Ryoko to fight her.
Oh god, I hate when you bring in like a random ass other show, like an aesthetic. It takes my brain a second to be like, was that fucking like 2000s Disney Treasure Planet or whatever the fuck? Like
That was Atlantis: The Lost Empire.
Atlantis. That one. I haven't seen either one of those actually, so
Oh damn.
they look cool, but I don't know.
Her way up the
They
school's
are-
pecking
yeah.
order of badasses, giving her hope that eventually the answers will be revealed.
Granted, as expected with these kinds of shows, the story at the beginning is rarely the whole picture. Over time, the plot evolves into an explosion fest that exponentially scales into a battle that has the fate of the entire human race on the line. And that's pretty badass.
I
Not
guess
gonna lie.
it's like pretty like every anime story actually, but whatever.
Let's change segments.
This is really a different time than YouTube, where you had to like pretend that you care so much about everything you're saying. Kill the Kill is so
Yeah.
fucking cool. Like,
I
stop.
really do. With his content, it always feels like pulling teeth to some degree, and I also feel that with some of
Trying
my
so hard. Like, I don't know.
a lot of my old videos. I feel that too, especially the ones where it's like I had to literally get drunk and like ramp myself up emotionally to talk about it. And like I watch those videos and I'm like, why did this take so much to get out? Like these are things I could just say now. I just casually be like, yeah, of course, this,
Yep.
but back then it felt like I was fucking moving a boulder uphill just to say those things.
You gotta be a character. You gotta be expressive. You gotta make a fun show for everybody to watch on the internet.
Yeah,
Just,
I could tell that's the
eh.
part he struggles. Like, and having met him, and I'm saying this in the nicest way possible, the guy is not charismatic. So, like, he's really putting his all into trying to be charismatic, but it's so awkward because it's like,
I can see it in his face. He's playing it up, and
yeah,
it just feels phony to me. Like it's
for sure.
yeah.
Now, a good thing about a show like this is that its characters are pretty straightforward.
I mean, I could see it in who's behind him on the wall. Like, these women don't speak.
good thing-
Like, these are literally the 4 most quiet women in anime I could think of. Like, now that I'm really thinking about it, like, Yuki doesn't talk, fucking Shiki only talks to Mikia, her boyfriend. Like, the Major is often, I mean, she talks to, like, the people she's working with on operations. She doesn't talk about herself or, like, what she's thinking. Lane almost doesn't speak for half the fucking show. Like, so this guy clearly relates to, like, the strong, stoic, dissociated, quiet in the back of the room type of characters. And he's, like, putting his all into trying to be, like, a magnetic, fun character. I get that and I relate to that. But, man, it is, like, brutal to actually watch, like, the growth steps of that, trying to become like a cool internet guy and just like
It is
because
very fun to see. It's
like,
very entertaining.
I
The
just
Glass
can't-
Reflections man is reflected in his waifus. You see.
I can't imagine like that he would have been as successful as he has been if he hadn't been like one of the first guys doing this with anime, and like the production is pretty good. Like for bedroom production, it's like at the level you anticipate for YouTube at the time, so like I think he basically was scraping by of being like just good enough to be like that popular, but over time it's become like, oh man, this is hard to look back on. Like it doesn't age well. It feels very 2014 in a way where like my big anime face video, the one I said got 50,000 views this month, like almost every comment it gets is, I can't believe this is 8 years old. Like over and over again that comment shows up is, how is this 8 years old? This feels like how everyone writes on YouTube now. And it's like, yeah, I did that. This video
Yeah.
did that,
Yeah.
this is how people wrote before that, like this is what it was like when it was still Nostalgia Critic was the biggest influence, and like analysis
Everybody was
wasn't.
trying to be angry video game nerd.
And Glass Reflection himself has talked about how like he literally shifted his content to be more towards analysis after I got like me and Super Eye Patch Wolf and Mother's Basement. Really, I would consider the 3 of us to be the breakout analytical YouTubers of 2015. Like, it was pretty much that year when Crunchyroll really went all in on promoting on YouTube, and like YouTube's associations like really pushed the three of us as like being related channels, you know. And I probably should have maintained that because I'd have a lot more money if I had kept that in pocket, but you know, whatever. It is what it is.
I'm sorry, Brody in the chat. This really is an EFAP. Every face of pause.
Yeah, it's true.
About a show like this is that its characters are pretty straightforward. Ryuko wants to avenge her dad and do whatever she has to in order to do so, even if that means finding a set of demonic-like clothing in her basement that transforms her into the most magical girl in history. By the way, Kill la Kill is a magical girl anime. Don't know if I mentioned that yet. You can agree with me, or you can just deal with it. Anyway, the main development that
we'll see how Komugi feels about that.
Is when she.
Wait,
he said it's a magical girl show. You can either agree with me or deal with it. And I'm like, I know. Well, you know, I know Shames and Komugi will have some opinions about that. I suspect that if this gets clipped, there will be like a large on-screen text that just details exactly like whether or not this should be considered a magical girl show.
Ignores the advice given to her by the show's music, of all things. You see, when she does something particularly badass, some awesome music kicks in with the lyrics that say, "Don't lose your way." And try to guess what she does constantly.
Yes, Childish Armenza, we are watching another Glass Reflection.
She loses her way. It might as well be the subtitle of the show. Kill la Kill, lose your way. But it's in losing her way that she grows as a character, and it would be beautiful if I could get...
You know, I will say I actually kind of like this point. I hadn't really thought about it that directly.
Yeah.
That, like, that is what the show is her losing her way and then being told not to and then going back in. That's decent. I like that.
Over her outfit. Heck, her demonic-like outfit is its own character.
I like when people, like, state something that seems obvious but isn't necessarily obvious, you know?
While he speaks, he doesn't do much. Senketsu, as she calls him, occasionally acts as a voice of reason when Ryuko starts to go overboard. He gives what advice he can, even though everything is as new to him as it is to Ryuko. Now, Satsuki's character is a little less straightforward, mainly because her motive for everything she does is shrouded in mystery until about three-quarters of the way through the show.
Yeah, thank God.
Really, as a character, she can be boiled down to just someone who does not want to be proven wrong. She's stubborn with her beliefs and thinks that what she
the way he said Bakemonogatari flashed back through my head. I would try to copy it, but I don't think I can. It's like a musical on a level. It's not like in a good way, but you know.
Best way to accomplish her goals, whatever those happen to be. Of course, it takes someone like Ryuko to show her otherwise, but it's that stubbornness that's basically Satsuki's family in a nutshell.
That time he said Satsuki, okay.
Oh no.
There once was a man from Nantucket. I forget the rest, but her mother's a whore. Beyond those two, the secondary characters introduced...
Har har Thursday. Is it real knee slapper there? I'm yucking it up. I'm yucking.
So the point of that was him trying to say that Satsuki's mom is the bad guy, right? But he called her a whore?
If we're gonna throw around that word, I think Hideyuki Imaishi is the biggest whore in the room.
Let me go back. I need to hear this again because I'm like a little.
And it actually reminds me of a joke I heard once. Basically, Satsuki's family in a nutshell. And it actually reminds me of a joke I heard once. There once was a man from Nantucket. I forget the rest, but her mother's a whore. Beyond those.
It's the most Doug Walker fucking line delivery I've ever heard.
Yeah, what is the man from Nantucket bit? Like, what is actually the whole... Is it about, like, having your mom be, like, a whore or someone who... Her mom's not a whore. She's, like, an evil fucking outfit. She's, like, a sentient alien clothing that wants to, like, harvest humanity. A whore is not an effective summary of what is wrong with Satsuki's mom. She's also like a raper, like a daughter raper. Like she's just bad.
I just feel like most of the things he's saying are like all the jokes aren't really meant to be taken seriously as part of the analysis. I think he's just adding in little random humor to, because that was kind of that was the style at the time. You know, you had to put random fucking gags in your YouTube videos so the audience doesn't get bored because everything has to be funny. Every review has to be funny. Thank fucking God it's not the case anymore.
I guess I was just mostly struck by the use of the word whore being like that. It just in the year of our Lord 2025, 11 years later, would never be used that way because it would not be considered woke. And I understand that this was a different time, and I'm sure he would not probably write the video that way now. But it struck me as like, oh wow, times are different. You know, like this isn't a joke you can just make in 2025 like this. Like,
yeah, this is an old video, isn't it?
It's from 2014. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that 'cause Max Potion said slut shaming in 2025, and I just want to clarify this is an old fucking video. Hopefully, he doesn't make jokes like that anymore.
No, I'm glad Max's mind went to the same place mine went, though. It's just like, wow, okay, like, wait, she's a whore? Yeah. That's the issue? What about being, like, a mass murderer? Like, she's, like, a terrible human. She's not, like, I don't know, whore is, like, something...
severely.
Yeah.
To the secondary characters introduced all have ranging personalities, usually distinguished by the various superpowers that their uniforms give them. And while I could go into...
Like, now you would just say her mom's a fascist and everybody would understand. Like, that is literally what the show is explicitly... The whole joke of Kill La Kill...
Satsuki's mother is problematic.
No, but, like, the joke of the show is that in Japanese, the words fashion and fascist sound the same. Like, that's the whole concept of Kill La Kill, is, like, fashion, fashi means the same. It means fashion and fascist. Like, it's... The idea is, like, what if fashion was fascist? Because it is, obviously. But, like, what if we made a show about that? And, like, that's the, you know... But
Barbara,
yeah.
manatee, 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 or the one for me, one for me, one for me, sent from up above, up above, up above. You are the one I love, Barbara, oh, Barbara.
I'll take you to the ball, Barbara Manatee.
Krona said, I'll take you to the ball, Barbara Manatee.
Barbara Manatee.
I love that Bird couldn't hear it, but Krona was singing along with him the whole time. And I was like, yes, this is where I want to be.
I must go,
this was me all day at work. I was literally walking around at work all day singing Barbara Manatee. I know it was annoying. I wasn't really trying for it to be so. I just had it stuck in my head.
Made my fucking day.
You made Krona's day.
Nice. I finished episode 3 of Fire Force.
Very clean.
Still good.
Very clean. I'm still watching Glass Reflections anime review Kill La Kill, and in fact, I'm not even happy.
Oh my god, wait, Krona, what's your favorite silly song with Larry?
It's either Barbara Manatee or the Cheeseburger song.
Barbara Manatee or Cheeseburgers.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
We're just like solid. Great choice.
Oh, wait.
No, mine's
also
Cheeseburger.
the sports utility vehicle.
I was about to say, what about sports utility vehicle?
I forgot about that one. Oh my god, I forgot about sports utility vehicle.
How did you forget about
sports utility?
There's so many silly songs.
You drive a SUV.
And pick up a
well, I guess not really.
Whoa, you and me. In our sport utility vehicles.
I can't deal with you not being able to hear what Crona's saying anymore. Don't be
going to 7-Eleven to pick up a dozen eggs. Whoa, you and me. In our sport utility vehicles.
Woogie bongy.
It's okay. We can sing it in person together in a couple days.
That's true. That's true. She'll be here for you to sing it in chorus in a couple of days.
Fuck yeah, sport utility vehicles.
My VHS tape of the silly song countdown.
VeggieTales was genuinely so good. Anyway,
I did not grow up with it at all.
I know.
I mean, VeggieTales is a pretty good anime.
It's ubiquitous to me because I didn't grow up super religious.
Oh, it was pretty ubiquitous when I was a kid. It was just that I knew it was a Christian thing and I was like avoiding it.
I knew it was and didn't care.
Yeah, I probably would have enjoyed it if I actually saw it. I just was like, oh, it's get this Christian stuff away from me.
My dad didn't like it, but we like had the VHSs and CDs and stuff because it's good.
I have
like,
a
it's
stack
fun.
of them.
Oh no, what we gonna do? The king likes David more than me and you. Oh no, what we gonna do? We gotta get him out of here. We could throw
enough VeggieTales. I have to get back to the Glass Reflections video.
Him rot in jail.
You gotta get him out of here, but
Beatrice
Just
got
like ran into the wall.
I ran into this thing.
Oh, you ran into the TV tray. Oh my lord.
That made me
well,
very happy.
that was adorable. It made me very happy too, but I also have to watch this fucking Glass Reflections video. This isn't a place for happiness. This is work, god damn it. We'll be happy in several days when we all hang out in person. But not now. Now we have to suffer through
All right.
this is not actually suffering. It's pretty funny, but
Let's fucking go.
The detail about each of them is probably better that you witness their insanity.
truth be told, I just wanted to look at Jakuzure no Non for a little while longer. That's why we had to stay paused there.
For yourself, though I will spare mention for Mako, Ryuko's
Mako also top tier.
one and only real friend. Mako
Surprised to
is an
see there's
enigma
more
wrapped up in
people
a big
watching
old
after that
ball of unfiltered
VeggieTales
energy
moment
that
that
she
we just had. Thought like 12
VeggieTales
people would have left during that.
is beloved, but everybody loves to be reminded. I think I do think one of the most like the quickest ways to get like a large group of people to relate to you right away is to like find a song that they would all know from their childhood, like Live and Learn. Like as soon as you start singing Live and Learn, you can watch a room full of autistic people just fucking light up like, oh my god.
Are you prompting me to sing Live and Learn right now? You can't fucking threaten me with that. I will.
Now your face down on the floor.
It's like that clip from the SpongeBob movie where they're like trying to get them to sing the Goofy Goober song and there's fucking tears and snot rolling down their faces because they're trying to hold it in so fucking hard. That's me trying not to sing Live and Learn.
Hanging on the Edge of Tomorrow? Wait, from the works of yesterday? You know, if you beg or if you borrow, you may never find your way.
Live and Learn!
Hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
Live and Learn!
From the works of yesterday.
Live and Learn!
If you beg or if you borrow, you may never.
Way.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh yeah!
I'm not gonna do the whole guitar solo. Let's.
He releases
I
a
just
token
came. I
comic
just-
relief. Now, normally I dislike token comic relief characters, mainly because they hold no purpose and are usually shoehorned in. Not Mako, though. Hell, she even has a badass moment of awesome in episode 7.
A badass moment of awesome. Are you laughing about the phrase "badass moment of awesome"?
She even has an epic win, Big Chungus.
There's got to be even wait. There has to be even more modern slang than epic win, Big Chungus, right? Like even Amogus feels like an old reference by now. What are the kids saying these days?
To the bone.
That I would talk more about, but we don't talk about episode 7. Mako is brilliant, and if you don't think so...
Okay, that was actually pretty funny.
I like that. No, I agree also.
The silence.
It's funny to me, like the vibe I get from these videos is that his actual feeling is, well, I feel what I feel, and if you disagree, I super don't care. But like the whole video is him pretending anything other than that is the case. Like,
I fucking love in the chat. Funi Kangaroo says "Epic Bacon McGangnam Style." Max Potion says "Skibbity Riz Sigma."
Yeah, there we go. Skibbity Riz Sigma is a little more,
Stop.
at least a few years more modern. I don't even know if that's like. I feel like even Skibbity's got to be getting a little old by now, right? Like, like think about it. If you were 6 when Skibbity Toilet came out, you're like 9 by now. You've totally forgotten about being 6, probably. I don't know. I don't know how true that is.
I think it's like 2 years old at this point. It's definitely not in like the mainstream of what kids are talking about anymore. Actually, I don't know what the fuck is like the current thing.
Yeah, I'm like really. I guess nobody cares about any Kendrick. It's fucking peekaboo. What they talking about ain't talking about nothing. That's what kids are doing now. Is go peekaboo.
Yeah.
I suspect. I don't know.
I know for certain that like Minecraft and Roblox are eternal. Like those things, like
True.
and Fortnite, those things will never go away. Kids have loved those like over a decade now, and they will never go away. At one of my old
You
jobs,
can live your whole life in Fortnite. It's fucking
It's true.
crazy.
At one of my old jobs, I actually saw like one of like this little like pamphlets, like homework this kid had to do, and one of the pages was a fucking like coloring book page of what looked like a Roblox character, but the like carrying a diamond sword in the background was clearly Minecraft. Not like they hand that shit out in school now. That's a thing. What the fuck?
Insanity of
Gotta
the
get
plot is
down on the
considered the
kids' levels.
show's
You gotta
worst
speak their
part.
language.
Then the animation
Oh, he's speaking the kids'
would
language.
be considered its best, but only sometimes.
What?
The overall quality
What?
of the animation changes from episode to episode, going from something pretty cool to something I can't even describe with words. Overall,
Also pretty cool.
though, it's, let's be honest, it's okay, but we've seen better. And now let's
Oh
take a
my
moment.
god, I'm gonna fucking kill him now. I have to rip his butthole out. This is infuriating. This is a crime against humanity.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the
Animation is
bathroom while you do this because I've done this rant myself, but I'll give you your
I'm sorry, I have to. This paperclip says max potion that gets 20 big booms. All right, 20 big booms. Boom, 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 20 big booms. Anyway, glass reflection is a fucking hack and a fraud because what the fuck are you talking about? The animation is good sometimes, but other times it's not very epic, not very Reddit of you, not very cash money. Listen. It's entirely fucking intentional. Okay, you don't understand that this fucking everybody knows. Everybody knows. I don't need to explain this. Anyone who has more than half a brain cell understands why that's the worst thing I've ever heard. Have you ever seen a show like do the most like shit posty fucking animation possible, just like literally clicking and dragging a character across the screen, taking a little PNG image of that character and flipping it around 30 times really fast, making it look good, and fucking it enhances the comedic timing. God damn, I can't even. I am a little drunk right now. I'm going to get a little more drunk.
I'm back.
I can't fucking phrase this as eloquently as I want to. I'm over it.
It's okay. I already did it once. My video Kill La Kill's inventive animation,
Oh yeah.
which
course, a
is
classic.
actually one of my biggest videos, and what I'm gonna check out now. So this has 1.4 million views. The glass reflection video has 830,000. So I beat glass reflection, but the more important one is, did I beat Demolition D? Because that's who I was really criticizing for the same reason.
Yeah. The animation kind of sucks.
Here's
sometimes.
me
It's
ranting
literally on-
about his video. Oh fuck, it might not
Oh,
exist
Christ.
anymore. God damn it. Oh wait, maybe it would. I have to search douchebag chocolate.
Do you think that your old audience would latch on to me more if I got a fake beard? Is that part of it?
I don't know. Wow, maybe douchebag chocolate doesn't exist anymore, or what? Or did he take this video down? No, his
Douchebag
video's still
chocolate.
there. You don't know Demo? Demo's like the only
Oh,
AniTuber like
know.
more beloved than me. Like by a long shot, I would actually say he's probably the most beloved AniTuber. But he also quit while he was ahead.
Became douchebag chocolate. When did that happen?
This was always the name of the channel.
Was?
He's
I
called
guess I wasn't
Demolition
paying
D, but the channel was always called that. I don't know why.
I wasn't paying attention then.
I wonder if he killed his Kill La Kill video because maybe he decided he was wrong and just got rid of
you
it.
completely like fucking shamed him on the internet. Made him so
It's
embarrassed.
not the first time it would have happened. I
Literally
mean, it doesn't
farted
have to
and
be
died.
my fault, but it could just be that he just like was like, you know what, this is like, people hate this video, and I don't want to have to deal with it anymore. You know, like I
That's all
could
you.
easily
You
see
killed
that
him.
being the mentality. But, you know, I was just really upset because in his video he had specifically criticized a moment of limited animation that I had thought was hilarious, which is like when Sanageyama gets like knocked off the platform and it's just like one frame of him falling, and I was like, that's the funniest fucking moment in like the whole show. And he was like, it looks like shit.
It's so obviously intentional. How the fuck does anyone look at that and go, wow, they're really fucked that up? Are you fucking kidding me?
It's like they think in their mind there's another version of it that would have been like super animated, and it's like there's not. How would you imagine that if happening that would have been funnier or like more interesting? Like, it's a guy falling off a platform. Who gives a fuck, you know? Like,
something I'm going to like touch on in a video I'm working on, where like I believe I mentioned at some point in the script that like trying to like measure objective quality by like certain standards of like what is like good animation, what is good cinematography, and all that kind of stuff, like that is not inherently interesting. And sometimes having like amateurish looking art can enhance the experience. Like, that is an aesthetic choice.
For sure.
I'm gonna hate that. People don't understand that.
Yeah,
like,
that's,
I don't know how you can be like an internet critic and not understand that. I feel like that's basic shit.
It's, well, the thing is, the conversation's changed a lot since some of us came on the scene and started demanding that they talk about things differently. But like, Rhyme Kickflip's video on Shitty Kickflip's video on Sparkle on Raven about that is really, really good. People should check that out. Shout out Pyramid Inu also in the chat, who said, "Damn, I've never heard of this guy. Wow, thumbnail game was looser back then, huh?" I'm glad you've never heard of this guy, Pyramid Inu, because you make great anime analysis videos. And if you like anime analysis videos, you should subscribe to Pyramid Inu. One of the few people I think I still patron, actually.
Wow.
And I'm glad you never took influence from this. Like, I'm glad you were never mind poisoned by seeing this and thinking this is like how YouTube videos are supposed to be made. Because this was like the first. Glass Reflection, I think, was popular even before Giguk. Like, literally, like, Giguk and Glass Reflection were the two biggest anime YouTube review channels on YouTube when I came onto the scene. So this is what people thought anime YouTube was, and this is what offended me so much that I took it in a very different direction. So in many ways, like, even though I tried not to like thrash these guys because I knew people loved them, and like I'm not trying to create infighting on that level, this is exactly what I wanted to prevent happening anymore, was like videos like this. You know, like, we gotta change the conversation.
Yeah, because this is very much a style of video where lots of people made shit like this under the impression that they had to. Like, this is just the way it was done.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm glad that you and other people on the internet started pushing back against that, because God.
Well, and a lot of the reason for that is
that
I don't know if this is true for Arcada, but a lot of them were literally trying to get onto that guy with the glasses because it was a platform, and like, people saw it as, well, my video is going to get no attention if nobody knows who I am, but if I'm listed on Tigwatig, at least I have like a couple thousand views almost guaranteed just by the associations, you know?
Right.
And like, but I mean, that wasn't like career worthy for most of those like runoff guys from that, you know? There was like fucking 40 guys, or, you know, few girls, but there was like 40 fucking people working for Tigwatig at the height of it, you know, like different channels trying to corner them. They basically had a boy and a girl for each like for each category. It would be like, we have the girl AniTuber and the boy AniTuber. We have the girl and one of those transitioned, so it became not that way anymore. But like, you know, it was kind of that atmosphere for a long time. Is everybody was because they had a forum where people would pitch their videos, and this is where, like, for instance, Endless Jest comes from. Like, his original Drowning in Footwear channel was he was trying to get on to Tigwatig because that was the thing, and like, him and a couple of his friends, the Cinemasochist and the Examined Life of Gaming, which are both great channels, although very, very underheard of. They all came up through that forum and like became friends over realizing, like, wow, most of these people fucking suck, and like they're just clout chasing. Like, they just want to get closer to these guys. Like, it's not about making good content for them. It's about, I want to be in Tigwatig, you know?
Yeah.
I think Glass Reflection probably actually cares about making good content, but he very much is, like, doing what he thinks is what you're supposed to do, you know?
Yeah, like pouring his fucking all into doing something that is ultimately insincere and fake.
Yep. Yep.
I like what Pyramid Inu said in the chat. It sort of treats criticism like a product review,
Yep.
talking about animation in the same terms you talk about how much mileage you could get out of a car.
And that was the
That's
intent.
kind of what
That was-
everyone did back then. Yeah, no reviewers on YouTube thought of themselves as artists or even like in the same league as someone who could be like an artist. Like they're just.
So I've come to realize a big problem of it is.
Review.
It's like where we're so I come from magazines. It's like my background is I grew up reading like Nintendo Power and like Anime Invasion and all this stuff, and like they had reviews in those that are like customer, it's should you buy this, basically is the tone of those reviews, customer reviews. But those people were paid to play the games. They were paid to watch the anime. We're not. So if we're talking about this like, oh, I got sent this Blu-ray box, which if this is the case, you need to say all of this, first of all. But like if you're saying, hey, I got sent this by the producers and like I'm reviewing it because they paid me to, and here's why I think you should or shouldn't purchase this, like that's fine. But like that's not what was happening here. He's trying to be a product reviewer, but like... But no one's paying him to do that, like not specifically. Like he's just making money from being a YouTuber, I assume.
Yeah.
So yeah, he could have done whatever he wanted. He just thought he had to do this.
The fan service, because if we don't talk about it here, on the subject of...
Brody just shouted Nintendo Power in chat. We will discuss this more later, Brody. We shall have a discussion of this at some time.
Someone should actually send us money to read Nintendo Power. I'd be down.
Oh, that would be fucking awesome.
You can find the PNGs online. I think I had one of them saved. I'm not sure.
I want to say I would have probably started reading in like 98, and then probably like 98 to 2001 would have been maybe 2002, because I had it through the early GameCube era. Then I got really into anime, so I started collecting that, like anime magazines instead.
I don't think I was ever big into magazines as a kid. I mean, I had a bunch of like Nickelodeon magazines from my cousin, but I don't know. I was more into comics.
Max said, "What about an anime fanzine? Does that exist?" They used to be. So like, just to give a very brief rundown, like in the late 80s, there were anime magazines in America, such as Protoculture Addicts, that were made by people who like really knew their shit. And they were like limited print. They're not that easy to come by, although I found them in comic shops sometimes, and I've bought some of these. And there were also early like manga collection magazines, like before even Shonen Jump came stateside. There had been attempts to do stuff like that by Dark Horse and I think even Viz. They had one called Pulp. It's like a manga magazine called Pulp that's actually really cool. I have a couple issues. But like, but then in the 90s, I don't remember the name of the editor, but there's a woman who put together a magazine called Animerica, and I think she's pretty much at the center of all of the like traditional anime journalism that started in the 90s. Like basically creating Animerica. From that, like some of the editors of that splintered off to make Anime USA, which is like the only surviving anime magazine. And I think they might have also formed Anime Invasion / Insider as well, which has gone defunct. But yeah, Otaku USA is, I don't know if I just said Anime USA. It's Otaku USA is like the only surviving one, and it's terrible. It's fucking awful. It is the worst magazine imaginable at this point. The only thing of value that it offers is that Daryl Surratt writes in it, and Daryl Surratt is like probably the best OG anime discusser. He had a show called Anime World Order that's been, I don't know if it's still going, but it's been around since like for over 20 years as a podcast. He writes for Anime News Network. Anime News Network was the big resource for everything before my anime list came onto the scene. Like you would look everything up on Anime News Network. But Anime News Network also used to have like tons of articles, tons of people writing for it who are like actual senior journalists and people who work in anime. That's where like Justin Savakis comes from, who ran the Buried Treasure segment, also the Buried Garbage segment. Only reason any of us know about Garzy's Wing is Justin edited that video, the Garzy's Wing Comedy Gold video. And that's who like Shabes talks to as like his into the the like another person who works in the anime industry and also talks about it on the internet, which is like exceedingly rare. But yeah, so all of that like kind of crowd was very none of those people have ever come to YouTube. Like it created this weird generational divide where like everybody who was important to anime discussion was either running websites or magazines in the 90s and early 2000s, and they all know everything. They know every single fucking piece of information about anime imaginable because they've been involved with it. Like, they've been on the production side of it since the 80s. But, like, none of those people knows how to make YouTube videos, so they won't. And one day I'm gonna like ensnare one of these guys into doing YouTube with me or something, because in the hip-hop scene there's this journalist called Torre who I had not heard of until last year, even though he's like a legend in the hip-hop scene because he's always been a traditional journalist. But a guy called King Green, who's maybe in his 40s, and Torre's like probably pushing 60, like a younger dude, basically started a show with him to get him onto YouTube. Like, hey, you should be over here where the audience is and where you can influence young people and like change the conversation that's happening. And I really would like to be able to do that with like one of the older anime gurus, because like I'm not a fucking... People treat me like I know more about anime than anybody, and I'm like on YouTube. Like, it's not that... It's a shallow pond. Like, the knowledge pool is just not that fucking deep here. Like, if you compare me to a guy like Daryl Surratt, I know nothing about anime, But, like, that guy doesn't have a YouTube show as far as I know. Or at least doesn't know how to market himself.
Sarah Louise DM'd you something to react to. Send monies.
Send some money on Venmo. Watch something. It's
Hell
in
yeah.
DMs. Fuck yes.
Hell
We will
yeah.
get to that as soon as we're done with Milk Boy over here.
Yeah, let's finish this shit.
HankHill.avi sent in DM. Okay, we'll get to that right after.
If I really stretch my imagination, sort of come up with a reason as to why it is the way it is. In traditional magical girl style, she is dressed up rather skimpily. Though, to be fair, this goes beyond what any other magical...
Skimbly. You've never heard the word... I've never heard the word skimbly used. He meant skimpy, right? Like...
Yeah, he meant skimpy. This is
Do you think that's like an I'm embarrassed to say the word skimpy type thing, or just like I'm trying to be cute thing? Like...
I think maybe it was a genuine mistake.
Oh, that's possible too.
That's the funniest possibility.
That would be really
so
funny.
I choose to believe that. Yeah.
Sarah says skimbly is so good, honestly. I like saying it. It's fun to say skimbly.
Skimbly.
I don't know if I want it to mean what he's using it to mean, but I like saying it.
I'm going to make that like a character now.
Skimbly.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scribbly Blurbo.
Blurbo, yeah, there you go.
I'm Scribbly, I'm watching Kill the Kill right now. Oh golly, these girls sure are hot. Sorry, I was masturbating. Let's get back to the show.
That was an incredible Justin Roiland impression you did just there, especially with the "sorry I was masturbating" bit at the end. Like, really brought it home.
I wasn't even trying to do a voice. That's just my personality. That was my true self coming out online for the first time.
Scribbly blow.
I got that skimbly in me. I'm always trying to keep him back. He can't stay caged. He wants to stay inside. Every once in a while, Skimbly slips out. I look in the mirror. I see Skimbly looking back at me.
But in those other shows, the girls involved never really seem to care or be embarrassed by what they are wearing. In Kill la Kill, embarrassment is a factor, and if you are too embarrassed, it actually lessens your power.
Cheeks.
While I admit that's a really cool twist and all, let's be honest here. The reason why these...
Let's get down to brass tacks here, y'all. Let's be really serious for a second. This is anime, alright? We all know what that means.
Outfits are the way
Anime,
they are.
or is it?
Because the artists thought to themselves, I wonder, just how far will cosplayers go? Shout out to Hideo Kojima. Now, in terms of music, oddly enough,
Pyramid Inu said, "Oh, he does the Doug Walker hand motions. I think he does the
Read that.
like his eye motions too. Like, I really think he studied Doug as like, oh, this is how I can be charismatic. Like, this is how I win. You know, that this is how I win meme. This is."
Hello, I'm Glass Reflection. I reflect it so you don't have to.
Gigadonk. Have you seen Uncut Gems?
No.
It's It's really good. You should watch it. In it, there's a part where Adam Sandler goes, "This is how I win." Spoiler alert, he does not win. And so that's why that meme is so hilarious. If you ever see the "This is how I win" meme, it's the joke is he does not win.
Okay, and I'll watch that, but in exchange, you have to watch Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights with me.
I will do that. I will. I've seen.
It's my favorite shitty movie of all time. It's so goddamn funny. It's stupid.
I know. Put on your yarmulke. It's time for Hanukkah. That song's fun.
I need everyone to understand that my partner and I literally watch Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights on VHS year after year. It's a VHS he gave me for Christmas one year, despite it being a Hanukkah movie. But you know, the important thing is that my cat peed on it. My cat peed on it one time. There's still a little pee stain in the back of the VHS, but it's a very important movie to both of us, and we watch it year after year. Actually, this most recent holiday season, we went to see it on the big screen. We saw it in the theater for the first time. It was incredible. We were the only ones laughing. There were 5 other people in there. They were pissed off. I was dancing along to the songs. I was singing. Everyone else looked extremely mad after the movie. They were not having a good time. They wanted to kill themselves. It was the best movie-going experience I've ever had in my life.
That's awesome. Is that the worst thing your cat's ever peed on or like ruined?
Well, it wasn't ruined per se. I mean, it's just yellow on the back now.
Okay.
You know, it doesn't
survived,
stink
though.
anymore. It survived. Yeah. I'd say the worst thing she peed on was actually my futon. You know, I used to sleep on a shiki futon on the because my old bedroom was really tiny. So to save on floor space, just get a bed that I can roll up and stuff away in the corner when I'm not using it. Cat peed on it like 3 times. I had to throw it out. It's disgusting.
Endless love to Kilala in heaven. I mean not to speak ill of the dead, but she did piss on my Coheed and Cambria comic. My good Apollo on Burning Star 4.
Tragic. When I was a kid, one of our cats peed on my brother's Beyblade arena because it was like kind of bowl shaped.
Yeah. That's easy to clean though. That's just plastic.
There's like a pool of cat pee. It's gross.
Okay, let's get back to this video. I forgot. I started to forget we were watching this for a second.
Beyblade, let it rip.
Really have that much of an effect on me. Sure, I can have "Don't Lose Your Way" stuck in my head for hours, but having 4 words constantly repeated over and over in your head.
Learn the rest of the lyrics. What the fuck?
To be fair, I have not learned the rest of the lyrics.
I can have the 4 words I know from this song stuck in my head all day. Learn the other words. Don't lose your way. In your mind, we have to be as one. Don't be afraid, my sweetheart. This is the way to be more strong. Harbor my deep secret. It makes me so blue. Run through this maze before my body is dry. By the way, the song is called Before My Body Is Dry.
Yes.
It's shine after a while. That is not to say that the soundtrack is shit, as the individual character themes are, quite frankly, frigging awesome.
I like that
And
delivery.
on top of that, there was one track worth mentioning specifically, Blumenkrantz, which stays...
Yes, okay. Actual good taste moment. Blumenkrantz is like the greatest song of any OST.
Is that the song that goes like, like the fucking...
Yes. Yeah,
that rules.
It's on my interpretive dance playlist. One of the songs that like I cannot not dance to that song.
I'm trying to remember how it goes. I'm getting it like mixed up in my head with Gangster's Paradise.
It's all in German, so it's gonna be hard.
The entire series, and easily my favorite song from the entire soundtrack.
There we
Mainly
go.
for being one of the best pure villain themes that I've heard in a long time. That one track alone definitely takes the cake over either of the show's 2 opening and ending themes.
Yes,
Compared to the character themes, though, the random quote-unquote battle music just isn't as good. Though that might just be because apparently I have shit taste in music, as watching...
No. No. This is the one time you're being like 1,000% correct in like maybe ever.
My Samurai Champloo review keep telling me.
Well, if you didn't like the music in Samurai Champloo, then yeah, you're kind of an idiot. But this is fine. Final verdict. I don't feel like I fucking learned anything. Like, I've seen Kill La Kill 5 fucking times. I feel like I learned nothing about Kill La Kill watching this. This guy liked it. I would be shocked if this is a bad score based on this review. He seemed pretty fucking pumped about it. Like,
It's a really good, cool, exciting, magnitudous action cartoon. Fortunately, due to the magnitude of fan service, I'm only giving it a 7 out of 10. I don't know why I turned into the Mad Hatter near the Kill La Kill is a 7 out of 10.
that's a really good Mad Hatter. Oh boy. I can't. My brain's trying to make a Tokyo Magnitude 8.0 joke. And
This was a very skimbly review.
There are anime out there where you really need to turn your brain off to enjoy them properly, and
I also have a video about that with like 1 million views. Fucking bodied. God damn.
this is definitely one of them. It doesn't make you try to think about its deep storyline or its compelling narrative.
It literally does, though.
Deep.
The entire show is like an extensive metaphor for the fucking political campaigns of 1700s Japan. Whenever the fuck Oda Nobunaga did his thing, like Satsuki's entire thing is like an Oda Nobunaga reference. Like, the 3 cities she conquers are the same 3 cities Nobunaga conquered. Like, there's all this historical fucking context and depth that I didn't even understand until it was explained to me at a fucking Otakon panel. And also, like, all of the main characters are named after Japanese gods and stuff, so there's like there's so much fucking subtext in Kill La Kill. It's like one of the most dense anime there is. Like, it is actually deeper than anything else I could think of. Like, I can't think of one anime with deeper themes than Kill La Kill. And people keep telling me it's a turn your brain off show.
I'm just reeling from how much I misremembered Glass Reflections videos. I recalled hearing about him like through you shitting on him, and I was like, what, really? Who is this person? I listened to a couple of his reviews. I'm like, yeah, these are kind of surface level takes, not really that deep or interesting. I didn't remember him being literally nostalgia critic for anime.
I think it's just we just took it for granted back then. This is just what videos were. Like, everyone was nostalgia critic, or AVGN, or both. You know, like
Damn.
Like JonTron's videos are just AVGN videos up until like he got a lot of money and then spent like a lot of money on hiring people who actually know what they're doing instead of like making the weirdest self-production rig imaginable that AVGN did. How is this guy still like this? This is old. This is super old. I don't know what he's like now. Somebody can pay me to find out, but I'm not interested enough to investigate.
Selling points are its complete insanity and its over-the-top way of doing things, which makes it brilliant popcorn material. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been reading off my Gurren Lagann review script.
Okay, hold on.
Wait.
God damn it.
That's not true of Gurren Lagann.
I really thought he was about to pull up and be like, oh, actually, this show's super deep. Yeah. Just like Gurren Lagann. No, he somehow, like, Uno reversed me twice in a row. I'm so discombobulated now.
You thought he was about to be based, but he doubled down on his cringe takes.
Thank you, Ellen in chat. Just hold on a fucking minute. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what we just did. Let's press on now.
It's funny how my thoughts on these two series mirror each other on a very basic level. Honestly, though, if it wasn't for the cringe-worthy
we just got skimbled
fan service, I would probably find a lot more to like about it.
Wait, Brainworm Podcast? That must be
shout out to Brainworm Podcast, by the way. Anyone wants to hear a podcast of a longtime fan of Worm showing Worm to a newcomer for the first time, go listen to that.
Oh yeah, this is something that doesn't come out on the live streams a lot because I've read the first chapter of Worm twice by request, and both times I was like, this is fucking depressing and dark and I don't want to read it. But in our Discord there is a contingent of like hardcore Worm fans, and so the Brainworm Podcast is one of those. Amy dragging a newcomer, Yakuman, who does not necessarily love suffering media, and so Amy is having the Schadenfreude of watching them suffer through suffering of Worm, and doing a podcast about it. That's how I understand it. I haven't listened to it yet, actually, myself. I've been meaning to, but I haven't gotten there. Yeah. But But you
Yeah, I'm too
should.
busy with Glass Reflection. We got to get through this.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure the Worm fans know about this because I know they're out there.
Yeah.
Series.
Bada
Now, I
bing,
am
bada
thankful that
boom.
the
I
fan
just
service
finished
isn't-
episode 4 of Fire Force, and I gotta say, fuck Company 5. We hate Fire Force. Bad people. Fuck them all.
Wait, did you get to the part with the girl who keeps getting accidentally groped over and over again?
The girl with the, what does she call it? The lecher. She has like some kind of thing she calls it. But yeah, she was introduced in the 3rd episode. She's around. She's not part of Company 8 yet.
Yeah. I read a little bit of the manga, and I remember thinking that part was really funny because it was like kind of clowning on like stupid ass anime fan service scenes. Like it's like a curse that it keeps happening to her over and over again, and it gets
Yeah,
more
I think
absurd
it's like
each time.
the lecher
but, like,
loser curse is what she calls it.
Yeah, I that was one of the things I heard about the series that got me into it, because I heard people bitching about it, saying like, yeah, the Fire Force is
Yes,
super misogynistic
I have
and
only
fucked
heard
up.
people bitching about it, and it's really funny.
This is
hilarious.
Literally, Bird asked a guy at work, like, should I watch Fire Force? The guy was like, it's good, but it's got too much fan service. And it's like, bro, you're like a gooner. Why are you even acting this way? Like, why do you fucking care? Like,
my response wasn't even that. It was just like, bro, I just told you about Soul Eater, and I know you don't know about Soul Eater, but like, there's a
way
character in
hornier.
Soul. Yeah, it's horny as fuck. But outside of that, there's Blair, the fucking cat witch, who
Yeah, the
purely
first episode.
exists for the purpose of fan service. She's not just in the first episode. She's a recurring character. She's like in all of them.
It's like the
And then
people who say Kill la Kill
Tatsumaki,
is mostly porn.
or Tatsumaki, I think is her name. Black Star's weapon is constantly fan service. Any of the
Tatsumaki.
weapons, when they're in weapon form and they're talking, they're naked. So
yes,
yeah.
Um,
Both of Death the Kid's guns are also insanely
yeah.
hot. Insanely hot
Yeah.
girls. Like, almost every girl in Soul Eater is like the hottest chick imaginable, and every guy in Soul Eater is the hottest guy imaginable. It's almost like
a lot of them
Otsuki
are
Kubo
pretty short.
just really likes drawing sexy people in cool outfits, and it's like
Wait,
clearly spends all day watching like Paris fashion shows and
sexy
shit. Like,
people in cool outfits. I have a problem with that. I don't know why.
Atsushi Okubo, Atsushi Okubo.
yeah, Okubo, and like I'm not that tapped into the fashion world, so I can't speak on this with too much confidence, but I follow a lot of YouTubers who are, and like every month or so there's like a massive fashion event where like every famous person gathers and wears the craziest
I'm
thing
gonna go
that
turlet.
they possibly can, you know? So like when I think about like Okubo or like Tetsuro Araki, like these dudes are definitely watching those. Like every month they're tapped in, they're watching these fashion events. That's where they're getting these ideas. That's why they're drawing all these like sexy characters with these awesome outfits. Is like that's literally the media they consume, you know? And I feel like because they take that and they put it in shonen where there's like a genre where that's alien, it's like the average young boy has never seen a Paris Fashion Week or even knows that that's a thing, you know, but like Araki is obviously super tapped in.
You don't know me. I was raised with a model mother, and therefore I've been aware of high fashion from the age of 4.
Do you think that affects why you like JoJo and Soul Eater so much? Because you like cool, fashionable. I mean, and K and Helsing and fucking what's the other one?
I think a lot. What's the other one? Sorry, K. Helsing.
Cool.
Black Butler.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. You knew exactly what I meant. Your understanding.
Yeah, I don't know that it's specifically attributable to my mother's model career and being aware of high fashion as a concept, but definitely attributable to who my mother is as a person. And I think a little bit my dad too.
I mean to say, like, because of the fact that you grew up with that, do you feel like you are attuned to like liking cool outfits, and that's why you like it in anime? Like, you like anime where guys look cool because you grew up like watching guys look cool on TV type shit.
Oh, yeah. I've just always thought I wanted to look cool, and so I always tried to look cool. I don't know. I wouldn't even say I tried to look cool. I just thought, you know, like big coats. I've always liked big coats. They bring some kind of fun aura.
I think you look cool.
Thanks, Krena.
I agree. Highly.
Yeah, but everything you do is highly.
Yeah, that's true. Gary said Bird having a model mom explains so much. I agree.
Model mom, restaurant manager, dad. What were you gonna ask here?
I was gonna ask if you wanted to say more about it, because I don't think she was a model for very long, right? Like it wasn't like you grew up with her doing that all the time. Or
no. I don't want to talk about it too much.
Yeah, but it's not like you grew up with your mom being in modeling. She just had done it beforehand.
No,
yeah.
she was a model long before we were even like thought of.
Yeah.
But she was a model. She was very engaged with it, and she, I think, remains very engaged with it. She's very into high art, and makes me aware of it, which I do appreciate. But yeah, she's a cool lady. And I mean, even some of the stuff she did, like there was a modeling portfolio she had that I grew up with, and this is how I knew she was a model. And it's just some of the stuff she had. It wasn't high fashion necessarily, but it was like big hats and debonair. I don't know. There was a lot of different stuff, but she looks like a spy in some of them. They're pretty much all she has big hats, and they're just posing around LA. It's fun. It's cool. I like it. I'd love to showcase that stuff someday. I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Yes. All right. I was sorry. I got so fucking deep in thought that I forgot I'm still watching a glass reflection video.
I was like, I shouldn't be talking.
Have some present man service in there for.
Yes, Corona.
Did you see in the chat, Ellen Horan and Gary always trying to get your attention?
Oh, Gary left a super chat. Oh shit, I didn't even see that. Somehow my eyes glossed over that, and I read everything in between it. Gary with $2 says Landon's trying his ass off to get on the Discord. We know. Yeah, Landon's specifically trying to get into this call, but he does not understand how this call was organized. And I've been trying to explain it to him, but he's hard-headed as fuck. You see, what happened was he said, I don't know how to call in, and I said, well, then you can't, because you're supposed to figure that out before the show starts, and then you get to call in because you understand how it works. Upon which point, Gigadonk called in because she understood how it worked. And I went, cool. And then Landon, figuring out how she did that, tried to copy it, but the problem is that now I'm already in a call with Gigadonk. And so in order to have both of us in a call together, you have to get both of us into that same call, which Bird figured out how to do, and therefore Bird got to be in the call too. But Landon cannot figure out how to get me, Bird, and Krona into a call together. It's not even actually possible for him, which is why he can't be in the call.
Hey, I don't know Landon's Discord.
Exactly. That's why it's not
possible. Landon
can
figure out a way to communicate to me his Discord.
It would help. It would certainly be another step in the process. It would be a little closer. But, you know, some people, you got to work with them real slowly. Some people take the short bus to school. You know what I mean? I'm trying to call Landon like dumb, like intellectually deficient.
Or from the Discord. Landon was banned from the Discord.
He was banned from the actual... Landon thinks he's blocked for the Discord. He said my link didn't work for him. Yeah, he is in fact banned. I didn't even realize you didn't know that, Gary. It was pretty funny. He got banned inside of 24 hours.
No less than that.
I'd get into the list of reasons, but I'm not trying to embarrass him that much publicly.
Trixie.
Yeah.
If you know Landon, that's why.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry to cut in and I'm sorry to cut in and kill the vibe for a moment, but I have a personally very strong distaste for short bus jokes, and I said this earlier today in the Discord, in fact.
I see. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it.
Who made a short bus joke?
I did just now about Landon.
Oh.
What is the deal with... Is that not like a thing that... What does it mean, actually? Like, to be on a shorter bus?
Disabled children, both physically and mentally, ride the short bus to school. Like kids who need to be like strapped into the seat and stuff. It's literally
Landon's just an alcoholic, so he's not. Well,
yeah.
I think actually, I mean Landon definitely has some kind of intellectual disabilities, but it's not. I don't know how much of it is alcoholism and how much of it is like just him. You know.
I bring it up because I specifically used to work that job. I used to drive a short bus. Yeah. So it's like I get, for like lots of people who don't understand like the connotation of these words like sped or like special or whatever, like they casually use these things like insults like ride in the short bus, and it's like that's like extremely fucked. Like that's really bigoted, and I feel like most people don't understand when they say those things. Like you're pretty much shitting all over like children with like cognitive disabilities, and it's really fucked up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to call attention to that before you get your ass canceled again, and also
Hey,
so
you
people
know what?
understand that I
Fuck
understand.
children with cognitive disability. I'm sorry.
No. That's the opposite of what I just said. No.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm trying to
love
think about it. Like,
everyone with
what
cognitive
am I
disability.
trying to say about, like, how do you?
Landon's a dipshit. That's all you need. That's all that needs to be said. He's a fucking moron.
You know,
he got banned from the Discord for being a dumbass.
I'm something of a cognitive disability myself.
Whoever happens to stick around that long
Max
to see
Potion
it.
says
But even then,
also,
it-
quote unquote, special kids are super ostracized by the school system in general. That is also true. Yeah, the kids with disabilities in schools, they literally just get passed around from caretaker to caretaker. Like nobody wants that kid to be their problem. No one is properly equipped to help them, give them the assistance they need. So yeah, these kids just get passed down like further and further through the systems, getting like a hot potato. They never actually get the assistance they need to like live a fulfilling, like they're not given a fair shot at life because this country's a shithole.
Gary said you could always just say Landon is stupid. I can't. I'm really wondering though.
Landon's
like,
not stupid.
But is it?
No, Landon isn't stupid. Landon is a pretty smart guy, I think.
Okay, wait. I have to cut in real quick because Ellen Horai just DM'd me. Can you yell at Trixie about this super chat specifically? That's one Gary wants her to read. I didn't see this in the chat, so I'm just going to read it to you. Gary always with $2 said, "Send a link on Blue Sky because I just love cup nudes."
Cup nudes? Cup noodles?
I like nudes too.
That must be way back in the chat 'cause I didn't see that either.
Whatever, I got it open. We'll get to that after. There was also Sarah's request that we haven't gotten to after this one.
All right, you guys are watching stuff. I'm gonna go watch Fire Force.
I'm still intrigued by this conversation though, because it is something that I think about a lot. How do you call someone stupid, like without it being, like, I even think the word stupid, like, well, what does that mean? Like, what does stupid, like, what are you saying about someone if you say that? This is a weird place I've paused Arcata on. His eyes are like,
yeah, I know.
One's like
thinking
open
that
and
too.
not the other.
It's never.
He is totally
really
shit. He still looks shit faced. Oh my god. There you go. Now
The word stupid originates from the Latin word stupidus, which means amazed, confounded, or dull.
I mean, yeah. The way I define stupid is just someone who is like ignorant, I guess, like just not aware of like
having
the
or
situation they're in.
showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense.
It's a very abstract idea. It's not something that can be easily quantified. But I know. But you know what? When you see it,
yeah. I'm thinking, like, I'm kind of in my brain coming back to my whole vector chart, like, that to me there's like, there's all these different ways you can be smart or dumb, but they're all, the words smart and dumb are like the least effective ones at describing a person, like, if you tell me somebody is dull, that means a lot more to me than dumb, because like somebody can be just kind of bland in their thinking, but not necessarily like that they're wrong, just that their thinking is not interesting, but like in Landon's case, it's hard-headedness. It's that he doesn't he can't quite
stubborn.
He's stubborn, and also like he's just stuck. Like he gets stuck on each piece of information, and he has trouble getting to the next piece.
He's the Pharaoh. What God hardened his heart.
I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you insult someone's intelligence? I think we have to.
Bird read the manga. He didn't just watch the anime VeggieTales. He read the fucking manga too.
I feel like what we're trying to
No,
get at.
my dad is a pretty staunch atheist, and he encouraged us all, me and my brothers, to read the Bible and take our own opinions from it. I don't know if my brothers did it.
Christian parents. Ooh.
Well, my mom was Christian, but I read the Bible, and honestly, it's pretty boring most of the time. But some of it's kind of fun, you know. Doesn't really stand out.
Paperclip used the perfect word that I was going to use, which is incurious. That's my favorite word to use.
That is a good
People
one.
I think are dumb. You just have no curiosity. You just don't seek out new information. Like if you're confronted with something you don't understand and you're just sitting there going, "What? Huh? What?" and you don't try to figure it out. Like that's my idea of an idiot.
And curious is a great word that we should use a lot. I'm thinking about this, like, I think ultimately what the problem is that we've run into, especially with the specific one I used, is it's how general it is. It's like you're putting everybody who, like in my case, I'm putting everybody who rides the short bus into the same category when a lot of those people demonstrably would have been better than Landon in this way. That's why it's upsetting to you. It's like a lot of those kids would have known better and wouldn't have made the mistakes he did, so they don't deserve to be in that comparison. I get that. I think what that means is that if you want to insult somebody, you have to insult them in the most specific terms possible, where it's like, this doesn't apply categorically to anybody else in that situation, you know? Like, this is why things like racism are so bad, is that, like, if you equivocate someone's actions to everyone else who is of that race, it's like, well, no, obviously not everyone of that race is like that, you know? And that's kind of the same thing I've done here, is I've kind of created, like, short bus is in a weird way, like, almost racializing the category of disabled people, like putting them all into one bubble and saying they're all like this, you know? So I get how that's the issue.
It's using words that typically describe just actual kids with like who are not lesser human beings for this. They just have different challenges in life than most people do, and it's using labels that apply to those kids as an insult for someone who is actually despicable.
Right.
Like that really gets under my fucking skin.
And like, we're not at a place culturally where calling someone incurious sounds like this deep insult, but it should be. And that's like, it should be a good go-to, that if we just say like, Landon, you're so fucking incurious, you know, like that, everybody's like, oh shit, like he just got fucking body.
Yeah, there's people in the live chat that think there's beef with Lance. No.
I mean, the only beef with Landon is that he's trying to call in and failing because he doesn't understand the technology.
He doesn't understand Discord.
What I am live trying to explain to him is that this is bad. Like, unless I make fun of him making it good television, it's bad television. If I sincerely sat here and tried to help him get into the call, we would lose viewers. If I berate him for the fact that he doesn't know how to get into the call, we gain viewers. That's entertainment media. Like, I cannot.
I'm just gonna throw it out here one more time, because I've thrown it out at least. This is gonna be the third time for me throwing it out. I don't have Landon's Discord.
Right.
And that's why I haven't been able to add him to the call. I do not have Landon's Discord information. Anyway.
I personally don't want Landon in the call. I don't have good chemistry with him at all, and it would kill the fucking stream.
It would kill the vibe. That's. I mean, there's a billion reasons I haven't brought him into the call. Obviously, it would be easy for me to do, and I could do it anytime I wanted to. It's about the principle and about him fucking sitting down and listening and understanding what I'm actually saying. And
if Landon joined the call, that delicate, sensitive conversation about the short bus thing would not have fucking happened. He would have been like, "Yeah, short bus.
I dropped the short bus harder than my balls when I was 13.
Exactly. Yeah.
Brody's a mod now. Go, Brody.
I am glad you called me out also, and that we got to have that conversation, because I have to work through I don't want to say things like that because I literally couldn't think of a better word. Like, I sat there thinking and was like, what do I call this? Fuck it. We'll just call it, like, you know.
Earlier in the Discord, you said you were asking people to tell you how woke they think you are. Yeah. And I wanted to give my answer.
I think I said how leftist do you think I am?
Yeah.
On the leftism
how far left
scale.
are you?
Yeah.
And my answer to that would be like structurally, your views are very left wing, but you still have some of the I don't know what to call it, fucking not chud, but just you still retain some of the edgelord internet humor from years ago because of the people that you've hung out with over the years, where it's more normalized. There are things that slip out every once in a while that you don't notice because you don't realize like the deeper meaning behind it. And that's like what the short bus thing is. It's like if I had not called you out, you probably wouldn't have thought twice about it. But it's like, yeah, no, that
No, honestly, the funny thing you say that, I regretted saying it as soon as I
Okay.
like I literally couldn't think of something else. It was like a situation where like I ran through a bunch of possibilities, and then I thought, well, you can't say nothing, so say something, and then like that came
that
out,
is
and
also-
I thought that's
yeah.
not good. Like that's not a good one to have picked, but like okay.
That's a good example of how like bigotry manifests too. Is like lots
Yeah.
of people are not actively bigoted. It's just
Path
we
of least
retain these-
resistance.
Yeah, it's
speaking.
path of least resistance. It's like internalized, like ableism, I guess, because like this stuff is like very deeply ingrained in our culture. Like it's not something most people think about. Like fucking people at my work would say this shit. It'd be like I literally another bus driver would look at someone driving their car stupid and go, well, that's special. And it
Yeah.
pissed me off so bad. I'm like, you of all people should fucking know better. You work with these kids.
I think what it is that language is used heavily in the effort of instant gratification. And like this is something I can accuse to use Landon as an example. If I really want to use him as a punching bag for something, it's going to be this, right? The man can't stop swearing. He cannot finish a sentence without saying a swear or a sexual reference or some kind of thing, and it's because that is satisfying. It's fun. It's it's normalized. It especially to him. His dad talked that way. I know that. You know, my parents also talk that way. My parents are like My parents swear constantly. They cannot finish sentences without swearing. And for me as a kid, I swore up until starting school when my parents told me, like, here's a list of words you can't say in school. And so I didn't because I was trying to be a good kid for them. And but I would say just replacement words like freaking or crap all the time,
Same.
which like my friends weren't allowed to say those words. Like their parents didn't let them just replace it with another curse. So to other parents, I was still swearing. Like I was still obviously not like a, you know, I obviously wasn't raised by polite people. I was not raised in a polite situation. My parents were trying to get me to fake something that just wasn't honest, you know? And so like that middle ground of freaking and crap, like that gets you nowhere. You might as well be swearing. It means the same thing. But like my ability to finish a sentence without saying fuck is a learned behavior, you know? Like I still have friends who, you know, from my friends from my youth who I grew up with in high school who say fucking like they fucking like can't fucking like get a fucking like idea like fucking out with fucking like without like fucking saying like fucking like fucking.
You're giving me a flashback to like early Game Grumps right now. Like those Starbomb albums where it's like, oh, what's this? Aaron Hansen is rapping and then every single line has fucking in it.
And that's
drop the motherfucking bass and drop the motherfucking it's
Like,
over and over again.
when you talk to Landon, it's well, I fucking saw that show and fucking that was the fucking, you know, I dropped that fucking shit harder than my fucking balls and I was 12. And like again, that is normalized to me because my parents spoke like that. I grew up in that culture. So to me, it reads comforting almost.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
just how language is for you. That's
it's like I know people aren't going well, and also I know these people
The
like
Midwest lilt also.
it's a way of speaking that says I don't take what I say seriously at all, and that is easy for me to get along with, but I also understand why it's hard for anybody who is sensitive to anything that could be said to them. And I am sensitive to a lot of things. It's just that like Landon specifically is sensitive to my sensitivity because he respects me, but he doesn't extend that to my friends and people
Almost
around me,
anybody else.
which is why I have to punish him all the time and be like, well, you're not allowed to hang around my friends if you're not going to extend to them the same respect that you extend me. That he extends to me mostly because I just know more about anime than him, which is not even a good reason to.
Yeah, like ultimately that's why he got banned from the Discord, is because he didn't know how to direct his rudeness at the right people. He just directed it at everybody, and a lot of people were not okay with that, including me.
Ellen said, I really need to piss and I really need to buy food and I'm holding out until the end of the video, but I don't think I'll be able to make it, lol. And then, okay, I have pissed, so at least that's out of the way. I also really have to piss, and I was just trying to finish the paragraph I had in my brain.
Can I add one more point before we move on from that?
Yes.
It was I'll say it fast so you can piss, but it was just that for some people, like the ignorance, it's literally that people say bigoted sounding things because it's the only language they know. Like I have heard like accounts from gay people who lived through like the 70s or whatever, and they were like, yeah, I was like active in the gay community, I had lots of partners, I was really happy with them, but when I tried to communicate that to other people, like straight people in my life, I realized I didn't have the words to make it sound as good as it was. Like, the only way I knew how to describe it were like the words I'd been given, which made it sound like I was really like lonely and depressed and sad and my life was fucking hell. And that's not the case at all. So
Yeah, so I fucking suck a bunch of different guys. So what?
Me boss
Sorry,
said
that might have been insensitive.
in chat. Me boss said
Cancel.
still kind of unsure if you actually like him, and I'm just gonna say like I like Landon. Landon should not be called. This is a show I'm doing for money. It's like something that exists in posterity for people to watch back. It's an entertainment product meant to last a lifetime. Like, it's not just like fucking around with my homies who call in randomly to say whatever.
Wait, what? Really? What have I been doing?
Being funny, being actively funny, participating in the narrative, understanding what's going on. It's so hard to communicate to people who aren't watching the show that I wouldn't bring someone on the show who wasn't just innately going to make the show good. Like you,
I definitely feel like some of our friends have gotten that impression. They're like, well, like, I'm your friend. Why don't I get invited on sometimes? And it's like, I have been
Do you
on
really
the
want
streams
it?
before. And I like, it has been proven to work. Like, you made money when I was on the show before, so it's like,
which is
it's
rare.
Not just a willy-nilly, like, oh, we'll just add whoever. Like,
and
I just and anyone who wants to be a YouTuber, I just want you to think of the Peacemaker opening song, which is "Do You Want to Taste It" by Wigwam. Basically, it's just do you really want to taste it over and over again? Anyway, Beard on Team, come visit me. I don't know if she heard that. Oh shit, it's Shade. Wait, hang on. He left.
Where's Shade?
Shade is in front of me, now behind me. And
my God.
I am going towards Beatrice.
Oh my god. Sarah Louise says, oh, Shade, it's shit. That's so rude. I met Shade. He's a really nice guy. I think he was actually on the stream with us the first night I stayed over. That was funny. Do 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 do, doing my scrimbly dance. Do 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 do. There's a hole in your pants. Do 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 do. Booty shaking pants. Do 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 do. Show me your pants. I can just see like half of someone's body in the stream right now. All right, chat. How we feeling today? How we doing? Does anyone want to be petted? I can pet you. I will use my psychokinesis to send giant hand petting your head. Ellen Horizon's doing good. Good. Birdie says yes, you get pets. I'm petting you now. See, Cypher is dead due to work. Yeah. Saw earlier we were in the voice chat. I could see you were going through it. I've told you many times before, your work would fucking kill me. I could not do your job. Elaine says, I rewatched Ponyo last night and all of the bad things in my life melted away. I love Ponyo. I love Ponyo too. Ponyo is that's my favorite Ghibli movie. It's so fucking wholesome and sweet. It makes me so happy. Fills me with childhood glee. Hello?
Hello, I'm back.
I was just responding to the chat. Me boss says, doing terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
Doing terrible. That's not good.
I will heal you spiritually with my meows.
Spiritual healing. Dead due
Amy
to
is
work,
half
says
dead, but not
Cypher.
fully, because I don't die or something.
Elaine says, I watched Ponyo last night and all the bad things in life melted away. I love Ponyo. I'm due for a Ponyo rewatch, hardcore.
I was just saying that's my fucking favorite Ghibli. We should watch that together.
Ooh.
It's so fucking cute. I have it on Blu-ray. I actually have all of Miyazaki's movies on Blu-ray. I
can't believe it hadn't occurred to me to watch Ponyo with you before just now. Like, it hit me like the wave like the tidal wave that drowns the world in Ponyo. Like, oh my god, we could watch Ponyo.
That is it is the perfect Us movie for sure.
Absolutely.
Maybe more perfect than the Digimon movie? Impossible.
It is.
Maybe
unquestionably Pluto's favorite movie. Yes, Bird?
Aw.
Can I borrow you real quick?
For I guess. All right, Krona, you're in charge. I'm good. I'm being
Alright,
borrowed.
here I go. I am large and in charge. Yeah, Amy said half dead but not fully because I don't die or something. Is that a reference? Is that the Deathless reference? Oh my god.
Yes.
I understood that reference even though I haven't read it yet. I'm going to read it. I have the tab open on my computer. She says, it is! Oh my god. I'm so smart. Haven't even read it yet and I already understand. I'm such a fucking genius. Not as much of a genius as Amy is, though, for writing it. Everybody check out Amy's book. The Deathless. I have 2 jokes, Krona. Oh my god. Are they Worm and Deathless? Are those your 2 jokes?
No way. How travel friendly.
Oh, Nora's here. Nora says, loving what I've seen of the stream so far. Apologies for passing out in the VC earlier. No hard feelings. There were like 6 other people in the chat, so I was thoroughly entertained.
I'm back.
No need to be sorry. I'm just reading the chat. Hanging out. Taperclip says, someone please draw fan art for the Deathless so I can feature it on the next Scooter Pitch episode. Yeah, somebody read the Deathless, right? Fucking meow and do that thing Taper just said. That sounds fucking awesome.
That looks like a double Wii. Shay just pulled 2 Wiis out at the same time, but the way it... Does this not just look like a double, like a Costco Wii purchase? Like...
a double... He said Shade whipped out his double Wii.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, it looks like 2 Wiis that are similarly. I guess this is Wii frauding, isn't it? I'm just showing this is pornography of Wiis.
I have been told that echidnas have triple Wiis, in fact.
Quadruple, actually.
Quadruple. Oh my god.
Crazy.
Even better than I thought.
Similar to
Knuckles just gets more and more fuckable by the day.
Yeah, echidnas have 4 dicks, and the Krogans from Mass Effect have 4 sets of nuts.
You really think I need your power?
Shepard McQuad. Anybody remember that Mass Effect 3 Egoraptor and Rubber Ninja and like 2 other guys animation
I was
parody?
quoting the Sonic movie, but no.
It was like Mass Effect 3 had a really unpopular ending, so they all had animated their own version of how it could have ended.
Oh.
And one of them just has a bit where, the one, I don't know if you know the Krogans, they're like the big dudes who have 4 testicles, and they're always referencing it. Their quad, they're always saying, like, oh, I feel it in my quad, and stuff like that. So there's a part of the animation where the Krogan just goes, Shepard McQuad, oh! And I was like, yeah.
I am familiar with quite a few Egoraptor-related things. Have you seen Girl Chan in Paradise?
I think so, but not in a super long time.
I watch all 3 episodes with my friends from time to time, and like every time we try to show them to people, they just stare at us like stone-faced, like, this is not funny. But my friends and I fucking crack up and lose our goddamn minds every time. I swear Girl Chan in Paradise is hilarious.
You'll have
they
to
like end
show
up
that
in a mysterious...
to me for sure,
Whoa, we're in some kind of mysterious white void. Must be easy to draw.
It's fucking perfect. The whole thing is like that. Johnny Kangaroo says, I heart Girl Chan. Yes, it's brilliant. I love when they're all sitting around eating like sushi rolls together and they go, aha, these hot dogs are delicious. And then like a bad guy pops out of the closet. They have like a conversation. He's like, well, I'll let you get back to eating your hamburgers. And one of them punches him going, ah, they are hot dogs! Fucking peak. Also, Z-Cypher wants one of the Wiis. You have to give him a Wii.
I'll give you a Wheezy. Also, Z said, the biggest thing I remember these days is the Ken Ashcorp song about it. I don't know that one, but I know that guy for writing some Brony music. I think he did the 20% Cooler song. That was like one of the first like popular Brony musics. Anyway.
Amount, which is kind of depressing.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were watching
feel like there's no real meaning behind any of it. It feels as though the fan service is just there to be fan service. And while yes, that's kind of the point, it's not really what I personally like to see. Other people may have different...
Wait, is he talking about Kill la Kill?
Or if you want to look at it another way, you could argue that the fan service is the focal point, and everything else is just sort of there to build around it, which, now that I think about it, considering the ultimate.
Can we all just think less about how, like, if there's tits? I don't care. Like, whatever. There's fucking tits in the anime. Can we get over it for like a minute?
It is like the least interesting thing to talk about. I really hate it that like every time I meet a new anime fan that I've never met before, we always have to fucking like clarify that we're not like insane perverts. It's like a weird fucking aside that.
Or just be insane perverts. I don't even care. Like, it's just not an interesting conversation about it. Like to me, most of anime is insane and perverse. Like, actually, it is. Just embrace it. Kill La Kill is about embracing the fact that you are the way you are. Like, that's the point of the fucking show. That's why there's nudity. That's why there's fan service. You notice they don't have any nipples? That's because it's not pornography. Like, it's that simple.
Not even that. Yeah, I would argue it's not even that lewd. Like, if you're actively like trying to fap to something, Kill la Kill would not do it for me. I don't know anyone who like. No, it's too goofy. It's too like. It's way too interesting to be. To me,
the character designs were obviously chosen to be like clearly read as hot without being sexy. Like, that is the tone of the show to me. It's hot to say something about sex appeal, not to literally have it. And it's not that it doesn't have it, but I think you have to use your imagination to bring it to that point. It's not just like innately like, it's not like, oh, I can't watch the show without getting a boner. It's not like that. There are shows like that, you know. There are shows that it's like, oh, I literally can't make it through an episode. This is like too horny, you know. Like,
I don't think I've ever gotten a boner watching anime in my life. If I'm being real.
Anything animated at all?
No, specifically like watching like a TV and like made for TV anime production. I have never gotten horny watching one.
There's a few shows that are like so close to porn that they might as well be, and those ones have gotten me. But like,
I put Kill la Kill in the same category as like High School of the Dead, where I'm like, if you're watching this thinking it's fapule, I don't understand you.
I can't fucking remember the name of it. There's this show where it's like about a girl who's wearing like a chastity like underwear type thing, like a metal thing on her crotch, and there's like a ghost haunting her, and she keeps doing lesbian shit to her. And I don't remember what it's called, but it was like a TV show that was so. Like, I mean, obviously it was censored on the TV version, and then there's like the uncensored version. There's lots of shows like that where they add in like 2 fucking minutes of footage on the Blu-ray. But some of those I would count as like, okay, that's close enough to like porn, but it's like the porn is more like what makes it hot is more conceptual, you know?
Yeah. For sure.
Than just sorry.
In the chat, Gary always says, Gigadonk, let's get this out of the way now. I am a big insane pervert. You know, I respect that. You know, I'm more so using the word pervert in substitute for a word that I don't want to say out of fear of getting demonetized. But
Gary said the only like sexy word is gamagori. Oh, you're saying you're saying not. You're not trying to clarify specifically that you're like into sex, but that you are not into sex with people who are underage, and that's that's the real framework you have to argue about.
Says, oh shit, not into that, not that. Yeah, no, I figured that's what you. That's why I'm clarifying.
Well, and like okay, so with a show like Kill la Kill, that's I understand that's probably part of the why this conversation feels necessary is that the show is like the characters are in high school, but to me, like anime. It's so far removed from being realistic. Like, no high schoolers act like this. No high school is like this. It's a fucking weird fantasy fucking fabricated idea of a high school. Like, the reason the characters are high schoolers is so that you understand they are adolescent, because if they're in their 20s, there's too much of a range of how they could act, you know? Like, as teenagers, they're locked into, like, you know...
I will say, depending on the show, there are lines in the sand that I personally draw where I'm like Kill la Kill's fine to me because it's like they're teenagers. Like, they don't look like teenagers. Like, these are like blob, like cartoon. Like, that's like I don't know. It's as abstract to me as the Powerpuff Girls. Powerpuff Girls don't look like real children. They're cylinders. Who gives a fuck? What I do feel like uncomfortable by is stuff like Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. All the scenes of like the dragon lolly girl. I'm like, okay, this is like actually depicting like a literal baby, and it makes me deeply uncomfortable. Why are her hips like that? I want to make a fan edit of Kobayashi's Dragon Maid that removes all the fucking like all the fan service stuff and just leaves in the cozy gay romance. That's the part I actually enjoy.
It's particularly that the character like Kana she looks like a baby, but she's like whatever, ancient dragon. But the girl she's like with, who's like in love with her, is actually like an elementary school student, and that's what makes it like weird, you know. And then also with the even weirder with the and I've heard more complaints even about the just the super big titty dragon who hangs out with like the little boy. Like, and she's just always like got her tits around his head type shit, and like I don't know, that she's just grooming a child. Like I don't know how you could take that another way. So Dragon Maid has some.
That is if it's like people reading it as like a kink thing where they're like, oh, this is like the role play fantasies I partake in.
And that's how I see it.
Themselves onto the little boy.
That's okay. Like so that's how when I defend anime sexuality and stuff, that's the angle I'm coming from. Is like, if you are watching this as an adult who's viewing it through the lens of like, this is a cutification of like my weird mental reality. I don't have be as fucking whatever helps you to deal with the childhood trauma. Do it, you know, but like unless it affects other people. But then when people start like, there's so much and they are out there, the people who are going to extrapolate about how like, well, actually, you know, in most cultures the age of consent is, and it's like, okay, stop, like, you know, you live in the United States, you live in America, you know, like, please.
It just occurred to me, we've been talking about this long enough that it's going to become a clip.
The plot.
Oh no.
It kind of makes a lot of sense, actually.
I think this whole reaction will be a clip. I don't know how much will be edited out of it, though, because we talked about a lot of other shit.
Spent like an hour just talking about Landon in the middle of
deep, like I've seen other people try to. Nor would I consider it the savior of anime, like anime needed a savior. What it is a fairly decent yet overhyped action series that goes in a direction that not many
it's not overhyped.
Would tread.
It's actually that good.
Popular anime tropes and how to subvert them in its own unique way, which makes it highly entertaining, if nothing else.
As soon as he brought up the fan service, I'm like, everything he says from this point up forward is just white noise. It's already like I've already written off his ability to have an informed opinion. It's like,
that's fair.
No, like already doesn't know the first fucking thing about the show. Not interesting. Not a good take. Not a good analysis.
Mind, I've
throw the whole video in the trash. He should delete this. This is that embarrassing. If I was him, I would have deleted this. This is fucking horrible. I'm sorry. I know it's like over a decade old, so like I hope if he were to hear me saying these words, I would hope he knows, like, nothing against who he is now as a person. I don't hold like your past sins against you depending on what they were. Making an inaccurate anime review is not that's not some like immoral fucking horrible thing he did. Whatever. I might be a bit of a dick for clowning on him for it, but also like this video is like over a decade old. Like I hope he looks back on this and thinks, yeah, this video kind of sucks, like, because I don't know, I would hope that 11 years after the fact he's not like, no, I am totally correct and this video still holds up.
You're making me tempted to like check in on like a brand new video of his to see what it's like.
Somebody better fucking pay us. They better fucking throw money at the stream to make that happen.
Great characters, animation, sound, and my own personal enjoyment, which after...
Alright, give us the scores, give us the scores, come on, give me the fucking scores.
It into the sun,
oh my god, is he literally fucking doing this?
Oh yeah, does he still give out the certified Frosties in this? Like, is this before, after, is that a thing? Is that only for his, like, classic reviews?
Score of 7.16
I have to rate the sound design and the
7.16?! Holy shit! God damn! This rating on a 1,000 scale!
I literally have a bit about this and that. I said earlier I wrote like a video I'm working on about like the topic of like giving like good faith criticism or whatever. There's literally a paragraph about this exact thing of being like, I'm going to evaluate, well, the animation is a 6, but the sound design is a 9, but the voice acting is only a 5. Like this exact, like,
oh yeah, he did math. Yeah,
cringe.
Okay.
This is fucking worst.
This was me in high school, but like this was how I would figure out how to organize my favorites list in high school. Literally, I would do that math, like, and come out with scores like this. But what? Okay, the thing about this is
all the people in the chat saying 0.16.
7.16 out of 10 almost sounds reasonable until you realize that is the exact same thing as saying 716 out of 1,000. That's what the score is. 716 out of 1,000. Do we need 1,000 placements? Do we really? I don't think he's reviewed 1,000 anime. We don't need 1,000 fucking placements.
It's especially funny to me because I remember when I was 19 and I had a long argument with my friends about the way they score their shows on myanimelist.net. I would fucking, like, they would try to tell me, they're like, well, I guess I'll round it down because in my mind, this is actually a 7.5 out of 10. And I, like, bullied them into not using 0.5s. I'm like, no, not even a half. You have to pick a whole round number. Fuck you.
Please.
I got so livid about it. I'm not keeping track of your score on a scale of 1 to 20.
I mean, I know
worth that investment. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the effort.
I know I've talked about it, but my favorite scaling is Baccaraptor. He has it's 6. It's just 6. You have there's no middle ground. You have tilde, double tilde, triple tilde, or plus, double plus, triple plus. Those are the scores. You either liked it a little, hated it a little, liked it a lot, hated it a lot, or like really loved it or reviled it and thought it made the world worse. Like those are that's it. And if it's not one of those 6, it really doesn't matter. And like I defy you to find more meaning than like that system. I promise you can't. Like
Phoenix Vixen says some people don't even use the whole 10 range. They just use 5 to 10. Yeah, that's
most people actually.
Actually, most people I know. Yeah. Most people I know use less than that. Most people go from like 7 to 9.
I think people really view it as like the fact that you even. It's a problem if people aren't scoring stuff within the context of just what it's competing with. I think that's with anime, I think it's hard to give a score under a 5 because you're like, but the images are moving, and like it could be that wasn't even the case, and most of the anime that gets scored less than a 5 on Mal is like 5-minute shorts that have no production value, and a lot of them aren't really that bad. Like they're not even worse than shows that have more production. It's just that people have an easier time like giving a lower score to something that didn't even like do something they don't think they could have done themselves. I think that's a big part of it. It's like, do I think I could have just drawn this myself? And if people feel that way, they won't like. Gary always with $5 says John 7:16. My teaching is not my own, but his who sent me.
Ah, yes, quoting the VeggieTales manga again. Excellent.
The VeggieTales manga.
I'm sorry. I have a couple things in the chat. I respond to real quick. First of all, Z-Cypher says, my partner has a -10 to +10 scale where 0 is mid. Yeah, your partner explained that to me. And it was funny because literally one of my friends who I mentioned I bullied them out of using the like half measure thing. One of them came up with the exact same idea for a scale, and I bullied him out of that too because I told him if you use -10 to 10, you have an odd number of digits to choose from. And that makes me angrier because I can't convert it to a 1 to 10 scale. And he eventually agreed with me, so he dropped that idea. But also,
Nisa just walked in and said, "Lol, what did I walk into? Kill La Kill is obviously 8, and I think she's saying light 8 to the 2nd power. Is that what you're saying?" That's fucking hilarious.
I also want to respond to Golden Butthole Free says, I use decimal scale, 1.1 to 10. Landon, this is why you're banned from the Discord.
It's a lot.
The
it is
worst.
Out of 100 is a lot.
Systems.
I am completely against rating systems, by the way, at this point. I'm just like, don't even, it's not worth it. You're going to change your mind. Again, I accept...
never unbanning you.
I literally only accept Baccaraptor's, like, what you said that twice has the -10 to +10. That's kind of the same thing, but it's too many numbers. You don't need 10. You do not need 10 on each side. It's not that nuanced. Like, you liked it a little, you liked it quite a bit, or you loved it. You didn't like it, you kind of hated it, or you really hated it. Like, it doesn't need to be deeper than that. Like, I can't think of another emotion between those that is, like, worth acknowledging even, Like, it's like there's 6 ways you could feel about a thing, and I don't think it needs to go any deeper. Even 6 could be considered a lot. Roger Ebert only had 4 stars. I mean, he had half stars, so it's more like an 8 scale. But, he also gave 0 stars sometimes, so I guess it was a 9 scale. His fucking shit didn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, I still use scores on my Mal and stuff, like my letterbox or whatever, but it's really like just the 1 to 10 is all you need. Like, I just try to give like here is like the vague gesture in the direction of how strongly I felt about it, but it's
Yep.
not like my actual opinion. Like,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
thoughts that are going through my mind are so much more nuanced and detailed than that. Like, I don't even bother writing reviews on anything because it's like I don't fucking.
The numbers.
If you ask me, I'll tell you. But like, no one asks me, so fuck it, whatever. I just put the number there so I remember how
Yeah.
I felt.
The numbers are so distracting from the nuance that, like, recently, because I made this video about how scores need to die earlier.
Because people will just laser in on the number and ignore everything else.
I think it was earlier this year. Well, and it's like me especially. Like, I'm saying it because I'm like trying to tell these people, like, I'm only gonna remember how mad I am at the number. And like, recently, there's this album called Gollywog by a guy called Billy Woods. It's one of my top 4 favorite albums of the year so far. I heard it in like first listen. I was like, this is a 10 out of 10. No one's gonna tell me otherwise. And then all I've heard about Fantano's opinion was Zydia's in chat was like, Fantano gave it a 7. And I was like, I'm never going to take him seriously as a human being again. Like, it was that level of, like, offense. Like, how? How? Like, I was, like, mad, like, upset. Like, bro, you can't give this album a 7. I'm like, that's not right. And I haven't even heard what he had to say about it, and I'm like afraid because I'm afraid if I watch the video, he's gonna like convince me somehow that the album is a 7 when I know it's a 10, and I'm like, I don't even want to hear it. Like, shut up, the album's a 10. Don't talk to me about it. Like,
yeah, I have another thing to respond to in the chat because Landon said, "Krona, what's your mal? Add me." Landon, this is reason number 2 why you're banned from the Discord and you're not coming back in. You can't even remember. You already added me on Mal. You added me 3 fucking weeks ago. It's Gigadunk 99. You already added me.
his brain is Swiss cheese.
How are you gonna remember what you did wrong that got you kicked in the first place? How are you going to come back in and not make the same mistake again if you don't remember it? I'm going to shit my pants.
Just to cheer yourself up. Saber Dallas said, I have to say this is one of the funniest streams I've seen. The chat, the contents, the commentary, all peak. I'm glad to hear that.
Landon says, add me to call, bitch. No! I'm going to fart.
Let's finish this video. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
As with most
Yes!
action and heavily fan service shows, your mileage may...
Wait, so he means stream it as in don't buy it. Just stream it and then find out if you want to buy it. Don't buy it absent-mindedly based on my recommendation, which is what I would be suggesting if I said buy it, was that you should just buy it outright. Don't even try it. Don't look into it. Just purchase immediately. But not this time. You could just stream it and decide for yourself.
Dear God. You know, it's funny. If he gave the score, buy it, I wouldn't know how, because I've tried buying Kill la Kill before, and all I could find was like the first 2 like volumes that are like 4 episodes each on Blu-ray, and they were like upwards of $300 each.
Oh, yeah. I
Like
think
the
it's
same as trying to find like Gurren Lagann on Blu-ray, and it's like, I can't find it anywhere. Surely there's a Blu-ray. Oh, there's one. Oh, and it's like region 2 only. Oh, and it's $500. Fuck me. Never mind. No one wants me to buy anime. I'm not allowed.
I didn't know
forgot.
Gurren Lagann hadn't been re-released on Blu-ray. That's crazy. Victor has the DVD box set, but
I looked on.
I wonder what that's worth.
I should say this on stream. Never mind. I was going to talk about how I acquired Gurren Lagann, but that's not relevant.
It's a Bandai. I know it's a Bandai property, and I think in Kill la Kill's case, it was Aniplex that released it stateside, and basically they did like very limited, very expensive releases. Where like it was funny because Kill la Kill and Sword Art Online were like the 2 biggest shows of the era, but both of them were like so prohibitively expensive that nobody was buying them.
Yeah.
But the product sales were crazy, I'm sure, for both of those shows.
Ocean Man says the UK Blu-rays are affordable.
Ocean
last I checked.
Ocean Man, take me to the land, take me by the hand.
If you understand,
Ocean Man,
push you to the corner of the globe
is a real trip. Ocean Man. I didn't know you knew this song. This is gonna be a fun time.
Trixie, listen. I know that song because it's the first song that plays in the end credits of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
Oh yeah. Wait, I think you told me this actually.
The end credit sequence of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie is fucking peak, and everyone should just go on YouTube, look up Not right now, because you're watching a stream. Fuck you, give us money. But after the stream, go look up on YouTube the SpongeBob SquarePants movie end credits and just listen to every song that plays, because they're all such a fucking vibe. Not just Ocean Man, but everything. The fucking song, oh my god. I'm trying to remember how it goes. You know, I'm not going to sing it. Fuck you, just look it up. Landon, fuck you too. SpongeBob does not suck. You suck. Go look. Go watch SpongeBob.
Gary, the song you're looking for is Freeze Bitch, and it's on the Rescues and Rarities release. It's a song I did with Bad Eater that would have been on the same album that the Bitches That Wanna Mosh EP was building towards, but I didn't think it fit with those two as like an EP release. I don't really know why. My logic is stupid, but anyway, it's on Rescues and Rarities.
Is the video over yet?
It's like track 6. Yeah, let's finish the video.
And it's not my belief that the show has enough on its own
to
warrant a buy. However, due to its entertainment value and somewhat buried concepts, it's not worth tossing either, which leaves it up to you as to whether or not you want to attempt to watch it. Or not. Start off with...
Yeah, it wasn't up to me, though, in the first place. You were definitely deciding my fate on this one. If you had said buy, I was going to be, like, damned to buy it no matter what. But since you've given me permission to stream it...
Oh, well, gotta give $4,000 to Amazon. I need to...
Goku uniform of the week, plot lines that the show starts off with don't bore you. You should be fine. At the time of this video, Kill la Kill has been licensed by Aniplex of America, though, like many of the shows they hold the rights to, we are unsure if they actually plan to release the show in North America. Or even dub it. Thankfully, though, the series is available for legal streaming on Crunchyroll.
Hadn't even been dubbed yet when this came out? God damn,
and if you click on the link in the
yeah, he really was trying to be, like, on top of shit back then, because he was, like, the guy.
I fucking watched the dub of Kill la Kill out of curiosity. It's not great. It's not very good.
That's what I'd expect. I've tried to think of a time that I've watched a dub and thought, wow, I'm so impressed.
That's actually the reason why I say Satsuki Kiryuin instead of Kiryuin Satsuki is because of the dub fucking me up. Goofy me.
Glassreflection.net/Crunchyroll. You can sign up for a free trial of their
get that Crunchyroll subscription. Glassreflection.net/Crunchyroll. Interesting. He built his Crunchyroll link like into his website link. Wow. That's wild.
Not that you need premium to watch Kill la Kill at present, but it's still an option.
I watched it without premium, and it was a fucking terrible experience because everything I complained about in my Dear Crunchyroll Stop video, I feel like I encountered all that for the first time watching Kill la Kill and getting like really pissed off at their fucking HTML or Flash player before HTML.
For alternate anime recommendations, I point you towards the much referenced Gurren Lagann. No surprise there. Also, I can point you towards something else that is the Gainax's favorite FLCL, which is equally
Fooly? You mean Fooly Cooly?
At times, while being thoroughly enjoyable. Between those two, you should...
God, can you imagine in 2014 calling that show FLCL? Like, you don't know better?
You did in one of your videos.
I probably did.
I swear I've heard you say FLCL before.
I'm betting I did, and I probably regretted it. You know, I probably said it and then thought, like, what am I doing?
You looked at yourself in the mirror for like a solid half hour going,
for me. Please subscribe if you enjoyed the video.
I actually feel like I do remember that. Like, I do specifically remember being, like, upset with myself for saying FLCL.
Only on Twitter, if you feel so inclined.
Sitting there, leaned back in your booger chair, smoking a cigarette. A long cigarette.
Booger chair. A long Dunhill cigarette, yeah. Stay frosty, but he didn't give it a frosty or not frosty. A 2014 Glass Reflection anime review of Kill la Kill, written, edited, and performed by Tristan Arcata Gallant. Additional footage lovingly used from Borderlands 2. I'm glad it was lovingly and not hatingly. Used from Borderlands 2, Atlantis the Lost Empire, and Metal Gear Solid 5. Music by Hiroyuki Sawano and Air Aoi. Ending credits theme, Core of the Storm by Under Polaris. That's cool that they promoted someone's Bandcamp at the end. Glassreflection.net, twitter.com. Thanks for watching, subscribe for more reviews. We all used to do screens like this at the end of our videos, and like I remember when I found out that this is a terrible fucking idea.
Yeah.
Because no one reads. YouTube audiences don't read. Like they're not if you get to the end of this video, 13 minutes of a guy just like ranting about a show, there's no fucking chance you're looking at the screen still. Just no chance. No one was reading this except for me just now because I have that specific autism, which is why I thought this was a good idea like back then. But at some point I realized like 10 people are super dedicated to reading all of the text that's on screen in a video, and no one else is at all dedicated to doing that. Okay, we did it. Holy shit.
Should we move on to the next request? Or?
Yeah. Sarah sent something that I'm sure will be like a mental detox after all that.
Let me know how long it is before.
Sarah's name is Skimbly Blorbo on Discord now, also.
It's me, Skimbly Blurbo. Let's watch Hank Hill.avi, my favorite YouTube video. I just shit my pants. Yay!
I just shit my pants. Episode 128. All right. That's a pretty good rendering.
Analog,
like
analog horror?
Oh boy.
Oh god, it is analog horror. Oh god.
Oh shit. His black self came out of him.
This is just like Jeopardy Jr. for NES. Oh my god.
Whoa. Peggy, your arms are too short. She's gone. She's dead. She's up in smoke. Okay, that's...
What the fuck?
Alright.
I am a changed person now. My life will never be the same.
This was also a request, right?
From Skimbly Blurbo has PTSD.
from Gary, right? This looks like a Nissin commercial. Is this a ramen commercial? Nissin's ramen, right?
You know, he loves his cup nudes.
Oh, right, the nudes. Yes! Yes! The guy was just screaming fuck, right? I know that's a parody of oh fuck, what's the name of the video that's a parody of? Shit.
The fucking fork.
Fuck! Oh, he's saying fork. Fork. Yeah, okay. That's pretty fucking good.
Oh my god.
That's pretty great.
I wish I was as happy as that man is about his cup nudes. I don't think I've ever reached that. Like that, the sheer like Nirvana. That. Oh my god.
That's definitely a parody of like a big YouTube, like a YouTube meme video,
Yeah.
right? Oh wait, it's right
Like,
here. Here we
is
go.
it-
This
I was
is
gonna
the
say,
guy.
is it not that thing in the bottom left?
I've never actually watched this whole. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Fuck.
That's pretty good. It's always reminded me of Champagne Taste. This guy died actually. Rest in peace to a real one, Univore. I haven't heard this in a while actually. I used to get drunk and listen to this all the time.
I was drinking champagne on Lakeshore Drive, 89 miles per hour. A smooth road, wearing a tuxedo, very sharp. There was a party at the hotel downtown Chicago. This is my town. I should never be driving this car. Oh no!
I shouldn't be driving this car. Oh my god, those saxophones hit though. Actually, I might need to sample that, like that little fucking sax bit there was fucking sick. Anyway, I'm not going to keep listening to Univore. It's giving Tommy Wiseau. It is a little bit, yeah. Like, mixed with Robert, because he's got the Robert De Niro, like, face mark.
That's a good frame to pause on.
It's pretty fun, yeah. Rest
Very
in peace,
dynamic
Univore.
pose. Someone draw art of me in that pose, actually. That would be great.
It's the champagne taste. I completely... I didn't mean to click on shorts. It's always some fucking ad. I had completely forgotten what that song sounded like until I clicked on it, and I was like, oh yeah, it's a song about how you shouldn't be driving this car. Actually, what that really takes me back to even is
I like the Ellen and Jeremy cameo on your front page.
Sadly, I don't think this guy is even gay. I actually think he's like somewhat homophobic or something. But you know, sometimes
Get this off the screen.
Sometimes it just happens to your brain.
Oh
you know?
god.
I can't wait to put it in my mouth.
Put my crack in my ass. I'm a big fan of that one. He had a lot of good albums. Then I don't know what happened to him.
I actually had to like tab over that made me sick.
Not a fan of that guy. He has a
ASIC presents to request
so
movie
viscerally
reviews.
uncomfortable.
I didn't watch anything growing up.
Oh damn.
She's reviewing Friday the 13th. Isn't that
A New
No,
Beginning?
you're a
I think
fan
that's
of
the fifth
Nightmare
one.
on Elm Street, not Friday the 13th, right?
So I am a huge fan of Nightmare on Elm Street. I've also seen some of the Friday the 13th movies, but I've only seen the first 4. So she's reviewing the one that I haven't seen yet.
Oh, part 5.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I see.
Friday the 13th is significantly worse than Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't recommend it. It's
Oh,
like
fair.
the Friday the 13th has so much fucking dead air in it. It's like more than half of the movies are just filler. Like there's a scene in the first one where you just watch a girl like unedited for like 5 minutes just like getting out a board game. Like just like she like makes herself like a cup of coffee or something and then gets out a board game and starts playing with it. It's like a really long drawn out scene of like nothing happening.
Love Nor said, OMG tonight it takes me back. The same person who had shown me that had also shown me the Univore video is why that like mental Brandon Tolentino specifically, since some of you know who that is, Krona. He would always show me just like the weirdest, most like off kilter YouTube videos that he was like obsessed with and would just keep watching over and over and over again. So Pressure Zone and Univore were both, Champagne Taste were both in that category of like, God, what would it have been, 2013, being shown these videos over and over again. You're right, Ellen, your new video is right here on screen with a big old Tirami on the thumbnail because Tirami was a guest throughout the whole episode. Not Kamugi, but Kamugi's husband, Tirami, in case we're not being clear.
Shit, are you putting Deltarune spoilers on screen now? I can't look at this.
Shit, I won't leave it on screen, but everybody should go watch Ellen's Deltarune marathon.
I really want to watch it. I have to finish the game first. Like one of the few pieces of media where I care really strongly about spoilers.
I haven't played any of this shit. I watched someone in the PCP play episode 1, but I wasn't paying attention, really.
Chapter 2 is so fucking good. I love Deltarune.
I will watch Ellen play it, and then I'll watch you play it.
Yeah.
I did have this stream on in the background yesterday, but I wasn't really paying attention in such a way to like understand what was happening. It seemed like she was fighting some really hard bosses, so it was mostly just like trying to get through some difficult stuff.
Yeah. I think every chapter has like a hidden super difficult boss fight in it, and I think that's what she said she was doing last time I talked to her about it. But yeah.
What's up, Instagram? It is the one.
This is not Instagram, Dairon. You can't say "What's up, Instagram" on your YouTube video.
Oh my god, that reminds me of when my partner and I went through the drive-thru at Wendy's one time, and the guy like through a speaker was like, "Oh, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get you?" And there was like a solid 5 seconds that went by, and then he goes, "Wendy's!" It's like,
you think that guy had like just quit McDonald's, like
yeah,
just
like,
changed
they had
jobs?
A point in there. them at gunpoint. They're like fucking like, you said the wrong restaurant. And it's like, I didn't mean it. I meant Wendy's. I'm sorry.
It's actually.
Hey, don't put me back in the padded room again. I can't. I feel I am in the ocean.
Me too.
Woke. It's woke. The non-binary. How sweet.
Ellen, when you said she has Satori arms, I know exactly what you meant by that, and I was thinking the same thing at the time. But it would be too complicated to explain. What's this? Flawless farts open a portal to another dimension? It's only a minute long.
All right, here we go.
Nobody's given me any new requests, so now we're watching My Little Pony fart videos. Yeah, let's go.
Twilight, you've always been the very best.
Yes!
One true rival. We're like Naruto and Sasuke if they were less gay.
This goes so hard.
I got your payment right here.
Damn it! What are you doing? We had a deal!
Yeah, Spike, we did. But unfortunately for you, I don't honor deals with homosexuals.
Oh no.
Seems like the hunt for the Dragon Balls and Great Battles is about to start. Were you planning on telling me Kakarot, or were you planning on saving the strongest warriors for your own smelly-ass big boy?
I'm getting a raging hard on. I love playing Snoot, Dame.
This video is what the inside of my brain looks like. To me, I don't want to
Absolutely.
forget this.
If you're not subbed to Tamers, you really should be. It's all like that all the time. This is the most torqued channel I've ever followed.
Holy
I've only watched as much as people have paid me to because I don't want to like wear it out for me, like wear out the joke. But this channel's fucking hilarious. It's really fucking good.
Yeah.
God. Amy sent 25 Brazilian real to say to, I guess, roast her Annie List profile. She said, sorry for the low tier content. I just want to help. Okay, rant about it. Also, that Kill la Kill video was 2 hours long, I swear. Yeah, it was something like that. You know,
was kind of funny.
It happens. It was a good time.
It was kind of funny.
I enjoyed myself.
Yeah, that part in that video just now that really strongly resonated with me was when the pony said that you and I are like Naruto and Sasuke if they were less gay. Because that's very much how in my autistic brain, how I view myself versus shitty kickflips, where I view her as an artist who is vastly more powerful than me, but I desperately want to, like, in like a sort of competitive sort of way, I want to catch up to her. I want to rise my power level to a point where it is comparable to hers. And also, we are less gay because we are not, but like I have a partner, so that's not even on the table.
Yeah, sure. Review of Sentai Daishaku by Amy Worrell. I did not expect to be particularly into Loser Rangers when the first episode aired. Sure, the prospect of an edgy Super Sentai show by the same author as the quintessential quintuplets is very funny to me, and every time someone says this is the X story of X media, in this case the boys of anime, I instinctively remember all the dozens of times someone on the internet called anything the Game of Thrones of whatever, or the Dark Souls of insert video game genre here, and I roll my eyes. So I watched the first episode and then the second one, and I kept going. My take on it at the time was that it was just an okay show. I liked the idea of an anime that harkens back to my childhood days watching Power Rangers on Brazilian television, though I was never particularly a fan of Super Sentai and I entirely left it behind during adolescence. I was still a kid that watches kids' shows. I liked the corny action and the stupid arguing when it came to deciding who gets to be which ranger when playing with other kids. Subverting a structure where conventionally the good guys are fighting the monsters to make the monster be the good guys could just as well be nothing more than a gimmick. I mean, it is something, but it is not groundbreaking by any means. The anime also doesn't look particularly good, though the OP is pretty fun. Was I surprised to see that the studio who created Arknights, the only actually good gacha game, was animating it? Sure. Does that mean jack shit about the quality? No. Why am I even talking about this? Hey, shut up, it's my script. All of this to say that things changed once I reached episode 5. In the process, thinking that the blonde girl called Hisui looks kinda cool, and I wanted to see how the ongoing fight concluded, so I read the manga only to be immediately hit by that pathological girl fear? Looking cooler by the chapter. Then proceeding to find out that after an okay introduction, it has a good first arc, then there is a huge quality spike when the school life arc, and it doesn't drop the ball after that, except for one little thing, but we won't talk about that. Plus how Hisui lives rent-free in my head. Okay, then this becomes like a really long, really thought-out review.
Jesus Christ.
90 out of 100. Okay, they have like a built-in out of 100 scoring system. That's cute. This one's an 80 for... I don't even know what that show is. Wonder Egg Priority.
A 1 to 100 rating scale is acceptable so long as you stick to the tens digits. Okay, no, there's a 5 in it. It's fucked up now. Ruined it.
Well, she's stuck to not going past 5. She hasn't used like a 38 or anything like that. It's been at least a 20-point scale.
Imagine if you saw an odd number and like there was like a 37. Like I would be livid. I'd be seeing red.
She gave 100 to Sunny Boy. I haven't even seen that show.
Yeah.
She's in the middle of watching Hajime no Ippo, classic. I've never known anyone to not like it who has ever seen it. So.
Okay, hang on. I gotta sing the song. Let me look at the lyrics.
Oh shit, I'm on OP2. Hold on. You want shit. Oh yeah. You say no, I got kimi.
Oh god, I just like choked on my.
Yeah. Roll and go.
You say no, I got kimi ni.
There we go. Yeah.
I know you made me roll and go.
I'm not doing the whole one.
Sweet song. I want to dive lost to mine. Why I want to dive.
I want feeling.
It's more.
I want to dive lost to mind. I want to dive lost to mind.
Why I want to dive feeling over.
You said no, I got kimi ni. Ishu no karaoke de. I know you may want me there.
Okay, enough of that. Woo! Shoshimin series. I've never heard of this.
Says, man, I want to watch Ippo now. That is the effect. So filled with fighting spirit now, I'm doing Dempsey rolls in front of the computer. Ellen, I'm gonna pet you.
I've only seen like 15 episodes of Hajime no Ippo.
Same. Let's watch more of it.
Should. All of my dude friends were constantly rewatching it as I was like it was like my friend Dansan basically introduced it to every other friend I have, so it was like one by one they would like marathon it again and again, you know, as each person got into it and as more of it came out.
In the span of a few weeks, I got into the Punch-Out video games, the Rocky movies, and Hajime no Ippo, like in a very short span of time, and it was like that was like my boxing era. I was like, shit, you know, boxing is kind of the coolest thing ever. Why is there so much incredible media associated with boxing? It's just the best sport.
Gary said, oh shit, Amy is here. Hi, Amy. Amy was here the whole time, but in secret under a different name as the special worm, what's it called? Brainworms podcast. Yeah, go watch Brainworms podcast. Also, I notice here that Amy has on plan to watch Mahotsukai Tai, which I'm pretty sure is a group watch that's upcoming in the Discord. that either Yakuman or Lucario fan or both of them planned or something. I think that's why it's on her plan to watch. It's only 6 episodes OVA that I know about from good old Buried Treasure that I was talking about earlier. Chainsaw Man. I know you're a huge Chainsaw Man fan, which is
Love Chainsaw Man
and One Piece. Caught up on One Piece, which is like crazy.
It's actually further in One Piece than I am. I haven't read any of the like Egghead arc yet.
I don't even know what that means. I know the last I checked was Big Mom. That was the last time I heard anything about it. It was like a woman who was eating everyone.
That is my favorite arc, is Whole Cake Island. But that's the beautiful part of the One Piece arcs, is like I could pull up a list, like a chart showing every like arc in One Piece, so I know like I could mentally prepare myself, like, okay, the next arc is about 30 chapters, so I'm gonna read that in 2 days. And the best part, you can't spoil yourself because all of the arcs have the weirdest fucking nonsense names. Be like, okay, so next is Punk Hazard, Dress Rosa, Whole Cake. Okay, but
it's not like Genkai dies or whatever, like the name of the episode. Like, oh, thanks, great.
Yeah, it's not the Sasuke retrieval mission saga. It's the fucking. You get to Punk Hazard, and you're like, what the fuck is Punk Hazard? Then you see it, and it's like, this whole island is like half lava, half ice. And okay, cool. I feel like wouldn't have gathered that from the words Punk Hazard.
Isn't Dragon Ball Z one of those where it's like the episode title will be like Namek explodes, or like everyone dies? Like on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, everyone dies. Like
it pissed me off so bad watching that was specific. Like Dragon Ball Kai, it was like a paragraph. Like every episode had a title that was a paragraph describing what the episode is. It'd just be like, fuck it.
Goku becomes the Super Saiyan. Frieza's final moments, and I'm like, stop! The fuck? They'd give away the entire episode in the preview for the next one too. They'd be like, next time on Dragon Ball Kai, it'd be like, I'm gonna kill you, Vegeta. No, Krillin, let him go. And then you watch the episode, and it's 20 minutes of no, let him go. And that's all that happens.
I have to pee again. Can you comment on the random spattering of anime that I've left on screen? If you've seen,
of course, I've seen
Cooley and Full Metal Alchemist. You can do this. I believe in you.
Oh, that's a little hard, because I already ranted about those on the podcast I did with Kamugi like 3 months ago. But fuck it, she's already gone. Whatever. Well, I'm gonna start by reading the chat because people like it when I interact with the chat. Ellen says, yeah, it did make me want to do boxing for a bit, but that would require doing exercise. Yeah, I had the same problem. I got so pumped up from all the boxing shows I was watching and like the games I was playing. I'm like, boxing's pretty fucking cool. And then I looked into like the intensive like training you have to do to actually pull it off. And I'm like, no. Actually, I did try like backyard boxing with my friends one time. Like we wore the headgear and had the gloves and the mouth guards and everything. And I got so exhausted that I just like gave up after 2 rounds. I couldn't punch anymore. And also it's deeply uncomfortable getting hit in the nose. Even with like soft gloves on, just getting punched in the nose, having your nose like squished from the front feels fucking horrible. It's not a good feeling. I'm very pain averse to begin with. So like, yeah, just getting bopped on the nose a couple times is enough for me to be like, I don't want to do this seriously. Ellen says Egghead is peak. Well, if the Egghead arc is over, I will binge the whole arc in one go. Ellen agrees with me. Whole Cake is the best arc. I love it so fucking much. It's funny because my favorite Straw Hats are Nico Robin and Usopp, and neither of them are actually present in that arc, like hardly at all. Like the focus is very much on like the tertiary characters that I'm not as emotionally invested in, but it makes them so much excited. Like I fucking love. Okay, sorry, I was just ranting about One Piece a little bit.
You're fine. I'm back.
I want to respond to Gary Always. Dragon Ball Z Abridged is the only right way to watch Dragon Ball Z. No, I'm actually going to.
Okay, I think we've mostly made it past this mythology, but like Dragon Ball Z is not in any way a bad show.
Yeah.
Let's just get that out of the way. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z are not bad anime. And like for a long time it was kind of taken for granted within like the online talking about anime sphere that like, oh well, DBZ is just like, that like anything comparable to that is shit.
It's boring. It's too long and it's too boring. Like
now I've been rewatching Dragon Ball Z on VHS. It's fucking awesome. It's even like with the shitty dub and all the censorship and stuff, like It's goofy. It's a great show. I
Yeah.
enjoyed the shit out of it. That said, I am also a huge fan of Dragon Ball Z Abridged. It's fucking hilarious. I do think as a whole, like, as a complete project, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, I think, is a more entertaining show. But I don't know. I don't have that same like strong emotional attachment because, well, actually, I did grow up with the Abridged series because it came out around the same time as like Dragon Ball Kai, and I was watching that when I was like a teenager. So I don't know. I can just love all of it. I don't need to like make some kind of like I need to draw a line in the sand, being like, yeah, Dragon Ball Z Abridged is overrated. The original show is just as good. No, like they're both good. Fuck it.
I'm having a fascination moment because I'm looking at Amy's 10s, and I'm like, Hunter x Hunter 2011. Obviously, I gave that a 10 also. Log Horizon, I also gave a 10. Free Ren, I would also give a 10, even though I haven't finished it. Recreators and Sunny Boy. I haven't finished, or I haven't seen any of Sunny Boy, but Recreators I dropped halfway through, and I thought, like, really sucked. So seeing you give it a 10 is fascinating to me, but I also feel like if any show perfectly described the difference in our taste, that would be the one. Like, whatever Amy likes that I don't like is somehow captured in Recreators, I feel like. Because I hated that show. Like, and I watched half of it, and I didn't enjoy any of it. I was, like, really trying, because Jeff liked it so much. Mother's Basement, like, loved it. He was like, oh, this is the anime of the season, anime of the year, and I was like, I hate this. This sucks. Like, it'd be interesting to know how I felt today, or to argue with Amy about it, but that's the only thing that I see in this, like, in the higher echelons here, that I'm like, wow, I hated that, and you gave that a 10? Like, okay. Everything else I understand. Although, it's funny, I was thinking, like, ReZero would be, like, a comparable example, and here it is. Like, because I was pretty sure she likes ReZero also, and I fucking hate ReZero. Granted, Season 1 is not that bad, which is the one that's here. From Season 2 on, it just gets insufferable. But I'm not a fan.
Childish Armenzo says, tangent, if we're talking about Dragon Ball, the OG Dragon Ball is as important as Z. You would think that would be common sense, but the Dragon Ball fandom is like primarily people who were not like anime people, because that wasn't really a thing yet. Like the show, it was one of the first anime to really get like hugely popular. So yeah, unfortunately a lot of people in the West were introduced to Dragon Ball Z first, and then they go back and try to watch classic Dragon Ball, and it starts out very different. It's not the same show when it starts out. But
honestly, I think like finding out about classic Dragon Ball is how I was able to get into Z, though, because for me it was like I saw Z first, and it's just a bunch of big buff dudes, you know, like. And even though, like, as a kid, I was not into anything feminine because I saw that as, like,
the same
automatically other from myself. I also was not into anything masculine. I also saw that as automatically like, all I liked was Pokemon for like a solid 5 years. That was it. Pokemon was my universe. So like Dragon Ball Z was like, ew, big boys, and Sailor Moon was like, I actually liked Sailor Moon, but my mom like insisted that it meant I liked girls, and so I avoided it. So it was like, you know, it was this weird, like, okay, well, I can't be into the girl stuff, I can't be into the boy stuff, but at least we have the perfectly androgynous Pokemon franchise to be into. Yeah. Which is, I think, why Pokemon is so fucking successful. They cracked the code on how to appeal to all four quadrants of...
I really want to watch Dragon Ball with you to see your reaction to it now, and, like, the way it portrays like very gendered characters, especially. I think we would have a lot to say about it.
And I rewatched like probably 15 episodes of OG Dragon Ball after Toriyama died last year, and I was just like drawing while rewatching it. I love Dragon Ball. Like, I think it's really, really good. Like, not just regular good, but like masterpiece good. And it's one of those things where there's and also to understand, I hate structuralism. Like, people who think that something being structured well means it's better, like, I don't fuck with that, you know? Like, I think something is good based on like how much good stuff is in it. And with Dragon Ball, like, the modus operandi was like, what's the most fun thing I could draw right now? You know, like, what would be the coolest? What's the coolest place I could draw? What's the coolest person I could draw? What's the coolest like event I could draw? You know, so it's just constantly fun. Like, every fucking page turn, something cool's happening. Every frame of animation, something cool's happening. And like, I think DBZ locks in a little bit more into the hyper masculine zone, and that's where it starts to lose me a little bit. But mostly as a young person, where like when I was a kid, I didn't connect to masculine imagery at all because I saw it as like I'm this shrimpy little kid, you know, like.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I love Naruto so much. Everyone in Naruto is like literally 12 and like 4 feet tall, you know, like.
Yeah.
Naruto looks tiny compared to the adults in his world, like.
Yeah, it's this funny trend I've noticed where you get stuff like Dragon Ball Z, and it's like massively popular, very mainstream, and everyone grows up with it and loves it. And then they get to a certain age, where like once you're a teenager and you're like cynical and shit, you're like, hey, that thing's actually stupid, because you like gain critical thinking for the first time, and you're able to point out all the things that are actually dumb about it. And it's just funny, because it's just become like a thing that it's a pattern. It happens with every mainstream shonen that gets really big now. Like I see like all the Zoomer kids bitching about My Hero Academia. They're like, that show actually sucks, when it was like super popular a few years ago. And I'm like, this is the same fucking it's literally Naruto with heroes instead of ninjas. And the same thing happened with Naruto, just like it happened with Dragon Ball Z. It's just goofy. It's just what happens. You get older and you see like the exact same thing that happened 10 years ago happening all over again with like people who have never experienced it before. Infuriating. People should respect Dragon Ball more.
Ellen in chat said, it's crazy to think I'm taller than 99% of Naruto's cast. So, this is Siegfried from Soul Calibur. big man, you know, big sword, big man.
Soul Calibur.
This man is 5'8", according to the game. I'm 5'8". I consider myself fairly short.
You are tiny. I thought we would be the same height, because I said like I was like 5'9", you're like, yeah, I'm 5'9". Then we met up in person and you were tiny. You're like actually a little shorter than me.
I'm like 5'8.5", yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah, literally puny.
But I'm as big as Siegfried from Soul Calibur.
This reminds me of when I looked up like the age of every like protagonist in the Resident Evil games, and I found out that Carlos from RE3 is like 20. He looks like 5 years older than that at least. Like this is like every Resident Evil game. Every character looks like 5 years older than they are. I'm like, how old is Leon Kennedy in this one? 21? Yeah.
Ellen said, I don't know what that means, Trixie. What I'm trying to put forth is, I'm trying to do this in like the least racially insensitive way possible. Japanese people are very short, and like they write characters to be like unreasonably short. Like this is the Japanese idea of a tall man, is like they drew him as like a full, like a Western guy. Like he's a white, Siegfried's a white dude. He's a German guy. Like no German dude who looks like this is 5'8", but from a Japanese perspective, that is the average height of a man. Like that is literally the average height of a Japanese man. That is shorter than the average height of an American man, you know? So like here in America, compared to men, I'm short. I went to the Philippines for a month. I was the average height of a man in the Philippines. And by that I mean like I was seeing over the heads of way more people than I'm used to. Now that's not totalizing to America, and that's why I don't want to make this a racial thing. Also in Corbin, Kentucky, people are very short. Like if you want to see short white people, go to Kentucky. It's weird how short the white people are there. Like I'm not even kidding.
Kentucky is a state. Kentucky is a state. All the people there are dicks. Kentucky is a state.
5'8" is 172 centimeters, indeed. But yeah, like, yeah, sorry, I don't know metric that well, but yeah, like 172 centimeters, about my height. I'm probably 173. That's like, that is worldwide the average height for men is like 173 centimeters. But in America, men are generally taller. Like I don't know why we have taller men here. You know, Bird's 6'5", which is like tremendously well over 200 centimeters. You know, like
yes,
so
he is quite tall.
Yeah, which is above average for Americans, but it's closer than a lot of the, like I would say I am short by American male standards. I am short by American women's standards. I'm a little above average, which is a weird place to be. I'm like right in between. It is. Somehow the most androgynous height I could possibly be is 5'8.5". But
I get that a lot. I was always the shortest among all my guy friends, but now since I transitioned, I constantly getting all my friends being like, "You're so tall."
Yep.
I had like a lady stop me at the grocery store one time, being like, "Excuse me, ma'am, can I use your height real quick?" I'm like,
That's so funny.
You needed me to get something off the top shelf. I'm like, what? Okay.
Yeah. Them little old ladies though, sometimes they're like 4'5", and like they really do need that height. Like, Gary says, "I wish I had Gamagori's height." You mean modular? Gamagori is just like as tall as he needs to be for whatever scene he's in.
Just like a Luke Skywalker, like the bigger Luke theory, because in some shots he's like taller.
I've never heard of that. The bigger
it's called
Luke
the bigger,
theory.
Yeah, the theory that there is like a bigger Luke phases in and out of reality.
He just sometimes is big Luke. I love that. Oh no, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, I don't know where
A
to.
little short for a stormtrooper.
I can't get things on the high shelves at the grocery store. I have to ask strangers to help me grab things all the time. I've definitely been asked more than once, and I am like, again, I'm exactly the right height to reach the top, like just barely reach the top shelf at the grocery store, and no more than that. You know, like tippy toes. I can get what you need, but.
That's why I was so confused that that lady asked me of all people. I'm like, me? I can barely reach this.
With Bird, it's like he might need your help to get something that's on the lower shelf. Like it's like, he's gonna throw out his back trying to get down there. Like,
is anyone gonna request us to do anything?
Sarah said, "I'm 6'5". To me, all short people are the same height. Short." That's pretty much how Bird has said it too. It's just like, yeah, like everyone to me is just a short person. Like. He can't even really tell the degrees to which, like, he can't tell how much shorter someone is than someone else. Like, to him, they're all just short, you know. So, like, it's really funny because there are guys who are like 5'8" who will literally go through like years of breaking their legs to make themselves taller. Do you know about this thing?
I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
You can go through like, so to do this, you have to like go to South America. To a special hospital and have yourself bedded up for like 8 months while they put shit in your legs that like will boost you about at the maximum 2 inches. And there are men who are so insecure about their height that they're flying down and spending 8 months bedridden and spending thousands of dollars to gain 2 inches on their leg height.
That reminds me of the guy I saw on TikTok like years ago who had this like, I forget what it was, but he had something injected into his arms to make it look like he had bigger biceps than he does, but instead of looking like he was ripped, it just looked like he had balloons in his arms, and it looked incredibly fucking stupid.
That was like in like the early 2010s, it was actually like a kind of a street trend in Japan to just like inject saline into parts of your face to like give yourself like random like it looks like you have demon horns and shit.
Ellen
crazy.
says, "Is there an alternative to that which makes you shorter?" Yeah, just become like Cotton from King of the Hill.
You see, you take a chainsaw. First, you take your right leg, and then you take your left leg, and then you take your arms, and now you're torso girl.
You just take your arms, you go whoop, and then you take your legs, and you go whoop whoop, and then you.
Once you're a torso, you can comfortably fit in a backpack. Then we're really talking. I actually had a story I thought of once, like 5 or 6 years ago. That's like set in like a Mad Max post-apocalypse, and it's like about a Conan the Barbarian type guy who's basically got like a limbless woman like that he kind of like it's his wife, but because she has no limbs, she can't walk. So he's kind of got her like a backpack, like roped to her, like to his back, so he's just like carrying her on his back, so she's always like watching the six, you know what I mean? Like, you got shit going on back here, turn around, like.
Sarah Louise says, "I love how this whole stream has been kind of circling around King of the Hill." I mean, King of the Hill is making its comeback. It's kind of like,
it's the trauma.
King of the Hill, it's the undercurrent of my life right now. Like, all things in the universe are conspiring to make King of the Hill the most important thing on everyone's mind.
I don't know if we want to talk about it, but like horrifying trauma surrounding the new King of the Hill that like
No, we don't want to talk about that. Fuck
Yeah,
no.
no, fuck it.
The fact you already reminded me of it. Now my evening is worse.
Shit, I'm sorry. No, what have I done? Do 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 do. Cute cat time. Let's go look up some cute cat videos. Actually, let's watch the fucking. There's a great 3D version of that opening theme. That Hot Diggity Demon made.
I do have to use the bathroom, so I will be back shortly for that.
Go for it. I'll just play this over and over again. You know, I'd forgotten that this was set to like a heavy metal version of the opening theme. I kind of dig it. I like how heavy those kicks hit at the end. Let's watch him play some banjo while we're at it.
Wait, say that last part again? One was Meowth. So the other one would be Butterfree or the Big Jiggy, but also he said something about Lapras there. Can you say that again? Find the Jiggies, line up in first-person mode that matches a photo, then beak bust the ground. What did you just say about Lapras? We knew that. Give me something good. One of the hidden spots is at the end of a path, and the other is close to...
Enough banjo. Something else happening. I don't care about Fish Tank. I'm gonna unsubscribe from Fish Tank. The show has not been interesting in a couple seasons. Get gone. Get fucked. I don't care about Wuthering Waves. Get out of here with that. Cat time.
Have to respond to a couple messages real quick to ensure I receive food tonight.
Gary said Max G's gotten harder to watch his right-wing conservatives showing too much lately. I haven't seen that, but that's really sad if true. If that's the case, I might have to fuck him up. Maybe I'll have to convince him to let me call in and fuck him up. I know this man. We go back to the Brony days. I mean, I don't know him though. I never met him, but I know who this man is. So if he's being a shit, I have to get involved. I have to be like, Max, I've promoted you over the years. I can't let you be this way or else I have to talk shit about you. That's how it works. If I promoted somebody and then they turn out to be a shitbag, I have to come after them because then it's like, you know, everyone's going to think I'm on your side because I promoted you. So I have to be like, nah, you talking shit. I don't know what he said though. So I'll have to hear what he has to say. I don't really watch the live streams like that, except for just now, and it was just because it was banjo. What have you been up to, Gigadonk? Let's go watch your video.
Yay, my videos. Which one do you want to watch, the manga video or the other one? Okay.
What's up, geeks? Welcome to the inaugural episode of...
Are you in a bra? Like a...
Manga Mandates. This
Hi.
idea has never been attempted before.
I want to go running with you now. You look like you're about to go for a sick run.
It was quite hot in that room. I like that you can see my trucker tan in this one. You can see how my arms are significantly darker than the rest of my body.
The lighting is doing you some favors because that could have been much more pronounced, but I appreciate it.
It's very funny. For those who don't know, I was a semi-truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
I always love telling people that because they're like, "What? You?"
No, this happened to me too. When Bird and I were doing our bank job, we had to drive constantly. So like, it's just that your arms are like when you have your arms up at the steering wheel, they're being exposed to the sunlight in a way the rest of you isn't. And like, you know, if you really drive all day, yes, you specifically get tan deeply on your arms, and nowhere else. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It takes work to get like the tan you want. Like if you want a specific tan, you really got to dedicate yourself to like wearing the clothes that are gonna give you that tan. You know.
Yep, it's a bit tragic because I actually like being pale. I like giving people the impression that I've never left the house in my entire life. I think it's better that way. It's just a more accurate representation of who I am.
I feel that I don't know. I guess I don't mind so much however tan I happen to be, but I prefer to have like on my skin the symbol of the fact that I do in fact leave the house, just so that I feel like that's wait. Yakuman said, "All right, now do my mal. It's not letting me super chat a link, but my name is Yakuman." And I went to people and I put in Yakuman, and it sent me to this random ass character from some anime I've never heard of. And I'm realizing
underscores.
I want users, not people. That's the mistake I made. But who the fuck is this? This like, is that a VTuber or something? Okay, here we go. This is Yakuman.
That profile picture, I don't know why, it just perfectly encapsulates like that is the human I picture in my mind when I think of Yakuman.
That makes sense. Do you recognize that art style or know who that artist is?
No, but it looks vaguely familiar.
So that's a guy called Fukumoto, but his name is abbreviated to just FKMT, and he drew Kaiji, which is right here, one of his favorites. But
yes, I've definitely seen this.
Yeah, before. You've seen the weird noses that he's like really famous for. Let's see if I can we'll get to original creator here, because he's best known for Kaiji and for another anime called Akagi. And Akagi.
Sorry, I have to interrupt for just a quick moment. My friend Haley's in the chat shouting, "Krona, acknowledge me!"
Acknowledged.
You've been acknowledged, bitch. Okay, continue whatever you're saying.
Shit, maybe I have to search for his actual name.
Bitch.
Fukumoto. There we go. Nobuyuki Fukumoto. Yeah. So in anime terms, the only manga that he's made that have been adapted to anime are Akagi and Kaiji. Akagi is this extremely long-running mahjong manga that's about this like young man who is just like demonically lucky, basically, and so he plays like gambling games all the time and just fucks up people who are like high stakes gamblers. And the manga ran for like 25 years or some shit, and like literally 15 of those years was just one match, like one continual mahjong match that went for like 15 volumes or some shit. And like there's a whole volume of it where it's just a man like going to hell and fighting his way back out of hell, like metaphorically, for a volume. So yeah, it's wild stuff. And then Kaiji is about a guy who keeps getting involved in different gambling scenarios, but it's like made up games that the author came up with. It's very entertaining as an anime series. I would definitely recommend it. But he has way more manga that have never been adapted to anime. And so Fukumoto fans generally, like, this is the one where the avatar comes from. So like The Legend of the Strongest Kurosawa, I know many people consider this one of the greatest manga of all time. And I've never read it, but it's Fukumoto's like best liked work that hasn't been adapted. 11 volumes, so you know, it's a sizable thing. Aside from that, going back to this Mal, we've got Hajime no Ippo once again. Or no, that's Ashino Joe. I'm fucking silly. Ashino Joe 2, yep. Classic. I know that's also Shaves' favorite anime. I actually don't know anything about this one. Hanada Shonen Shi. I don't know the first thing about this.
It's just Caillou, yeah.
Produced by Masao Maruyama, though, my absolute goat, the greatest producer who's ever lived, and when he dies, I'm gonna be really upset. And he's like 90, so I'm expecting it at any minute. Ojamajo Doremi Dokkan. I have not seen more than like 4 episodes of Doremi, but I completely understand why everybody loves it so much. It is that good. I haven't seen Ongaku either. Another thing I know Shaves was like super, super hyped about leading up to it coming out. I've only seen the first episode of Video Girl Ai. It looks like I dropped it, but that was also when I was like 16, so I don't know. Probably worth a rewatch. This was like the OG Magical Girlfriend anime. Like, literally, hot girl comes out of the TV and just decides she's your girlfriend type shit. Like, that started that. Galaxy Express 39, I've always heard this is one of the greatest anime ever. It's 113 episodes, and I've also heard it's incredibly depressing all the time. So that's why I haven't watched it. Landon, this is his favorite anime, I think. One of them, other than Gosek, obviously. The one he wants me to watch the most, we'll say. And yeah, it's just really depressing, so I haven't watched it. I did watch the movie, and that was great. The movie's really fun. The Daiichi's Earth Defense Family, I still haven't seen. I've heard a lot of good things about this show, though. This is from that 2000 to 2001 anime ghetto era, where like everything that came out was really good and nobody watched it. Nobody's ever heard of it. Black Heaven also falls into that. I guess that's 1999 to 2001, but those 3 years are like the years where anime was really, really interesting and nobody paid attention at all. And that's why nothing interesting has ever happened since, I think. Is that like there was a period where anime was super, super, super interesting and it did not make any money, and so they stopped doing that. And like nobody talks about that era either. Like when people talk about the good old days of anime, they are not talking about 1999 to 2001 unless you are specifically talking to Yakuman and that one Lucario fan, aka Genki and Sienna, aka the biggest Brigadoon fan on the planet. But Brigadoon came out in this era of like all these interesting shows that like just nobody paid attention to.
Sarah Louise says they put me in the squid ward.
That's just Splatoon, right? Like.
Also, Haley's begging us to review Dorohedoro. That's her favorite fucking manga series ever.
I've still only read the first volume and watched the first episode of the anime, and I know it's really good, but I just haven't continued. Sometimes when I read something that I know is really good, but I don't totally get why, I feel like I have to hold off till I'm older. Like I sometimes I just don't think I have enough perspective into something to appreciate it, and so I put it off. And like I probably do now. Like it's rare that happens today, but that's me starting from like last year, you know, like starting last year, it's hard for me to find something I can't understand. But before that, it was way like, I don't know. I feel like I didn't have enough human connections to understand where a lot of art is even coming from, you know?
Yeah.
And Dorohedoro is an interesting one. I'm pretty sure it's the same author as something else really good. Hold on. I don't want to say it and then be wrong, so I'm going to look it up first. Who the original creator was. Have you ever seen Dorohedoro at all?
I watched the whole anime with Haley, and I read the first couple volumes of the manga, but I have to get back to it, because at the time I was like kind of broke, like I couldn't afford to buy all the manga, and I hate reading scans, and Haley doesn't want to lend me her collection because she's very precious. It's very precious to her. So I haven't finished the manga, but I would like to, because the art is really fucking good.
I remember now. The other thing they've created is Die Dark. This is like their current manga. I only read a couple chapters of this as well, but it seemed pretty fun.
It's worth noting that my friend Haley is also an art student, and that a lot of her art is very much inspired by Dorohedoro. Like, you can see it in her art style that like there's very much of that same like essence, that soul in the things she creates, and it's really fucking cool to see. She also has like multiple Dorohedoro tattoos on her body. It look fucking sick.
Oh yeah, a couple minutes ago we got a request on Cash App and I didn't notice. It was from Zerakiel. Two song requests. Sorry for taking so long to notice them, Zerakiel. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about Dorohedoro and Video Girl Eye. Yeah, let's check these out. Cough Drops is... Oh no, the song is called Joe Exotic. Did you ever watch that, the Tiger King documentary?
No.
That shit was wild. Do you know who Joe Exotic is or anything about him?
No.
He's a guy who they called him the Tiger King because he ran in like Oklahoma this like tiger exhibit where he bought like 45 fucking tigers and like just has them like on a plot of land, like as like a thing people can come look at. But the guy is like this really he's a really eccentric gay like southern like oh god, how the fuck do I describe Joe Exotic? Like, he's always wearing like the most flamboyant thing he can, and he's like, howdy y'all, come down and see my tigers. Like, it's kind of his personality, you know. But like, he's just this over the top person. And they made a documentary about him and like a few other people who had similar like questionably legal like ownings of a bunch of exotic animals parks. And all kinds of fucky shit happened with this guy where he ended up going to prison like by the end of the documentary they made about him, which is part of why it became such a big deal. In like 2020, the Tiger King documentary was like all over because it was like right after lockdowns happened and Netflix went, oh, we've been holding on to this footage for 2 years, let's go, and they just dumped Tiger King, and it was a huge deal. Also because of this woman called Carol Baskins, who may or may not have killed her husband and fed him to tigers. Like the documentary makes it seem like that unquestionably happened, but it just became like kind of an urban legend after that. But Joe Exotic's a wild dude. He now is like, I think Trump literally pardoned him out of prison because he like decided to be a Trump guy. So he's one of those. He's like on a Kanye West level of just like insane person media figure who just like says and does wacky things all the time. And you're like, I don't know how you're not in prison. I mean, you have been, but I don't know how you're not right now, other than Trump's also a wacky, you know, whatever. Let's see what this song's about.
We in a sketchy ass neighborhood, okay?
All right.
Just get our shit and leave. All right, fine, dude. Just calm down. Here we go.
Okay. All right. School property. Memorial. Did he say my dealer is Joe Exotic? All right. He'll get it for you in the time allotted. He'll get it for you in the time allotted. I actually like that rhyme. My dealer is Joe Exotic. Get it for you in the time allotted. Even know if he bought it, do trust me, we know that he got it. My dealer is Joe Exotic, the man that has. This looks like just like one of the parks I would hang out at. This is such a video I would make. The right narcotic, he'll get it for you in the time allotted. Even know if he bought it, do trust me, we know that he got it. Stay behind me, we in a sketchy neighborhood, but trust me, this is where the shit gets good. Vape, this is like a normal vape pen. Like meeting the sketchy drug dealer to buy a weed vape. Be cool, dude. We don't want to end up and start a feud. Sit on the couch, he'll get the shit for you from his pouch. Ask for a vouch, ask in the street with you saying ouch. Smell but don't touch, smoke a bit too much. He says no such. Good lord, the length of that lighter. Don't. Using like a grill lighter to light your bongs. Brush my face first, been an hour or two. Come on, bro, I got a lot of shit to do. I can't. This dude's mustache. Giga, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I wasn't sure if you're still in this universe for this one. What do you think of this guy's mustache?
Fucking.
His Digibro pajama pants also.
That mustache makes me think of it makes me think of someone really specific, but I'm not sure who.
I actually think Joe Exotic might have a mustache like that. I think that might be what he's going for, is the Joe Exotic mustache.
Can't spend all my time with you. Don't you know that this? Yeah, this ain't cool. Yo, my dealer is Joe Exotic.
Yeah, okay, definitely on purpose.
Man with the right narcotic, he'll get it for you
in the time allotted. I actually really like this hook. My dealer is Joe Exotic. He's got the right narcotics. Get it to you in the time allotted. I like it.
Even though if he bought it, do trust me, we know that he got it. My dealer is Joe Exotic, the man with the right narcotic.
There's like no other idea to the song, but
even though if he bought it, do trust me, we know that he got it. My dealer is Joe
Exotic,
the man that has the right
narcotics.
Get it for you in the
time allotted. Got it. Alright, green crackhead now. Which, by the way, green crack is just a weed strain. Very common weed strain called green crack. It's just weed. It's not crack.
Saturday sesh, Sunday.
This dude looks like he might be. Oh, he's got a Tool shirt on.
Sesh. Every single morning my ass is blessed. Green crackhead, nothing but a green crackhead. Do no work, do these cookies I've been fed. You could be
Kind of. Does he kind of look like Destiny to you, but like not as skinny, like just a little bit though?
I turn blood red. I'm a bear smoking up with
I don't know why. It's maybe something about the way he's shaped.
Ted in the shed. You told me like a guy to hop off the meds and that I should be collecting cash, but I ain't doing no shoeies underneath my parents. I'm Bluey when it comes to ducks. I'm Louie on N64.
I'm Bluey when it comes to ducks. I'm Louie. All right.
I'm playing banjo Tooie.
Hey, Banjo Tooie reference. Hold on, I gotta go back through this. Hold on.
Off the meds and that I should be collecting cash, but I ain't doing no shoeies underneath my parents. I'm Bluey when it comes to ducks. I'm Louie on N64. I'm playing banjo Tooie. Perfect Dark is better than Golden Eye. Sue me. James Bond is so.
I wonder if anyone would disagree with that. I never played Perfect Dark. Did
I have
you?
both games. I didn't get that far into either of them, honestly. It's not even because of like. I think it's because the controls are so fucking prehistoric. But no, I just like the way the missions are structured. It's like I just don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing half the time, and it's really annoying and obtuse.
I definitely played GoldenEye multiplayer as a kid, and I think probably the only reason I didn't play Perfect Dark is that the fucking woman protagonist and I was a little shit. But like, I always understood it too.
Women.
But like as a Nintendo Power reader, like the first scores I ever became fixated on, like my introduction to the concept of scores was Nintendo Power, and they had a percentage meter early on. And it was like the highest score they'd ever given was a 98% to Ocarina of Time, and the second highest was a 96 to Perfect Dark. And so I always knew Perfect Dark as like, you know, in my mind, the second best Nintendo game, you know, because that's what they had basically called it. Yeah.
Real quick, did you see that my friend Haley sent a super chat?
No, I did not. I've got the wrong window open. Let's check that out.
4269.
Doro Hey Doro and Ajin and Blame. Also Krona is cringe. Get in VC, bitch.
She wants me to voice chat with her so bad.
Wait, is she requesting us to like read Doro Hey Doro and Ajin and Blame, or is she just saying that those are all like good and?
I asked her in DMs. I'm like, are we just talking about them or reading them? And she said, I don't know, both.
She sent 4269 because it's 42069.
That's correct.
That's the joke. Okay. It took me a second to catch up in my brain. Like, oh, that's not a request for a time allotment amount. That is just the numbers 42069. How did I miss?
She is simply an incorrigible doofus. But
no, I appreciate it. I love.
Also,
420 and 69 are both great numbers that represent amazing things that I love. So, you know, I'm always happy.
The weed number, the sex number. Oh yeah.
Also, she's yelling at me in DM saying she wants mod privileges.
In what, your server or my server? Or the Discord or the chat, the YouTube chat?
I assume she means the YouTube chat. She's not in your Discord, and I already gave her mod privileges in my Discord. I don't know. She's typing again.
Amazing.
She says, I don't know, I'm just being stupid. Haley, when are you not being stupid?
Zeracule says, I feel like this guy has to have heard of Endless Chess. It's a little scuffed, but he's got such spirit. You know, maybe. I definitely thought of Endless Chess. I didn't think of, like, oh, this is definitely, definitely aware of him, but because it's only a couple years old, it very well could be, you know? Like, aside from just being known within, like, the PCP realm, he is also somewhat known in, like, the Drunken Peasants universe as a rapper, specifically for the P-Style video, because they played that a whole lot on there, and they had him on as a guest a few times because of it.
Overrated even with Pierce Bros.
I still listen to Butt Chugger.
Butt Chugger is a fucking classic. Cody LaRue's the Butt Chugger. He's gonna make you his Butt Chug brother.
Yes.
I wonder what Cody LaRue's been up to. I don't feel like that guy's posted a fucking video in forever. He used to have the Flint Rat Films channel, but I don't think they even post.
Older stories like Bartleby and all cheap. I named the Barney and lived on the street of Barnaby. Purple dinosaur baby, acting like a carny, like a rich bully. I'll fuck you up like Darby, cause this be a demolition derby of my fist at your face. Yeah, that's my army. Sting you like a bee. Yeah, I'm charming. Born.
Sting you like a bee. Yeah, I'm charming. Oh my god, and he managed to make that sound kind of hard too. That's really hilarious.
Surge in Orbeez. By the way I dress, you know I don't give a fuck about steez. Don't even on a billboard. My soul is a police morality police. Just cause I was wearing the wrong fleece.
I dug that. That one's pretty good. What's your deal, Flex Entertainment? Is it just this dude's songs? What is Homie I'm Jaquavius? What does this mean? How worried should I be? Is that Viper? That looks kind of like Viper. That might be Viper. You know, Yule cowards don't even smoke crack. You know what? I'll save this. I don't know what to expect. A super chaotic record label that they let anyone on. Oh no, I've seen a few of those before. I've known a few super chaotic record labels that will let anybody post. You never know what you're gonna get. They don't tend to usually last super long, if I'm being honest. Because eventually somebody posts something that you go, oh no, oh no.
For in the history of forever. Happy Pride Month, all of my fellow homo gay gay homos. I am today going to be talking
That's
to you
me. I'm a homo gay gay homo.
about a manga. It's a manga called Until I Love Myself. I bought this book on a whim at a Barnes & Noble because I saw it in the little itty-bitty shit.
I think I saw this book, and my reaction was, that looks so much like my lesbian experience with loneliness that it's become like a genre.
Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about, right?
I mentioned that in this video.
Good.
Yes,
yeah, this
exactly.
one. I saw the cover and I was like, it looks just like this. But that's probably a good thing.
Shitty Pride section.
Good marketing.
Where
also, it's literally trans flag colored.
some of the books were like turned backwards. I think like some really angry guy like flipped all the books, which drew my attention to them more.
What a fucking thing to do, though. Like, it's also really funny that it drew your attention even more to do that. Like, you saw them be like, why are these backwards? Oh, they're trans. Like...
Yep, exactly.
I felt compelled to fix them, and while flipping through a few of these, you know, I had a few choices. At this one, they had like X gender or cross gender. I don't know what it's called. They had I think
I have the first volume of that, and I haven't read it yet.
Loneliness, which I flipped through and considered buying because I really like how it has a kind of messy, imperfect portrayal of a queer person that's not, you know, like harshly sanitized or really critical of her. It's just like a very honest depiction. But I am not a lesbian. So I felt this one appealed to me more. This one, Until I Love Myself, by Poppy Pesiana. Poppy Pesiana, this manga is autobiographical, first of all, and Poppy themselves is non-binary. And I am non-binary.
Boy, you fucking disappeared. Oh, shit.
That's right, you fools. I was non-binary all along. I, as a non-binary transgender demigirl, fuck it, whatever.
The effort to explaining my gender identity just isn't worth it. I was so over it the moment I started that sentence. I was like, this sucks. I give up.
I completely understand. I think that's the perfect way to do it, though. Like, you know what? Actually, fuck that.
I'm Martian with the pride flag on as a cape, like fucking Dracula, and I'm like, fuck this.
Have you seen...
All improv. None of this is scripted, by the way.
I feel like this came up when you were here, because Bird must have asked you. Have you seen I Think You Should Leave, the sketch comedy show?
I don't know.
probably not then. It's not that old, but like it's a really fucking funny show. But one of the bits they do sometimes will be like, basically like it'll be a skit where the idea is that they're filming a like a variety show or something, some kind of game show, but like the hosts haven't quite figured out what the show is, and so at some point they just kind of give up and they're like, fuck it, dump it, like this sucks, like don't even print this to television. Like that's usually how the sketch ends. It's just like, fuck it, dump it, you know. That's what this reminded me of, is that atmosphere. Just like, nope, we're not doing this actually.
Happy Pride, everybody! Look, it's Pride content. Look, it's gay. It's gay.
Look, it's gay.
Click on it. Does this make you want to give me money? Huh? I think I deserve money for this. I think everyone should start paying me to be gay on camera.
Fair though.
I'm not fucking joking anymore. I am going to be functionally unemployed in a week. You hear me? I'm losing my fucking job. And just, flipping through this.
Facts though. Wait, didn't that? It's Friday, right? Does that mean we're there now, right? You are now functionally unemployed, right?
I am unemployed.
Oh my god! Congratulations!
Yay!
Woo! I forgot that was literally today.
Yeah, so everybody send as many requests as you can, because
let's keep Giga as unemployed as possible for as long as possible, y'all. We can do this.
Yeah.
Super
Share
chat.
my
I don't
around as much as possible. I am after that fucking bag, please.
Absolutely.
Don't make me get another job.
I guess you're gonna have to make a Patreon like now. Like if we're saying this, you're just gonna have to already have one.
Well, I have the account. I just haven't prepared it at all. There's no description or images or rewards or anything set up. I just made the account. I haven't done anything with it because you were yapping at me about how memberships on YouTube are better because people don't have to make another account for it.
That's true, but you don't have them you don't have them unlocked yet. And I'm like, shit, you've already entered the sphere of not having a job, so it might be important to already get the Patreon set up right now, and then you can do memberships later.
Yeah,
and it's not like people won't do both. I have both.
There's people who are already telling me wow, your videos fucking inspired me, or I've gotten messages from several people telling me they made a positive change in their life because of something I said in a video.
Yeah.
So surely there's someone out there who would think yeah, this person's cool. I don't want them to starve and throw money at me.
Yeah.
It's a few dollars a month.
I think a big part of it is we have to change the paradigm of how people look at the way they spend money on art. Is I think a lot of people feel like they only want to pay for things that they have to pay for, but it puts you in this situation where you're often paying for things that you only kind of want because you have to pay for it to get it, whereas there's things you really want, but you can get it for free, so you don't pay for it. And it's yeah, okay, I get why you're thinking that way, but if you don't put money into that thing, it's just going to disappear. I can't do this if I don't get paid to do it. And I don't want to make that what you're thinking about while you watch it, because then it sucks the life out of it. But at the same time, if nobody ever decides oh yeah, let me make sure this thing exists, So on some level, you do have to just create a paradigm that's easy for people to fall into. If they're just I'm never going to miss $5 a month because I love this content, then having a monthly payment structure is just going to be very easy for those people to follow, until the day they are either really on financial hard times or really don't like you. One of those two things has to happen for somebody to cancel a subscription for just a few bucks.
Yeah.
And it happens, as has happened to me many, many, many times. But
book, I just I found the artwork more appealing. I really like the way that Poppy depicts themselves in
Max
this as being very androgynous. They kind of draw themselves
where I learned Krona is
looking a
envy. I'm yeah, that's sort of a big reveal. I was originally planning for that to be a big there was gonna be a whole segment in the video where I'm explaining, yeah, no, I'm not really that open about it because I kind of feel if I describe myself as anything less than girl, that people will kind of degender me more and kind of I don't know, treat me as less than take my gender less seriously, which is already as a trans woman, it's hard enough to get people to take you seriously in any way. So this was kind of a big okay, I'm getting like real with y'all now. I'm in the real shit right now. I am like kind of gender fluid. Like my gender is not like a static binary thing.
Yeah.
It is deeper and more complicated than that. It's just once it came time to actually filming that part, I was like, this sucks. Like I don't enjoy doing.
No,
this
I
part.
think that
I'll just make it
legitimately
a bit instead.
it's like too early for society. Like they haven't, like not like transgenderism already is threatening to the gender binary, but it is still kind of embracing of it. Non-binary is like literally threatening the idea of the gender binary, and a lot of people can not handle that. Like it's another bridge from transgender. Like saying, well, I identify as a woman, some people can wrap their head around that because they're just like, oh, so you just like dolls, you know, whatever, sure. You know, but like saying I'm neither one, they're like, but my whole identity is couched in the idea that I'm not a woman and am a man. And it's like, how do I reconcile that with you saying that you're neither? Like their brains fucking implode when they think about it. So, yeah, it's harder. It is literally harder. I don't think, like, I mean, we talk about Bird being gender fluid all the time, and like I don't think anybody really thinks about it, you know, because like he's just he's a 6'5" dude with a deep voice. Like it's hard for people to internalize the idea like this person also sees themselves as a woman, you know, like it's just not something that's going to occur to most people, you know. So he's not like fighting for it because fucking he doesn't have the energy, or like what would he get out of it, you know? Not even that he doesn't have the energy, but literally what would be the benefit to like correcting someone on that, you know? It's just like some people will get it, some won't, whatever, you know.
Right.
Little dorky most of the time,
Yeah,
a little goofy. They have a tendency to explain.
Wait, did you have more to say before I play this?
Sarah Louise said, I'm also non-binary.
Gary says,
I
I've never
probably
heard you use anything but he, him pronouns for Bird, but sometimes I do think of you two as girlfriends. That's adorable. He gives androgynous energy, just not to straights. No, I think straight people do think that something's going on with Bird. Even when straight people see a long-haired man, they immediately assume something's happening. Like, nobody sees a long-haired guy and is like, that's a straight man for sure. Like, that's just not the way people think. I think there are long-haired guys who think, like, this doesn't say anything about my sexuality. And it's like, you might believe that, but other people don't. Like, they just are going to see a long-haired guy and think, like, that is either a gay or a guy from California, which means he's sus in the first place. Like, he's either gay or he doesn't know he's gay because he's from California and everyone from California is gay. That's literally how people not from California see California. It's like, it's just a bunch of long-haired gay men. Like, and I know I sound like I'm being like stereotyping, but like I'm out with Bird all the time, so I see this happen. Like I see people talk to him, and when they hear California, like the race of stereotypes that start coming out of people is crazy. But yeah, he is a long-haired California boy, and I think in his mind that didn't make him, you know, I think in his mind he's like thought, well, there's a lot of stereotypes about long-haired California boys. None of that makes me gay or not a man. And then hanging out with me kind of changed his mind. Me and other trans women changed his mind about that, where he was like, oh, actually, no. Actually, I am actually not just like a straight cis man. There's more to it than that. But I also think that like anybody who approached their life with rational thought would come to those conclusions. So, you know.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about cis people. They're not real. They're living in their own fantasies.
Their life story in a very dissociated way. Like, it's very plain. There's not a lot of emotion being pushed through the text. Instead, almost...
I will say that also is very true of my lesbian experience with loneliness. It's like she describes her emotions rather than, like, making you feel them. It's like...
Yeah.
It feels very detached, but like what she's describing is intense as fuck. Like, and then I started cutting myself all day, and you're just like, excuse me, you know, like.
The same thing with Poppy. It's like, yeah, I banged my arms against walls in my desk, and I screamed at the top of my lungs till my mom came in and yelled at me, and like, there's literally a scene where they describe their like feeling like they were outside of their body while things are happening. It's like illustrated in like a very plain, like, yeah, this is just what dissociation is.
For sure. Yep.
Is conveyed through the visuals alone.
Whoa.
Which
That image is fucking intense.
This might seem overblown, but if I express how that felt in the form of an illustration with zero exaggeration, this is what it looks like.
This is the most Japanese manga panel I might have ever seen. Like apologizing for the level of emotion you are expressing, but being like I'm sorry if this doesn't make sense to you or seems like, you know, more intense than what you've ever experienced, but I promise this is how it felt, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder if there are people who look at this and can't understand what this means. Like they look at this and like, well, I don't know what that, like, you're saying this is what it looks like, but what is this, you know? Like,
yeah.
I wonder how universal it is that people can actually appreciate what this feeling is.
Yeah, this is the feeling of an older man who has like power over you, fucking rubbing your back without your consent.
Oh, yeah. Okay, for sure.
I mean, it's a very traumatic story. Just trigger warning for those of you who have experienced sexual harassment in the workplace, or any sexual harassment at all. Those things are depicted throughout the first 3 chapters of the book. That's sort of the inciting incident that caused this manga to exist. Poppy realizing that they were sexually harassed during their job as a manga assistant in the early 2010s, and then coming to grips with it. This book was released in 2020, I believe, brought to the US in 2023. It's only 2 volumes, by the way. I do recommend getting this yourself. There's only 2 books. They're not very expensive. I think it was,
I'll be right back. I have to pee.
It was $13. $13 for this one, $13 for the second one. So, very cheap manga. Very much worth your time if you're interested in something, something very genuine, very like real,
I don't
from a
even
queer
cover
author.
everything
That's not
in
like
book 1.
It's not like other anime and manga featuring like trans characters. It's not fetishized at all. It's not treated as a joke. This is a real non-binary person's real life story, and it's very gripping and a bit harrowing, but it's very real and honest. And honestly, there's parts of this book because. What's happening, Mr. Kitty? There's parts of this book that I find mostly educational because Poppy is a trans-mask, non-binary. They describe themselves as feeling like they have a more masculine lean, androgynous, but they talk constantly about their experience growing up, hating their female body. There's a lot of that in this book, a lot of talking about the experience of growing up perceived as a woman and hating themselves for it, learning how to forgive themselves for being born female, as it's phrased in the book. And I find that very interesting because, you know, I don't have that experience. I was not assigned female at birth. I did not have the childhood that some people tend to have where they grow up perceived female and are mistreated because of it, or treated differently. Like, Poppy always hated the way that they were treated because of the way they looked. Whether it be the obvious things like how people encourage them to dress, or the less obvious things like when a little boy flips their skirt up to make all the other kids laugh, and then the male teacher kind of smiles and says, "Oh, you know, boys will be boys. Yeah. You just got to give them a pass on that one."
That's very much the dynamic
depicted in this. For as much of this as I find educational, there's also a good chunk of it that I find insanely relatable. Certain key phrases that Poppy says throughout this book that I can personally relate to, having either thought or said that exact phrase before. One of my favorite little interactions in this book comes when Poppy meets their editor, Chileashi-san, and says to her,
speak out, like, doesn't say
everybody
anything,
at some point in their life
that
thinks they like to be the opposite gender, right? Like, it'd be kind of fun. And Chileashi just says, so, I've never thought that in my life. I think a lot of trans people can relate to that exact thing, where, like, just like, I mean, everybody thinks about this stuff. I'm not the only one, sure.
I'm back. I'm sorry for leaving this playing and you had no way to pause it if you had anything you wanted to say.
No one could. I was talking, but no one can understand me because it was 2 Kronas talking at the same time. Krona voice on top of Krona voice was jamming. Yeah, fuck. Whatever.
Double the pleasure, double the fun. That's the statement of the great man with double giga gum.
There was a good like 30 seconds where I was just staring at the screen mindlessly watching myself, and I was like, why am I doing that? I should talk to the chat, and the chat can understand me.
Nah, they have to watch this video. I do think I'm gonna wrap this up soon because I'm starting to get hungry, and Bird told me he was hungry. I thought he was asleep. I went and I passed through the room to go pee, and then I came back and I was like, "Oh my God, you're still awake!" And he's like, "Hungry," and I was like, "You know what? Me fucking too. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours."
I am actually eating right now. My partner just brought me food.
Apparently, my super chat revenue, thanks to your friend's kind donation, is up to $90.99, which is pretty nice. It would have been nowhere near that if not for that. And also, I got some off app, Venmo and Cash App donations. So it's like close to $100 we've made here today. That's not bad. That's usually when I cross the threshold of $100, I'm like, that's a day's work, right? I don't know. Probably supposed to make more than that in a
Haley
day.
is no. Haley is no longer watching the stream. She's busy now. So if you want to push her request off to the next stream, I'm okay with doing that.
Wait, what was her request? I thought she just said like
talk about. She wanted us to talk about
Dorohedoro and
just 3 different manga. It was like Dorohedoro, Blame, and fuck, what was the third thing?
Blame is really fucking
it was
good.
Ajin.
Ajin. I haven't read any of Ajin, and I dropped the anime really early on, so I don't know much about it. But
I read volume 1.
Blame is fucking awesome. Tsutomu Nihei is just an amazing artist. His manga is like art book manga. It's like just it's just a sequence of really fucking cool images. Usually they're barely comprehensible. Like there's not a lot of dialogue to explain what's happening, so it's just like sick shit happening and like lots of explosions and crazy monsters and like weird cyberpunk. Very unique aesthetic. He's probably best known for Knights of Sidonia, which the same animation studio that did the Ajin adaptation also did. I just don't like that animation studio style, so I didn't like those shows. But but the Blame manga is really cool. The Biomega manga is also really good from him. And then Dorohedoro we already kind of touched on. I've only read the first volume and seen the first episode of the anime, but it is like one of the most unique, weird, fucking just like the tone, the pacing, the art style, all of it is just not like anything else. So when you read Dorohedoro, it's just like I'm stepping into this world,
Yeah, for sure. Like I really was not sure how to react to it the first time I saw it, and I really want to like give the manga like plenty of like my time. I really want to pour as much of my time and attention into it, like give it the attention it deserves, because it really is like a whole ass thing.
It also used to be super hard to find. Like it was publishing in America way before the anime came out, but it was like the rarest fucking manga, and so for years I was like trying to hunt it down, and then they finally made the anime, and also like scans had come out at some point, so I read some of the scans and watched the anime, and it was kind of that weird feeling of demystification where it definitely wasn't what I was expecting, because the way that the art looks and the way people talked about it, I thought it would be a lot more serious, and it is serious in that it's like violent and kind of fucked up, but it has a very weird, wacky tone that's like it takes adjusting to be like, oh, this is what this is, and it doesn't feel like anything else. So you really have to like get yourself into the mindset of like reading this manga. And I would say the same thing about Die Dark, the newer manga from the same author. Is like it's immediately entertaining, but it's entertaining in such an off-kilter and weird way that it's like I have to really be in the headspace for this, and that kind of means creating the headspace for this by like reading it until you're like locked in,
Yeah, for sure. And I would also be remiss if I were not to mention Ebisu. Ebisu is love. Ebisu is life. Ebisu is the most important character in Dorohedoro. She is everything.
Ebisu is the name of, I think, a Japanese
I'm not going to elaborate further on that,
that's
because everyone needs to read Dorohedoro to understand why Ebisu is so important. Or at the very least, watch the anime. The anime is frustrating because it's only like 12 episodes and it's all like 3D, so it's kind of like it doesn't look half as good as the manga does.
It's a neat aesthetic that they went for, but it's definitely not the same.
It's inferior, yeah.
Let's just
It's kinda
finish up
like
this.
the first. Yeah.
I'm gonna speed up this video, but I do want to watch the rest of it before we go.
Yeah.
Early, and you ask your
Can you
cisgender
come back
friends
to
about it,
normal
and they're
speed
like,
when we get to the ending.
no, actually, I don't want that. Let me go.
Oh yes, I remember this. The realization that other people around you do not want to be, just innately want to be a woman. Something I also it's like the most common like trans woman stereotype, I guess, and it's why I make fun of Egoraptor so much, because he keeps bringing it up to guys and being like, "You don't want to be a hot girl," and Dan's just like, "No, I've never even considered that. What are you talking about?" And yeah, it was the same for me. It was just like I took it for granted. Like, well, who wouldn't want to be a hot girl? And like at some point, I think people started telling me like, "I don't want that," and I was like, "Oh." Even women were telling me I don't really want to be a hot girl. I'm like, oh, shit, fuck.
I mean, it's not like every sequence of sexual harassment in this book is. It's not that extreme.
But it's
It's no
fun
berserk.
seeing that
It's
like
no
the
like
reverse
it's
of that with like Poppy. Poppy, where they're just like, oh, of course, like every girl has thoughts of being a guy, right? Like you'd rather be like, who would want to be a girl? This is awful. And the woman they're talking to is just like, no. Like, what do you mean? I've never thought that. Like, it really goes both ways.
For sure.
Depictions are not that graphic in detail. There are scenes where the main character is depicted as nude, but it's usually just like a body outline. There's nothing that explicit in the book.
Quick, Petrichor live in the chat. Cis women don't want to be hot girls. Being a hot girl comes with a lot. Like, because if you're actually trying to be, like, if you're trying to be hot, not just incidentally hot, like, okay, let's say that there's like 10% of women who are incidentally insanely hot, but then all of those 10% now also have the ability to like use makeup, use surgery, whatever means at their disposal to be even hotter. So if you enter yourself into the competition of I'm trying to be the hottest, you are now like committing yourself to I'm going to do like a beauty routine, and I'm going to do all this like fucking like I'm going to spend all this money on my body. And like I think a lot of people who like just disregard their own appearance, like they don't even think they're in the running, they're not thinking about any of that. They're just like, I wish I was hot, and it's like, yeah, but if you were actually trying to be hot, you are entering yourself into like a competitive environment that it's not like fun or easy to sustain, like you have to be constantly putting effort in towards the being hot paradigm. And like,
yeah,
a lot of women figure that out way quicker because they're being held to that standard from the beginning, whereas someone like me, I've just been dismissed from the conversation of attractiveness for my whole life. I was never even in the running, so it would take a lot of work to be in that competition in my mind. So I'm not interested. I'm fine with being exactly as attractive as you think I am. That's fine. I'm not trying to work any harder at it, really.
I think some of the worst cases of sexual harassment depicted are not just, because these things are terrible, but like some of the most graphic depictions in the book, they're more like abstract expressions of how Poppy felt, like the visceral feeling of disgust and revulsion shivering down throughout their entire body. There are also depictions of self-harm that resulted from these instances of sexual harassment. Because unfortunately, in 2013, when these things happened to them, these things were kind of seen as more socially acceptable, and the book comments on this. There are scenes explaining how Poppy went to a lawyer in the 2020s and discovered that if they were to sue their sexual harasser, their boss at the time, in 2013 they probably wouldn't have won that civil suit, but if it happened now, they probably could win. And it's because of things like the Me Too movement.
That is super interesting, especially that the Me Too movement would have such a knock-on effect in Japan. This is Japanese, right? This manga? Like,
yeah.
That's wild. And it's like... It's
all this
honestly
is detail. Like the Me Too is directly mentioned in the text of the story.
I think we're only like a decade, maybe 2 decades off from this, but there's gonna come a time where like the Me Too movement is something America wears as like a badge of honor. Like, this is one of the best things we did to the world, was like start a whole movement against sexual assault. People, I don't know how you describe what Harvey Weinstein does. That whole thing, like the whole like industry of sexualization. Like, I mean, I talked about this last year with the Kendrick Lamar versus Drake beef. I called it the millennial war on pedophilia. That like we are the first generation that's like, actually it's unacceptable and we're going to dismantle this power structure. Like, we're not going to let this keep happening, and it's powerful shit. And I definitely see that, like, the fact that the Me Too movement would be credited even in Japan. It's one of the few things that makes me proud of America. I know it's something a lot of Americans hate, you know, like there's plenty of people who think it's very un-American of us, but I think it's super American. It's something America should, like, go forward, be like, hey, we did that, you know? We did Me Too, guys. Like, that's why we get to exist on the world stage, you know, and, like, we've done some things right.
Because the times are changing, and
Anita Sarkeesian did literally nothing wrong and was actually a revolutionary and should be celebrated as such by history.
Victimizing women is becoming less easy and less normal than how it used to be. Poppy talks a lot about their particular gender identity and how they perceive themselves versus how others perceive them, and how they kind of reconcile that difference in their mind. There was just a whole lot of justifying things to themselves, thinking, well, you know, my teacher insists that I'm a girl, but I can just be like the superheroes on TV. I just have a secret identity, you know. They always just intrinsically knew they weren't a girl, and they weren't really that, like, forceful about it. They weren't that outspoken about it. They just kind of, you know, made these little justifications in their mind and projected outward that, like, they mostly dressed in masculine clothes or androgynous outfits. They were goth when they were younger. And so it leads to...
Ocean Man, you're allowed to think Bayonetta is cool and still think that Anita Sarkeesian did nothing wrong. She did not get Bayonetta taken off of store shelves. Like, you know, she's not fucking Tipper Gore. She did not, like, create a fucking government, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Censorship case, you know. What were you saying?
I still see Anita Sarkeesian's fucking, like, arguments being taken out of context and misconstrued to this day, and it drives me fucking crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
people just, like, blatantly misinterpreting things that are really obvious, like, because all her shit back then was, it was like basic bitch, like, intro to feminism 101.
Yeah.
It's not that, like, complicated. And
it's
it
the
just
kind of
drives me
shit
fucking
where
nuts that
I
people
think
don't
it's
understand it.
I think it's the kind of thing where she gave probably too much grace to the audience to think they'd be understanding of what she was trying to say, because she comes from like a world of normal people and not like debate club assholes on the internet who are like, well, you got this fact wrong about this game, so therefore everything else you said is irrelevant, you know? And that's a lot of what the argument against her was like, well, she didn't even know the games she was talking about. And it's like, that wasn't the point. It was just like, can you all think a little harder, you know, about how you're depicting this? Or like, you know, about how this is the only thing that's depicted. Like, and we've come a billion miles since then. Like, I literally think she saved gaming. Like, actually, the whole feminist frequency thing worked and saved video games. Because now we have endless girl games. Like, a billion of them. I can fucking throw a rock at Steam and I'm going to hit a game with a girl as the main character. Like, she literally opened the floodgates. It was something I was hoping to do with my cool girl game series. Like, I wanted to be like, well, how do we do what she's trying to do, but without making everyone mad? And the answer is no one pays attention or cares. So, like, making everyone mad worked. And I ultimately think history will remember her very happily in the comparison to how it is now, where, like, she's still probably getting death threats every day, you know, like.
For sure. I mean, you look back on, like, the way that video games were marketed in the 2000s, like, pre-Anita Sarkeesian, was like, it was so normalized to see ads that were like, it'd be like a supermodel, like, magazine cover girl in, like, a skimpy bikini being like, oh, yeah, marketing to boys. This is a boys club. Get your boy video game, manly man. And, like, that was, like, the mainstream. That was normal. And now it's not like that at all. Now it's the opposite, where you have, like, the wave of chuds on the internet constantly, like, clawing and scratching, desperately trying to get the wokeness out of their games, and it doesn't work because they're fucking stupid.
Yeah. And a lot of it really comes down to, like, just the dumbest marketing think and lack of risk-taking on the creative end. Because there are plenty of times, when you know enough about gaming history, we can all probably think of an example where, like, a game started off with, like, a female protagonist, and then someone told them no. Like, somewhere along the line, it was like, you can't run a game with a girl protagonist. Girls don't buy video games. And it's like, well, why do you think girls don't buy video games? You won't run a game with a girl protagonist. Like, how do we, you know, it's a chicken-egg situation going on. Like, somebody has to create the spark. Someone has to inspire girls to want to buy video games, or they're not going to. And I think, if I had to say what was, like, the tide-changing moment, honestly, it's probably Minecraft. I think that game was so ubiquitous that it ended gender being like in the conversation about video games. It's just like, everyone plays video games. What do you mean? Like, there's no such thing as a human being that's not playing Minecraft who's born in time for that. They were fucking had it in school. Like, literally, you could grow up as like go to computer club or class or whatever. Fucking they got Minecraft there. So, you know, I think it's a different
folks.
now,
Minecraft fixed sexism.
Minecraft and Anita Sarkeesian, because Notch couldn't have done it by himself, obviously. He's like a neck-bearded, like, fedora-wearing dork, but...
Notch is actually a raging transphobe now.
Is
So
that
we do
true?
have to kill him.
Oh, no, is
Yeah.
that really true?
No, he's fucking evil. Like, he's super, like gigaturf. Man's a freak. It's really funny, too, because, like, since he doesn't have, like, rights over Minecraft anymore, but there's, like, this drop-dead gorgeous trans woman who composed some of the best, like, music in the game, and he fucking hates her with every fiber of his being. It's hilarious.
Fuck. I didn't know I had to be, like, anti-Minecraft on top of fucking Harry Potter. What is going on with
Oh, no,
these
you don't
rich
have to be
people?
anti-Minecraft, because Notch doesn't own... Like,
yeah, but why do rich
he
people
became
hate trans
transphobic
people?
After...
What is it, like...
I don't know.
What do billionaires
Rich
have
makes
against
you,
us?
like- I think the more money you have, the more mentally ill you become. Like, you become detached from reality because you can't relate to normal people anymore when you're, like, in that world. Like, I think being rich and famous legitimately, like, is
Why
like
do
a
they
mind
feel
virus.
threatened
Like,
by us, though? Like, what is it about the existence of trans people that, like, Elon Musk and fucking and what's her fuck with Harry Potter and Notch feel so threatened? Like, what is the danger to them? They have all the fucking money in the world. What are they afraid of?
in the case of Elon Musk, it's both because one of his kids, his daughter is trans, and also because he got cucked by a trans woman. Like, one of his wives left him for a beautiful trans woman. So,
Notch
in his
isn't a
case, like,
billionaire?
it's like, oh, this is personal.
Hold on, what is he worth now? I know he was at one point a billionaire, but I would not be at also. I heard he was doing like Drake parties all the time. It says in 2025 he's estimated to be worth 1.2 billion by Forbes. So Notch might still be a billionaire, but I know he'd be throwing and running around doing them freaky big Drake parties and shit. So
I think the people in power are also acutely aware that we are cooler than everyone else, and that we have a lot of social power in our circles.
like
and
no
that,
amount of money
if
will make
we-
them as cool as us, so they're like really upset.
Well, it's like they want to control us. Like, they want to suppress us because they know we could change society for the better vastly. But, like, I don't know. Because the way I see it is, like, trans people are some of the most, like, creative, inventive people throughout history. And that's, like, what I feel. I feel like they try to put a target on us and make us out to be, like, the freaks and the dregs of society so that, you know, I mean, it's the same as, like, convincing the middle class that, like, the lower class is the problem and not the rich billionaire fucks.
Yeah.
It's, like, getting us to, like, fight each other so we're not fighting the people at the top. I think
Yeah,
it's that kind of thing.
Max Potion said gender roles are used to divide and conquer the working class. That sounds right. Mass Tomo said rich people like that they are the other who the majority of people in society could gain from resisting, so they have to use LGBT people as scapegoats to be the other to get the heat off their own back. I could
Yeah.
see that. Like, if they had to
rich
pick
people
somebody.
legitimately are, like... Because you can't be bigoted against rich people because they're the ones with all the power. Like, they legitimately are... Like, they are fucking strange. They are, like...
Yeah.
They are, like, bad. They are fucking freaks. Like, they are, like, the problem.
Mhm.
And, yeah, I don't know. Like, basically everything they say sucks about us is actually what sucks about them.
Tends to be
rejection.
I guess I haven't even heard what Notch's issues are. I don't know what his problem is. I feel like I have a solid grasp on what what's her name's lying about, but I don't know about Notch. So I don't know if I want to know. I don't know if it'll be helpful for me to know any of that.
Scenes when such as when Poppy first begins their manga assistant job working under the man who sexually harassed them. The sexual harasser is referred to as Exxon because his name cannot be legally revealed. There's a scene very early on where Poppy explains to Exxon why they prefer to be, you know, seen as more androgynous. They don't really feel like a woman and they'd rather not be addressed as one.
Mass Tomo said also LGBT and neurodivergent people are used to living without a lot of money and aren't as easy to exploit, so they can't make money off of us, so they make money by being antagonistic to us. I definitely think that plays a big role, especially for somebody like me, who is somebody who like recognizably has a level of like ability to, I won't call it social power so much as ability to generate social power. Like I can make a thing happen.
Yeah.
And if you know that about me, your instinct is either I'm going to use this for advertising purposes, or I really need to work against this so that it doesn't damage my advertising, you know? And I think I have put myself mostly at odds with advertisers, so it's a little bit like, yeah, I get it. I get why they don't like me. Brainworm Podcast says, if you give 1% of the people 99% of the wealth and you give them a couple of generations to convince themselves that they're special, it actually leads to them believing they are special. So everyone becomes another. That's absolutely true as well. And I've met some of those kids who aren't even that rich, like just rich enough to be like the richest kid at their school, and they are the most spoiled, awful people I've ever encountered in my life.
Yep.
Specifically, my ex had like an uncle who was like a dean of a school, and his wife was also like a doctor or something. So it was like they had enough money that their son, her cousin, he was probably like 21 at the time for like family reunion, and we went to a steak restaurant where he literally ordered two $20, like $25 steaks, and I'm like, that's not like, it's a weird situation to be in that you're trying to flex how much money you have by buying two cheap steaks, but also expensive. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's such a
I would
particular
describe-
way of being.
I would describe the way that like rich brain works is like the higher their numbers go up, the smaller we look to from their perspective, and they like
Yeah.
consider us less and less human. Like we are more like bugs under their boots.
For
It's very
sure.
much like anyone who has read like X-Men comics, the Dark Phoenix saga, Jean Grey becoming possessed by the Dark Phoenix. It's different in the movies. In the movies, it's just like, man, I get evil sometimes and I can't control it. Fucking lame. In the comic book, that's actually good. Jean Grey becoming the Dark Phoenix is like the Phoenix Force has a hold over her. It gives her godlike power, like unfathomably deep, tremendous power. And when she is in this state, she can no longer conceive of other human beings as her friends. Like she flies deep into outer space, realizes that she is hungry, and just in the blink of an eye flushes out an entire planet that had 3 billion people living on it.
God
just
damn.
instantly absorbs the whole fucking thing without a second thought. It's just like, I need energy. Dead, complete genocided in an
Yeah.
instant. They were like weren't even ants to her. They were less than that. That's what it's like being rich. It's like that level of evil. It's beyond the pale.
That's a great metaphor. Yeah.
So detached from
Omni-Man.
reality, they cannot perceive your humanity at all.
Omni-Man from Invincible is that same, definitely an exploration of that archetype.
Very much so.
One, and Exxon's response to that was just a lot of getting flustered, lots of nervous laughter, and just insisting over and over again, like, "Oh yeah, no, totally. I know lots of girls who are like that. You know, it's just a girl thing. You know, lots of girls are like that these days." Almost like he's insisting, like kind of condescending to them, like, "Oh no, you silly little lost child. Don't worry, I understand. You are a girl. You just don't know it." I have totally, absolutely been condescended to by people like that many times. It's almost like they're trying to.
Funny thing about that scene in the manga, the way it's illustrated, it depicts Exxon in like dressed as like a priest reading a sermon to them. Oh no, you lost child. You are a girl.
I know that feel.
I've
It can
encountered
feel
many
like you
people who
are.
do that kind of shit.
It feels like an angel is coming down sometimes when somebody gives you that gender affirming like statement where you're just like, oh.
Oh no,
Oh, you blessed me with understanding. Or is this the opposite?
This is the opposite. It's someone
Okay.
trying to bless you with understanding, but they're actually just being bigoted.
Oh, I see.
That
see.
jarring,
Yeah.
like
They think
Yeah.
they are literally doing what I'm describing, and actually it's the opposite, and you feel that sudden well of like, oh no, you think you just did something for me. Like, and I'm like
it's like there's an
offended.
unfathomable gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfathomable gap in understanding. It's
For
like
sure.
when
I have
like
felt
when I
it.
go
I've
into
been
work.
exactly there. No, actually, it happens to be all the time because of how often people think that I am a man and will appreciate being called oh, thank you, sir. And I'm like, oh, I literally just did something for you, and now I'm like, okay, here.
My least favorite thing that happened like this recently was when I went into work wearing my Pride t-shirt, and the boss man said something to me, and for a moment I thought he was like saying Happy Pride, and I kind of lit up a little bit for a second, like, wait, did he really just say that? And I thought about it for a second, realized he actually said something else, and I kind of laughed at myself to think like, no, like I was stupid to think he would say something like that. This guy does not give a fuck. He probably doesn't even notice that I would care about something like that. But because I chuckled, he said, Rona, I saw a smile. You actually smiled for once. I was like...
Only because I misunderstood
Like,
what you said and thought you were being nice.
Yeah, like, I thought you were saying something actually meaningful, but you were actually just saying the same, like, asinine bullshit you say to me every day. That makes me wish I didn't have to talk to you. It's like...
Ellen
I don't
said,
fucking like.
Ellen said that happens all the time to me. I hate it. And isn't it like the phrase "no good deed goes unpunished" goes through my head often? Like literally the amount of times I'm like holding a door open for someone, or just doing anything nice for anybody, giving some guy $5 on the street, like, oh, bless you, sir. I'm like, why did I even all right. Sure, like this is just part. If I think about Kendrick Lamar has this song about like giving $1, or basically like meeting a homeless guy, debating with him about why he's not giving him $1, and then that guy turns out to be God, and he's like, actually, this was a judgment of your immortal soul. You couldn't even give up $1. Wow, you're pathetic, And so like. Every time I give a homeless person $5 and they call me sir, I'm like, okay, that's just part of the God test. Like, it's okay. This is part of the, like, part of the karma is putting up with this, I guess. But all right, continuing the video.
Like, dominate the conversation with their worldview because they feel, I don't know, they feel like their ideas are being threatened by you somehow. It's like they understand deep down that they have a lot emotionally to unpack about their own personal biases. They just don't want to.
Max Potion said God gives his strongest soldiers the best genders. Truly, truly.
True. Try to shove it all down and kind of almost threaten you into not talking about it. One particular image from this manga that has stuck with me ever since I read it for the first time, that will always stick with me forever, I think, is a scene where Poppy explains the...
C Cypher said, still reminds me of a really uncomfortable situation I dealt with where I had a man yelling at me to tell them someone else's gender so they could address them with respect. I've seen this. I've literally seen this same situation happen. It didn't happen to me, and I don't remember who it did. Fuck, why have I seen this happen? It wasn't like yelling, but it was definitely like, what do I have to call them? Like type deal. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, why are you... I'm offended you're asking me the question. Like, I'm not more comfortable than they are with you asking me this.
Reminds me of a really like awful interaction that happened at the grocery store with one of my friends one time. 'Cause she like... This friend of mine, she transitioned like pretty soon after high school, so she's been like living as a woman for fucking years, like several years. And one time at the grocery store, she just happened to see like one of our old teachers from high school who like waved at her because I guess she saw her from behind or something. It was like, oh, is that Mr. Deadname over there? And my friend just like shut down and ran away. Like she was not prepared for that interaction on any level. And it just felt kind of sad because it was like, we liked that teacher. She was really sweet. She just had no idea. So it was like, fuck, this is awful. Like shouting that from across a grocery store. It's like, nope. Not making this a thing.
I feel that entirely. I
I
probably
can't say I
also
would
would
do
have just been like,
I would do the same.
I can't imagine who would ever do that to me. Like, I don't give off that kind of inviting energy that you could like yell to me across a grocery store, I guess. But that's...
It's funny now because like when I go back to visit my hometown, like most recently, went out to dinner with my mom, And on the way out the restaurant, there was a whole line of people, and I recognized one of them. I was like, oh, that's one of my old coworkers. And I kind of smiled and waved at her, and she just stared at me like who the fuck are you? And I remembered like, oh shit, like I was
Yeah.
I had not transitioned last time I saw her. She has no idea who the fuck I am. Oops.
I feel like nobody would recognize me because I was bearded from like high school through the 20s, and like even back when I had my job at Target, there was like a couple of times where I'd shaved and like people didn't recognize me even like the next, like, you know, literally day to day, like, oh my god, what, like you're the same. Mostly because they all thought I was way older than I was. Like, at the time, I was, like, 21, and my beard made me look 30. So every time I shaved, they'd be like, what the fuck? You're like a child. Like, how did this happen?
Baby face, yeah.
Yeah.
With my friend who got, like, dead named in public, she always had long hair. Like, in high school, she had really long hair, and her hair is about the same length now. So I can understand why the confusion happened, but also she was wearing, like, just like a hoodie and jeans that day, so it's not like she got like misgendered on purpose. It was a genuine misunderstanding, but it still sucked for everyone involved.
Mas Tomo said, I think it's more about the type of person who would yell across the grocery store than someone who would be yelled at from across the grocery store. Both of them are the consequences of being a person from a small town, like by comparison to, like, I just don't think that's an attitude that exists out here. But also, like, the kind of presence I had in people's lives, I moved constantly. So, like, when people see me, even if I literally think people see me and probably recognize me and then don't think they do. Like, they'll be like, that person looks familiar, but I never had that long of a presence in anybody's life, you know? So, like, there's not somebody who would have that level of comfort with me where they would think, oh, I knew you for 12 years, I'm going to shout at you, you know, and not realize that the 4 years they haven't known me are, like, the really important ones, you know? People would assume they don't know me. Like, if they even... People who I was probably close friends with, like, as much as 6 or 7 years ago probably would assume they don't know me if they saw me now and would not shout out to me, you know? Like, just because I have changed so much, and, like... and again, this is not that kind of place. It's not the kind of place where people are just like effusive like that, you know, like nobody knows each other that long. It's a bunch of military people and a nihilistic suburban void. I wrote a song about this a decade ago, but it really is like that here. Like, people do not care about each other in Hampton Roads. They don't. Yeah. Nobody expects to see you for more than a year here. They're just not investigative. Unless they're like deeply rooted. There's this grocery store I go to that like the people there I can tell have worked there for like 15 years and they know everybody, and so I've been deliberately going there because I want them to know me, because I like that. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like, these people actually care about the people in their community, and they're always like having conversations about what's going on, you know. That's neat. Very rare here. So
yeah, it's a totally different vibe back in the Midwest. People are generally more willing to be friendly and talk to you in public, and not just like on the East Coast. I feel like people are constantly in the way and doing a poor job of getting out of the way, and just not being hyper vigilant, not being aware of their surroundings, not interacting. Everyone's just got their own business and going about it poorly.
It's one or the other. It's the annoying or the annoyed, right? You're either like trying to get around someone or you're in the way. Like,
I had like 5 really awkward moments just today of like trying to get around people at Wawa. Like, I was so fucking mad. I tried to get around someone, then stopped because she like slowly moved in front of me, and she went, "Oh, sorry," and she started slowly moving in front of me again, and I got mad and like rushed past her, shoved the door open that she was about to open. I'm like, fuck, let's move.
Wawa's awful because you've got all the people who are just like waiting on their food, who are just kind of milling around random parts of the store, and like it gets so
or worse, I'm waiting on my food and there's nowhere to stand. I'm either blocking someone from getting to food, or I'm standing in the middle of the room where I'm not in the way of food, but there's people walking so close to me that I can smell them. And I fucking hate it.
Since Wawa is hyper regional, I'm going to explain a little bit of how it works. When you walk into Wawa, it's a convenience store like a 7-Eleven or anything else, or like a Citgo or whatever, but like they have a counter serve where like you order on a machine of food, and then you take your receipt to the counter, like the pay counter, and you pay for it. And then the people make the food, and then they call out your number and you come and get it. So after you've paid for the food and when you're waiting for it, you're just kind of standing around somewhere in the store, but there's not like a waiting area. There's not like a specific spot. You can kind of stand right in front of the counter, but if there's 12 fucking people ordering food, it quickly becomes mayhem. And then there's also like usually 4 different lines, and then also an ATM line going on, and like a lottery line going on, and like just fucking, and if it's past 10 p.m. on a fucking Friday or Saturday, it's full of drunks. So then it becomes truly chaos. Like,
I think the worst part about it is that the way the stores are laid out is not conducive to like there's no pathway, there's no clear path to take through it. It's just like there's kiosks over here by the counter, and on your way to walk towards one of the kiosks, there will be like 5 different people crossing directly through your path because they're walking into an aisle or towards the checkout or whatever. Like there's no like clear logical
I should mention too,
everything is just spread out like sporadically.
I've been to at least 20 or 30 different Wawas. None of them had the same layout, and none of those layouts made more sense than the other ones. Like they were all equally bad, but just totally different.
What did they do during COVID? Like, grocery stores had lines on the floor to direct you which way to go through each aisle, so you didn't have to be close to anyone.
I do remember them having
the fuck
circles.
did Wawa do?
They had like circles on the ground throughout the store, but yeah, it was pretty chaotic. But also a lot fewer people were even going outside, like during COVID.
I guess. It's hard for me to picture because it's so much more densely populated over here than it was in the Midwest.
Well, and you and I were both doing a lot of driving around that time, so we were probably like more in convenience stores than other people. But like, I remember at the time, like, because for me going to 7-Eleven and Wawa a lot, like they were just way less populated than I'm used to, at least here during COVID season.
Yeah. That's all I have to say about Wawa. If you want to continue the
The way that girls' bodies were perceived and the way that they were so openly mocked and judged starting in middle school, it seemed like as soon as every girl's body started developing at school, all of their classmates would just start openly talking shit about them. And they compared this directly to picking out produce at the grocery store.
Jupiter's trying to send you a request. Wants to know where to post the link.
Oh. Well, you can't post it in the YouTube chat because it will get eaten, but you could either post it in, if you're on Discord or Blue Sky. Those are good places. Where did you send your request at?
I think they're in Canada, so they like bought your JPEG magazine.
Oh, okay. So I haven't been reading chat.
I've been skimming it, yeah.
I guess I wasn't expecting to get any more requests, so I was like winding down. I sold JPEG magazine for $3. Okay. Also, if you just tell me, if it's like a YouTube video, just tell me the name of it, and I'll just search it. That's easy enough. Welcome back, Marcy. I'll Blue Sky message you. Thank you. Yeah, that works. That works perfectly. I love Blue Sky. Everybody should be on there. If you're still on Twitter, why? What are you doing? Why do you hate... If you're still on Twitter, I have one question. Why do you hate yourself so much? Calm down. Hate yourself a little less. Get off Twitter.
I think it's funny that what eventually drove me off of Twitter wasn't even the... It wasn't the bigotry, it wasn't the bots, it wasn't the Elon Musk rot. It was actually, like, other trans people on Twitter. Because, like, it's kind of like the 4chan thing where, like, people go there to just wallow in misery. And some of the people in there were so desperate to have power over literally anybody that they would just turn on other trans people. Because you couldn't, like, they couldn't feasibly bully anyone else. So, like, when I spoke up and I was like, hey, I think actually dogpiling trans women for making, like, a slightly too edgy joke is actually bad, and I don't think you should be doing that. And then they called me, like, a transphobic bigot and, like, fucking bullied the shit out of me. And I was like, I'm literally, like, you and I are not different. Like, you're just a fucking prick. So I deleted my Twitter because of out of frustration over that person. I was like, you are, like, because they were, like, really riding it hard, like, trying really hard to, like, aggravate me, being like, you're not as woke as you think you are, and saying all this stuff, like, just to piss me off. It was just beyond infuriating. It was like the most immature, fucking, like, stupid conversation ever. Pissed me off. It was like one of the
Twitter really did
like
become
most pissed off I've ever been.
Twitter really did become, like, indistinguishable from 4chan after a certain point.
Yeah.
And, like, it's hard to describe where was the line. And it wasn't just, like, Elon Musk takeover I think it was a bit afterwards, but it definitely was because of it, you know, like that was the behavior being encouraged and therefore it like triplified. But and also just 4chan I think is dying, you know, like nobody's using it anymore, and Twitter is such a like obvious thing to go to spew your opinions, but it's like I don't know what's in it for somebody who doesn't want to be on 4chan anymore. You know, like there was a time where you could be on Twitter and it wasn't exclusively that experience, and now it feels like that is unavoidable. So like that's why I say, like, if you're still there, what is the fucking appeal? Like, what are you just like there to get angry? Why? Like, do you want to be angry? Like, if you're on Twitter and you're not angry, explain how that's working. Like, because I don't understand.
What kept me there the longest was just the porn, like the not safe for work stuff. It was like, okay, yeah, like there's lots of people producing stuff I really like, and like they say like, all right, moving to Blue Sky, and then they actually don't, because there's they don't get as much feedback. There's not as many people on Blue Sky, so they all just kind of like all the cool people on Twitter just stubbornly stay on Twitter, which
it's just
fucking
so
sucks.
It's fucking
I'm like,
super,
I just don't get to follow you anymore.
It's super lazy, right? Because all it takes is reposting the same thing on both websites, and they're just like, "Oh, I'm not getting as much engagement over there, so I'm not doing it." It's like, why do you think you're not getting as much engagement? You haven't built a fucking following over there. It's a whole new platform you're building on. You have to post all your work to build the following. I literally have been like, I mean, before I was kicked off of Twitter, I was like DMing like artists to be like, "Where's your Blue Sky? Like, why aren't you on Blue Sky? Why haven't you been posting on Blue Sky? When are you getting back on Blue Sky? Like, I will not follow you here." You know, like if you're posting on X, you are literally limiting your audience to not me. So, you know, I don't know if you care, but I won't watch your thing if it's on X. Like, and every time somebody posts an X link in the Discord, I bother them about it immediately. I'm like, why isn't this a Blue Sky link?
Yeah.
Do you know what their Blue Sky is? Like, you know.
Yeah, if it's that important, at least just screenshot it. Don't fucking link me to that website. I mean,
exactly.
Christ. It's also like every cool person I ever followed on Twitter, the only ones I think who have migrated to Blue Sky are the ones who got banned from Twitter. So, like they literally have to be forced off of it. It has to be taken away. It sucks. Elaine says, since you're checking chat, hi Krona, you're epic. Thank you, Elaine. You're epic too. I love you.
Much love to Elaine. I'm very excited to see her here.
Cypher says, yeah, when I wasn't lazy, I would post on every platform. I think Elaine uses all pronouns, but I'm not sure. Cypher says, yeah, when I wasn't lazy, I would post on every platform, and as someone with 5 followers, my pieces would get different engagement on each platform. God damn.
I mean, still though, like, you can't. It's so, like, the difficulty of telling people marketing is, like, never give up, because it is really, like, I don't know, I wrote for a really long time before anybody read any of it, you know? So, like, to me, it feels almost incidental that I ever did blow up, like, but I do think it's kind of like, if you don't stop, it's almost hard to not get noticed. Like, if you're constantly trying to get noticed, it's hard not to get noticed, but you might not get the attention you want, right? So, like, I got bullied a lot in the early days because I was begging people to read my writing and they just didn't like it. And so at some point, if people, like, if you won't stop harassing them to read it, and then they read it and they hate it and they tell you why they hate it, then that's when you have to either change it or be an obstinate prick about it, you know, which I was somewhere in between. There were certain things I was being obstinate about, and then other things that, like, people convinced me to, like, I used to not even read my own posts. Like, I would just write them and then post them, and then somebody told me, like, read them, please read them, and then I did, and I realized they were, like, so full of spelling errors, they were barely comprehensible, and that's why no one was responding to them, because they didn't know what the fuck I was saying, you know? So, like, at some point, people will, like, if you keep insisting, people will tell you why they're not paying attention to you, or they'll start paying attention, you know, like, but it does kind of take, like, being annoying, like, going past your own threshold of what you think would be annoying, because, they're not seeing it as much as you are. Like, you see everything you do, so you think it would be really annoying to get 20 messages from me right now. But actually, your audience is getting one message. You sent 20, they got one, you know? So, like, you feel like you're being annoying. They feel like if you didn't do that, they didn't hear from you, you know? So, like, it's just understanding that, like, they're not, like, you cannot count on people being that tuned in if you're not, like, checking in on them literally individually. Like, if you're not asking someone why they didn't see your video, you're never really going to know why they didn't, you know? Could be their mom died that day. You have no fucking idea. Like,
This happens after a lengthy scene detailing how Poppy's best friend when they were a kid was a young boy who's referred to as Potato. And Potato was a very meek and shy kid. And one day, when his parents were out of the house, he just insisted, "Hey, Poppy, how about we take a bath together?" Because he wanted to see his perceived girlfriend naked. And Poppy felt extremely uncomfortable and nervous at this, but they tried to keep it cool. You know, they tried to play it cool, try to keep the atmosphere light and silly and jokey to try and maintain a friendly atmosphere. Like, oh, no, you don't see me that way. You don't see me in a sexual way. You don't have a woman's body. This is just two friends taking a bath together. And that's clearly not what Potato was interested in at all. So it's a very uncomfortable scene of these two kids, thankfully not shown in detail, but just these two kids getting in the bathroom together, and this boy just looks so disappointed to see that, like, this other person, this perceived girl, their body is not so different from his. They look basically the same. He was really hoping to get some kind of gratification out of it, like he does out of his little brick breaker video game. So you break all the bricks on the screen to reveal a lewd anime girl picture behind it. And so when he doesn't get what he was looking for, he just treats Poppy differently. The next day at school, you know, Poppy sees their friend and waves at him like they always did, and Potato just responds with, "Fatty." And, like, they look the same. They even say, "You're just as fat as I am. You have no room to talk, dude." Women's bodies are just held to a different standard than men's are, and Poppy took notice of this and ended up hating themselves because of it. They internalized all of that sexism, all that misogyny, turned it inward, because beyond, you know, logically it's easy to understand the fact, oh, this person sexually harassed me, therefore I was sexually harassed. But at the end of the day, you can go further back than that and say, well, they wouldn't have sexually harassed me if I wasn't born female. Therefore, I was sexually harassed because I was born female. That's what's really at fault here. Because this stuff was just normal back then. It was more normal back then. It was treated as not a big deal that, oh, so what, like the guy, like, touched your back, he poked your face, like, whatever. You know, that might not have been seen as a big deal back then, but, like, I want you to actually consider if that happened to you for real. Just for a second, just picture you at work, and this fucking dude, like, twice your age, comes up to you, and he just goes like, just like touches your fucking cheek. Like, I would freak the fuck out.
Fucking smack the shit out of his hand.
Imagine this like sweaty motherfucker coming up to you and just like rubbing your back without permission. I think I would scream. And again, you know, I really have no idea how I would behave in that scenario because
I would smack his hand away so hard I hurt my own hand. Like, I can already feel it. Like, I could feel the you know, like that hurting myself because I'm so insistent you get the fuck off of me. Like, that is like a very uncomfortable feeling.
I've never been in that scenario. Poppy has been in that scenario.
Yeah.
And they didn't scream, and they hated themselves for not screaming, and started harming themselves because of it. So, you know, there's a whole lot of emotions there to unpack, a whole lot of things I've never experienced that I feel like being exposed to these things in such an intimate way, in such intimate detail, gave me the view I needed to have to understand fully, like, how the world works, how, like, gender discrimination works. And, you know, ultimately the story of this book, it is a road to recovery tale. It is not just all doom and gloom. Everything I've described to you so far happens within the first 6 chapters. I highly recommend that you get this book, you get the second book, and you read them all for yourself, because it's an excellent story, deserves to be heard by more people. I'm not fucking joking anymore.
Yeah,
do not get twisted, motherfucker. Do not get things twisted in your mind. Do not think.
I like this ending. Just devolves into madness.
You read them all for yourself, because it's an excellent story. Deserves to be heard by more people. I'm not fucking joking anymore. Do not get it twisted, motherfucker. Do not get things twisted in your mind. Do not think that things are not what they may be for real in this reality right fucking now. I am not an anime YouTuber. I'm going to be an anime YouTuber. I hate sushi. I hate Japan. I hate the tea
ceremonies.
And
J-Rock.
Garuga
Bash.
I hate anime.
And manga.
And gaming.
IDR.
Hey.
Sakura-con
Hikima!
Don't just talk about it. Check out
Oh my god, I felt like I was having a dream.
Oh my god, I felt like I was having a dream! Fuck Jerry Seinfeld. That was an incredible ending.
The most important part of that ending is once the end credits start rolling, you can see I added a period at the end of the word Japan. It's not just Japan, it's Japan period.
I thought the best part was how nice you look in this shot. I like that.
Smiley K.
Yeah, it's me sucking in my
Don't just talk about it. Check out
Oh my god, I felt like I was having. I can't believe you managed to work that into a video. It's so good.
You know the best part of this? It's not just my titties showing through my
I was
shirt,
about
it's
to say
also-
that.
I was gonna say the best part is that I filmed this segment during the filming of Inspire Me, and then ultimately decided
nice.
now the scene doesn't fit in that anywhere, so
I
I
see.
just used it in this.
That's incredible.
It just felt right.
Sarah Louise says Gigadonk greatest tuber. I think I'm inclined to agree. I rarely feel as much joy as I do watching a Gigadonk video. From watching a YouTube video, I mean, obviously I feel more joy from hanging out with you in person than just watching your content, but you know, everybody else just gets a taste, just a mere taste of the delicious banquet I get to enjoy of hanging out with Gigadonk.
I'm a bit of a wild girl. I'm a bit of a fucking weirdo. It's really cool.
You are
I'm
very
just
fun.
Yeah.
Fun,
I gotta say,
cute, accessible. Like your videos are like easy to watch. Like they're not like senselessly challenging for no reason. They're like challenging to your ideals if you're an idiot, but they're like like accessible content wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said before. I'm just saying it my own way, and that way does appeal to some people more than like the typical way these ideas are laid out on YouTube. Like I'm not making my hoity-toity pretentious fucking video essays. I come in like I barge in through the door and I go, "Hey, fuck you! Listen to my words." I get a
gotta
little
say,
silly with it.
I'm looking at your
It
thumbnails,
resonates with
and
some people.
I really love this art of you in this thumbnail, but I don't love the how hard it is to tell what's going on behind you with the Star Wars and it's saying woke. I think you could simplify this with the Star Wars image, but also maybe instead of the woke text, something like some of them are actually good. Because you want to lure in people who don't like hate Star Wars, but also don't like necessarily are like not the biggest, you know, not like, oh, it's all amazing, but also, you know, be like, I actually like some of them, y'all. But
the video is kind of supposed to be rage bait, and I didn't work. I didn't do it right.
Work.
So
That's
it
why
was
I'm
like,
trying to. That's why I'm trying to change the marketing tack. I'm like, okay, if this didn't work, here's the other avenue.
Yeah.
There's always like a few ways. There's always like a couple angles you could approach of like what makes this video special? Is it that I'm flying in the face of the, you know, EFAP approach to Star Wars? But that didn't seem to work. But I think having the approach of like actually I'm kind of a fan like is an energy, because that is kind of the energy of the video, is like I actually do like Star Wars. Like forget about all the is it woke conversation. I just want to talk about why the movies are good actually.
Yeah, I'd say of all the thumbnails, I don't know, 'cause quite a few of these I just like made them in a very like, just like I farted out a bunch of these thumbnails in rapid succession.
Thumbnails
so I just
are
wanted to make them all different.
Fucking the hardest thing about making videos to me, like literally the most difficult part. That said, Taperclip has offered to just like make us thumbnails for all videos at all times. So,
oh, damn, really?
Yeah, Taperclip has offered the service of, if specifically to you and I mean, I'm sure there's other people who have this offer, but I really like Taper's thumbnails. I gotta say, I think these are all strong. I know Taperclip hasn't been like massively successful with these thumbnails necessarily, but they're I like them. What is your most popular
I feel
video?
like
224,000. The fuck is
I'd like it if
Primos?
I'd like it if my thumbnails had a recurring set of like aesthetic traits that make it obvious that what you're looking at is a Gigadonk video just at a glance.
I've been trying to,
but I don't know how to do that other than just literally putting my face in the thumbnail.
I've been
And
trying
that has
to
not been
like
successful every
unify
time.
this text aesthetic, like have just a statement on screen that's got the white and black text, and like I don't know. I feel like it's very clean, and it also lets you know this is a video about words. Like
very clean.
I want to communicate this idea that like you're basically watching an essay, or like you're listening to like a verbose thing, you know.
I like the Thunderbolts review thumbnail where it's just Yelena floating next to her.
She's actually kind of standing on my coffee mug. I'm like,
I didn't notice that. That's funny.
Oh, I have the mug actually right here next to this one. Not full, problematically. Okay, let's watch this thing we were requested. And we're gonna wrap this up.
Short and sweet.
Also, this looks fucking amazing. Everything about this is like goated aesthetically. I mean, first of all, Hiragi Kagami.
Who sent this?
Literally my wife. Hold on. It was. You were the one who told me they sent it. How did you forget?
Jupiter?
Yes, Jupiter. Thank you. Jupiter sent this request via, I think, right, the magazine. Yes. First of all, already love it because Kagami looking cute here. Kagami is the GOAT. And then you got K-On! Going on. You got the absolute best combo, Yui Azunyan. And I don't know this girl, but she's cute. You got the fucking Chica dance over here. FL Studio.
Can I just say real quick?
Yeah.
I was reminded by the K-On! Image that I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but I fucking meowed in the Discord chat, and someone replied with I know who. I just don't know if I want to say who, but they replied with a GIF of Yui hugging Azunyan, and it was like a super soft, adorable GIF. And that was like a huge like love explosion that I felt in my heart when I looked at it. I was like,
oh, very sweet.
It was the best. It's so cute.
Yui and Azunyan is one of the cutest like friendships in anime. Like the cutest like adoptive little sister like friendship imaginable.
It was one of those where I thought about comparing them to us, but I'm like, I'm not serious enough to be Azunyan. Like she takes things too seriously. She's too responsible.
No, me and Shade have a Yui and
more Yui
Azunyan
energy.
relationship, like absolutely for real. If I was gonna pick it, like any anime relationship that was me and Shade, it's Yui and Azu. Me being Yui, of course, and Shade being Azusa.
Of course.
But he's got her demeanor of like just very flat, very like it is what it is, matter of fact. That's the phrase I want. And Yui is a fucking space case who will like 1 minute be like, I have no idea what's happening, and then she just like masters guitar in 2 weeks. You're like, how are you like this? Nobody knows. And then we've got Astaroth's toy in the top left. Don't think I didn't see that. Don't think I don't recognize problematic content when I see it. I'm picking up what's being put down. The rest of the world doesn't need to know.
They're not seeing the most important.
Oh, this is great. It's got Yuki Yuna in the background. This is really good.
Can you link this one to me too?
What'd you say?
Can you link this one to me too in DMs?
Yeah, for sure.
It's another one I don't want to.
Yup. You gotta see the sun sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be critical of this briefly. Girls, I know some of y'all hate the sun. You gotta get that vitamin D. Your bones become brittle.
I really do need the sun.
You literally...
I actually feel like shit. I feel depressed if I don't get enough sunlight.
It's the vitamin D. I mean, you can take supplements for vitamin D if you really want to, but it has other... It literally is like a depression cure to see the sun. Like, your mind is not built to not see the sun ever. It's just not, like, good mentally for you. Look at it sometimes.
I am Superman.
Just take a look. Give it a glance. I got really obsessed with taking pictures of the sun for like all of early 2023. I took a picture. I posted a sun pic and a moon pic on Instagram every day until I found out that that's how Sophie died, was trying too hard to get a moon picture, supposedly, assuming that she wasn't killed for being like a trans person who was gaining power too quickly. But like, you know, supposedly she fell off a rooftop trying to get a picture of the moon. And I was like, considering some of the shit I've done to get sun and moon pictures, I kind of believe that. So I'm going to stop.
Shit.
But yeah, rest in peace, Sophie. literally a revolutionary artist who died in like her 20s because of supposedly a moon picture, or 30, I don't know. This is really good music though. No, I understand that the showering is not as important. $10,000 is too many. There's not that many good anime. There's like maybe 1,000 you could watch 10 times, and that would be a much better experience than trying to watch 10,000 anime. These on my wrist, Pokemon plush on my desk, still brand new. Guys up in Rust, guns in. Got you. But I got 10. She broke the rhyme scheme to not say. Hold on, I really like that. Because this line ends on true, and so it builds up like the next line's gonna end with you, but then it ends with like 10, which is really clever songwriting. Or brand new then us. 10. Nothing even rhymed with 10 either. It was just purely to break the rhyme scheme. I appreciate it.
I want to talk to you, but don't know what to say. So relatable.
Yeah.
There are times where I just had to, like, in order to have an excuse to talk to you, I just had to, like, make up some, like, weird asinine thing to say. Like, okay, this, like, whatever weird bullshit is on my mind. This doesn't even make, like, a lot of sense, but I'm just gonna say it because I'm sure it will spark a discussion. And then you would, like, jump on it immediately and have, like, a million words to say about it. I'm like, yes!
I've gotten to... I've been perpetually bad at checking in with people, but now I am starting to do it, and I will just literally send like a heart emoji. Like that's it. Like that's my start, you know, like
yeah, I have learned that meowing works. I don't have when I first joined the Discord, I felt like a kind of pressure to like up my brain power. Like I was like, I have to think of something actually interesting to catch people's attention, and now I just fucking meow in the chat.
Wait, Jupiter, is this your song? You said I had to brag about getting 10 guns. I just assumed you were sending me someone else's song, but if this is yours, this is really good. Yeah, this is yours.
Yeah, this is
wow.
great.
No, I really like... I know I'm like bullying some of the lyrics to be funny, but like I really love this song. I started singing along with it because I was already catching the melody. Like, definitely subscribe.
Thanks for watching.
Also, your voice is really sweet and pretty, and I like the way that you sang on that all the way through it.
Oh my god, power in the profile pic, bestie.
I'm hearing a lot of Laura Les influence. I'm gonna stop listening to that because if I start thinking about it, I'm gonna start crying. And I caught, like, at some point I like really thought about the lyrics, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I've seen your channel before. Why wasn't I subscribed? I don't know. I moved weird. Oh, this is 5 years old. That's why. Yeah. This is a cover of my song. This is a cover of like one of my coming out songs.
Damn.
One of my favorite songs that I've ever made.
Damn.
So I'm gonna play it.
Too many things have been swirling around in my head. Feeling like when I was 10, I can't remember.
style. I could be anything but fine with denial. I could be in style. I could be anything but fine with denial.
I am also sub now.
What did you say?
Said I am also subscribed now.
Excellent. Oh. She added new lyrics in.
Fucking disappear. Why I shower in the darkness? Iris spills up. Oh, it's back to where I started. Smoking still, never fucking take my pills. Losing everything around me, dying just to be a girl. I'm a magic girl.
This cover is what made me start taking music seriously because you commented on it. Oh yeah, I guess I just literally typed I love it. And I do.
I just wanna be a girl that should've tearing me apart. That's all I fucking think about.
That's all I fucking think about.
I just wanna be a girl that should've tearing me apart. So my whole fucking world. I just wanna be a girl. That's all I fucking think about.
Just to be clear, these are the new. This like. This was like a exact cover until halfway, and then it became original lyrics, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, this was the subtext of the song, but stated very loudly.
That's all I fucking think about. It's my whole fucking world. I guess I never miss, huh?
I guess I never miss, huh?
Yeah.
That's how you know it was made in 2020. Because that was still like a hyper-relevant meme at the time.
That reminds me, I posted a pic in the Discord earlier tonight where I was doing the like hit or miss, I guess I never miss, huh, like pose in one of my selfies. I'm gonna send it to you now because it's kind of funny to me.
Please do. I collect Corona selfies. It's my favorite thing to have.
Like 8 years after this fucking meme was relevant, I just wanted to irritate my friends with it. Hit or miss. I guess I never miss, huh?
Very cute.
You can show that on stream if you want to. I think it's funny.
I shall. Krona never misses. Hey, there's what's his name from Deltarune or whatever back there, right? Or
yeah, that's what I'll say. He fucking lives on the shelf in my bedroom.
Is that an Eggman robot?
Yep. I have a bunch of Sonic Legos.
I didn't even realize that was a thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, I showed you my Lego
Godzilla
Sonic figures. Yeah.
I didn't realize they had like Eggman.
It's my trucker hat.
Eggman dudes.
Yeah. I remember I showed you all my Lego Sonic toys, and I was like, I'll let you be Shadow.
Oh yeah.
Tails. Tails is my favorite.
Alright, we're gonna wrap this up. So I can go make food. I was supposed to do
Jupiter,
that a while ago, I think, actually.
Mention Jupiter, if you're not in the Golden Butterflies Discord server, you can find the invite link in the description of the We Watch Anime YouTube channel. I think you'd be welcome there because your art is really fucking good.
Absolutely.
And you seem really cool.
Highly agree.
Seem like, yes.
It
is functional. Like, it's a server for lots of like queer and trans artists to vibe and fuck around and also share their art. So like, it's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's wrap it up.
Things tend to happen there. I joined like 3 months ago, and now I'm here doing this.
Yeah, you can join, and then you can immediately watch the 2-hour rules video, and then the 8 hours of me analyzing the Discord video. It's been 10 hours catching up. Hello, Shade. I'm about to end this goddamn thing. All right, I love everybody.
Tell Shady I said hi.
Shade Krona says hi.
Hey, Krona.
All right. I'm ending the stream. You and I will still
All right,
talk.
meow meow, everybody.